Namaste and a very good morning to all our distinguished guests, dignitaries. This is a humble request to all our distinguished guests who are already inside the hall to kindly take their seats. A humble request to all our distinguished guests to kindly take their seats. We've just got the information that our chief guest for this grand event, the Sagarmatha Sambaad 2025, Right Honorable Prime Minister of Nepal, Mr. K.P. Sharma Oli, is on his way, so requesting all our distinguished dignitaries inside this hall to kindly take their seats. Also a humble request to please keep your mobile phones on silent mode. A humble request to all our distinguished guests to please keep their mobile phones on silent mode. हल भित्र रहनुभएका हाम्रा सम्पूर्ण अतिथि महानुभावहरूलाई यथास्थानमा आसन ग्रहण गरिदिनु हुनका लागि हामी हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छौं। यहाँहरू सम्पूर्णलाई यथास्थानमा आसन ग्रहण गरिदिनु हुनका लागि हार्दिक अनुरोध र सँगसँगै आफ्नो मोबाइल फोन कृपया साइलेन्ट मोडमा राखिदिनका लागि पनि हामी विनम्र अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छौं। यहाँहरू सम्पूर्णलाई सगरमाथा संवादमा हामी हार्दिक स्वागत गर्दछौं र हल भित्र रहनुभएका सम्पूर्ण अतिथि महानुभावहरूलाई पनि पुनः एकपटक यथास्थानमा आसन ग्रहण गरिदिनु हुनका लागि हामी हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्दछौं। हाम्रा भलन्टियर्स र लिएजन अफिसर्सहरूलाई हाम्रा अतिथिज्यूहरूलाई पनि उहाँको स्थान देखाइदिनु हुनका लागि पनि हामी हार्दिक अनुरोध गर्दछौं। Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dignitaries will be starting shortly. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Namaste and a very good morning. My name is Mandira Maharshan and I will be the Master of Ceremony for the opening session of Sagarmatha Sambaad. It is my distinct honor and pleasure to extend a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries and guests in this August gathering of the Sagarmatha Sambaad. The Sagarmatha Sambaad, a platform for global dialogue, is named after the tallest mountain on the earth. It is a flagship initiative of the government of Nepal to work with all national and international stakeholders on pressing issues of common interest and global importance. As outlined in program, the theme of the Sagarmatha Sambaad 2025 is climate change, mountains, and the future of humanity. The theme is chosen with an objective of sharing views, building global solidarity, fostering common understanding, and inspiring collective action on these issues. Needless to say, that climate change has affected all of us indiscriminately. Collaborative effort across borders and amongst humanity, hence, is an imperative for all. We all have a common interest for promoting a healthy planet for the current and the future generations of humans, animals, vegetations, and organisms alike. This common understanding will contribute to producing a tenable future that is clean, green, and resilient. The final and detailed program has already been shared with all the distinguished guests. It is also available on the Sagarmatha Sambaad website, ladies and gentlemen. The opening ceremony will soon start now, and I would like to once again request all distinguished guests and delegates to keep your mobile phones in silent mode, please. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, and ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to announce the arrival of Right Honorable Prime Minister in this hall. As the formal opening of the Sambaad commences with the playing of National Anthem of Nepal, I would like to request every distinguished guest in the hall to rise. Thank you. Please kindly be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to unveil the Sagarmatha Sambaad banner. I have the honor to humbly request the Right Honorable Prime Minister and the Chair of Steering Committee of Sagarmatha Sambaad 2025 to unveil the Sagarmatha Sambaad banner. Also, I would like to request the volunteers for the needful assistance. Right Honorable Prime Minister, please do the honors. Thank you. I sincerely express our profound gratitude to the Right Honorable Prime Minister for unveiling the banner of Sagarmatha Sambaad. It is truly a momentous occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, as the saying goes, a picture is worth 1,000 words. Let us take a couple of minutes to watch the opening video of Sagarmatha Sambaad 2025. I kindly request the technical team to please play the video. Thank you.
Nepal, home to the Himalayas, the sacred birthplace of Gautam Buddha, a timeless source of wisdom for the world. Here stands Sagarmatha, Mount Everest, the pinnacle of the earth, a symbol of hope, perseverance, and strength. For centuries, this land has believed in the power of dialogue. Today, as humanity faces unprecedented challenges,
the land that carries a mantle of ancient practice of finding solutions through dialogue and discourse.
this legacy feels more important than ever. The world needs hope, action, resilience, and above all, the world needs dialogue. It is with this vision that we present Sagarmatha Sambaad, Nepal's permanent global dialogue platform.
The world is at a watershed moment in history. Both people and planet stand on the brink of climate catastrophe.
The rooftops of the world are caving in.
My own country, Nepal, is particularly hard.
Record temperatures mean record glacier melt.
We stand as one of the most vulnerable nations in climate change and are ranked as the 20th most disaster-prone country in the world.
It is with the hope for climate justice that Nepal attaches great importance to the international processes on climate change.
Stop the madness. The world cannot wait.
Climate crisis is the number one threat now. Just look around. Are there mountains, receding glaciers, loss of biodiversity, erratic weather patterns, and rising sea level? These signs are unmistakable.
The theme of this first edition is climate change, mountain, and the future of humanity. This theme arises not just from our experience in the mountains today, but also from what we believe in and what we dream of for our shared planet.
विश्व जलवायु परिवर्तनको विषयमा नेपालको योगदान शून्य जस्तै रहे पनि यस्ता जलवायुजन्य विपद तथा तापक्रम वृद्धिले नेपालको हिमाल र सुन्दरतामा निकै गहिरो आघात परिरहेको छ.
This is a forum where diverse voices come together to forge a future that is not only sustainable but also fair and equitable for all, from the islands to the islands, and from the mountain tops to the ocean shores.
Let Sagarmatha Sambaad be a dialogue for solutions, for actions and for change.
The dialogue will host leaders,
experts and stakeholders
and citizens from every corner of the globe.
The Sambaad is for everyone, for you and for me. Let us join together to chart the path of well-being of our people and the planet.
So let the mountains meet minds, let dialogue become action. Let's reshape policies, not just with urgency, but with equity, compassion and long-term vision.
Let's make Sagarmatha Sambaad a forum of solutions, a fountain of hope and a force for the future. Let's build prosperous and a sustainable future for all.
Thank you all the distinguished guests for your kind attention. I now have the honor to request the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs, Dr. Arzurana Deuba, to deliver welcome remarks. Thank you.
Honorable, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Honorable distinguished guests, Honorable Deputy Prime Ministers, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends, Namaste and good morning. It is a great privilege and honor for me to extend a welcome to you all to the opening session of the inaugural edition of the Sagarmatha Sambaad. I extend a special welcome to the distinguished dignitaries and guests who have traveled from various countries to attend this historic event. On behalf of the Government of Nepal, please accept my sincere thanks and appreciation to you for lending your valuable support to Nepal's signature initiative at fostering dialogue among nations. Sagarmatha Sambaad is inspired by the motto of Bade Bade Jayate Tattabodh. This ancient maxim enjoins us to seek truth in a spirit of debate and dialogue, and through the exchange of differing ideas and points of view. The Sambaad provides an occasion for reflection and introspection and aims to encourage meaningful conversations on matters that matter to all of us, from the mountains to the seas and from the global north to the global south. The theme of the Sagarmatha Sambaad this year is climate change, mountains, and the future of humanity. As a land of delicate mountain ecosystems, Nepal is already facing the full force of climate change. As conscientious custodians of our rivers, forests, and mountains, we contribute more than our due share to the health of the planet. However, we are forced to face a heavy and disproportionate burden of the negative impacts of climate change. The absence of honest dialogue and impactful action not only heightens the risk on the environment in Nepal and elsewhere, but also puts the future of humanity itself at great peril. This is a grave injustice and must be addressed promptly, lest it becomes too late. Over the next 3 days, we will ask ourselves how best to tackle the existential threat of climate crisis, restore the health of the planet, and ensure the well-being of the people who live in it. Excellencies and distinguished delegates, mountains are humanity's shared global resources. They store and supply fresh water, act as natural carbon sinks, and are home to breathtaking biodiversity and abundant natural resources. They offer an array of sustainable climate solutions in the form of reforestation, watershed protection, and ecotourism. The Himalayas, in particular, are integral to Earth's natural cooling system as they serve as a natural climate stabilizer. There are organic links and complementarities between mountains and oceans. A climate distress in the mountains finds a parallel echo in the sea coast. The fates of the two are closely intertwined. For the people of Nepal, the Himalayas are not only an embodiment of an ancient culture and heritage, but are also a central pillar of our national pride and identity. The tragedy is that the Himalayas are facing an unprecedented stress test in real time today, exposing not only the fragile nature of our mountain ecosystems, but also glaring evidence of the lack of meaningful global climate action. As a mountainous country with high disaster risk vulnerability, Nepal faces a stark predicament. Nepal has experienced a series of severe weather events in the recent past with devastating impacts on people and their livelihoods. Floods and glacial lake outbursts have caused large-scale destruction and damage, and droughts, water scarcity, and forest fires have brought untold suffering to the people across the country. We are the trustees of a planet. We were fortunate to inherit whole and healthy from our forebearers. We must act now to make sure that we pass it on to our future generations, just as green, beautiful, and robust as we received from them. Excellencies, dear friends, the Himalayas are shouldering the heaviest weight of climate-induced disruption today. Our glaciers, the fragile yet timeless symbols of a healthy planet, are retreating at an alarming pace. What took millennia to form is melting away in silence just in front of our eyes. Mountain communities everywhere are especially vulnerable as they depend on nature for their daily lives. Climate-induced disasters are shaking the very foundations of their existence and livelihoods. Yet, there are incredible examples of many local communities fighting strenuously against climate change. Women, indigenous people, youth and marginalized groups, especially in mountain regions, are the gentle caretakers of our natural world. They fight on the home ground and they know how to fight a long fight. Recognizing and giving value to their local knowledge and lived experience is critical to building adaptive and sustainable communities, as is empowering them with resources and opportunities for finding sustainable solutions to an existential crisis. This cannot happen without concomitant cooperation among governments, corporations, and civil society at the international level. Excellencies, dear friends, the Atharva Veda proclaims, Mata Bhumi Putro Ham Prithviya. The earth is my mother and I am a child. Inspired by this ancient maxim, Nepal remains deeply committed to tackling climate change by aligning itself with international efforts aimed at combating climate change. As per our commitment to the Paris Agreement, we are working towards lowering emissions, exploring local climate solutions, and nurturing a sustainable and resilient earth. Nepal has committed to achieving the target of net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2045. Hydropower, a clean form of energy, has remained Nepal's largest source of electricity. Community forestry, a natural resource management program pioneered by Nepal, has not only helped Nepal enlarge its forest cover significantly, but has also emerged as a model of participatory conservation the world over. We have embraced initiatives like the National Adaptation Program of Action, NAPA, and the Local Adaptation Plans for Action, LAPA. These empower local communities to design solutions that fit their unique needs and realities. Nevertheless, the cascading impacts of global warming and climate change far exceed our capacity and resources to mitigate them. We call for predictable and adequate climate finance, as we require greater resources to implement our national and local adaptation plans. Climate change is a global crisis transcending national boundaries. Nothing less than a global alliance based on justice and solidarity can hope to make a dent on the existential crisis that climate change brings in its wake. Thus, we call for a sufficient and effective loss and damage fund that can be easily accessed by countries in crisis. Nepal has therefore been consistently at the forefront of advocating for climate justice in international forums and multilateral institutions. It is essential that the world acknowledges the vulnerabilities of countries like Nepal and supports targeted mitigation and adaptation strategies through the provision of climate finance, adaptation support, and technology transfer. Excellencies, dear friends, as we engage in dialogue, I kindly invite you to reflect on how we can connect mountains to oceans, advance the green economy, and uphold climate justice for every person. I also hope that this forum will be an opportunity to contemplate on the linkages between climate change and regional and international peace, security, and stability, as well as the impacts of climate change on migration, food security, humanitarian crisis, and disaster risks. I hope this dialogue will help spark fresh ideas, foster cooperation, and mobilize greater political will in combating the specter of climate change and the existential threat to the future of humanity. I call upon all dignitaries and participants to walk with us in making this Sambaad a great success. I once again extend a warm welcome to all of you to the first edition of the Sagarmatha Sambaad. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you, Honorable Foreign Minister, for the warm welcome remarks and also shedding light upon the program and objectives of Sagarmatha Sambaad. distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I now have the honor to call upon this stage His Excellency Mr. Mukhtar Babayev, COP29 President and representative of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan on climate issues for the keynote speech. Thank you.
Sorry, excuse me. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to join you all for the opportunity to address this critical issue of climate change, maintenance, and the future of humanity. I must express my deepest gratitude to the leadership of the government of Nepal and the Right Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Sharma Oli. And I must also thank the Honorable Foreign Minister, Dr. Arzu Rana Deuba, for efforts to gather us all together. Dear colleagues, people in many parts of the world often think of mountain communities as far away and isolated. They do not see how the issues that affect this distant place also affect them. But our understanding of the climate crisis is growing. We are now seeing how we are all connected. And we are recognizing the need for collective action. From the Andes to Alps, the 2 billion people rely on mountain water from glaciers for their day-to-day needs. Melting glaciers and ice sheets are causing sea levels to rise at alarming rates. This is a risk to 10% of the world's population that lives in coastal areas from South Asia to sub-Saharan Africa. It threatens the very existence of small island states in the Pacific and the Caribbean. And disruptions in mountain ecology have major social and even geopolitical consequences. In Kathmandu, we can see the pressure climate change puts on water infrastructure. As permafrost thaws, we see damage to roads and buildings in remote communities. And in the states around the Himalayas, we see how climate change can upset the sensitive balance between powers. Melting glaciers also cause a dangerous positive feedback loop. As ice melts, less light is reflected, so more heat is absorbed and more ice melts. We need everyone to understand the urgency of this problem and work together to address them. We need to prevent these changes where possible, and we need to adapt to them where needed. In Azerbaijan and the Caucasus, we know these issues well. In only 7 years, we have lost almost 20% of our glaciers. They could disappear totally by 2050. Our river levels are already falling. We have less water for our people and our agriculture. This is a real risk to human health and economic development. It could undermine the progress that we have achieved in recent decades. Ladies and gentlemen, with the guidance and support of the President of the Republic of Azerbaijan, His Excellency Ilham Aliyev, undertook the responsibility to bringing the world to Baku for COP29. This is because the President understood that we have a moral duty and a clear interest to act. We knew that for global challenges, we need global action. The multilateral system is not always perfect, but it has delivered many benefits, and it is essential for making progress. Within the COP process, mountains have been rising up the agenda. In the global stocktake at COP28 in Dubai, we encouraged integrated and multi-sectoral solutions to protect and restore mountain environments. We held an expert dialogue on mountains and climate change in June last year at the Bonn Climate Conference. And we are working to agree indicators on adaptation for mountain ecosystems under the global goal on adaptation. Azerbaijan was the first country from our region to host COP. We are also one of the few countries with mountain zones to ever hold the conference. We understood that we had the responsibility to represent these communities and to highlight the issues they face on the world stage. We knew that we had to deliver results. First, we wanted to enhance ambitions. We got over 70 countries to endorse the COP29 Declaration on Water for Climate Action. They resolved to promote partnership and dialogue, strengthen specific understanding, scientific understanding, and enhance water-related climate policies. And we launched the Baku Dialogue on Water for Climate Action to ensure COP-to-COP continuity and regional cooperation. This dialogue will develop actionable pathways for early warning systems, climate resilience, infrastructure, and scaling nature-based solutions, amongst other outcomes. We invite everyone to join the declaration and the dialogue. We will hold a preliminary meeting in Bonn this June before the first meeting of the dialogue platform at COP30 in Belém. We look forward to seeing you all there. Next, finance was at the center of the COP29 presidency's vision to enable action. We brought stakeholders together to mobilize money for mountain communities. We hosted the Asian Development Bank, the Green Climate Fund, governments, development partners, and the private sector to launch the Glaciers to Farms initiative. This project will mobilize up to $3.5 billion for investment in water, agriculture, and communities threatened by glacier melt and fragile mountain regions. We also got the Loss and Damage Fund up and running. The fund now has an executive director who can open an office, get a bank account, hire staff, and start approving projects. This will be a critical resource to support communities that face irreversible consequences from glacier melt. But we knew we had to go even further. Finance was at the heart of the negotiations in Baku. The COP29 presidency's top negotiating objective was a new climate finance goal to support the developing world for the next 10 years. It has never going to be easy. Under the UN, we had never set out to establish a goal like this. We had to bridge divides on the underlinked issues of structure, contributors, and quantum. And we saw a clear demand for strong qualitative elements that would help reshape the global financial architecture. It was a complex negotiation where nothing was agreed until everything was agreed. As anyone who has climbed Sagarmatha knows, the wind blows strongest on the top of the mountain. It would get tough as we entered the final stages, but we were determined to reach our objective. When a target of $250 billion was initially suggested, we were clear that we needed to go further. We needed a goal that was fair and ambitious. We refused to close a conference. We held everyone back from leaving. And in very final moments, we landed a deal on the COP29 Baku finance goal. This tripled the previous goal with a pledge to mobilize at least $300 billion per year to the developing world by 2035. This is the largest ever financial goal to come from the UN process, turning billions to trillions. It will send a strong signal to the financial markets, provide greater certainty for long-term planning, help build trust and momentum for collective action, and set a benchmark to hold us all to account. But most critically, it will fund action. It will catalyze finance for more clean energy projects. This will reduce emissions to help prevent the worst effects of climate change on mountainous regions. It will mobilize public money for climate-resilient infrastructure. And it will help to support communities that face irreversible loss and damage. Dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we understand that the goal was not everything for everyone. The COP29 presidency pushed for the highest possible level of ambition. But we were realistic that the public sector could not deliver the full scope of the developing world's needs. That's why we included for call of all actors to step up, and countries tasked the Azerbaijani and Brazilian COP presidencies to set out the Baku to Belém roadmap for how we could reach $1.3 trillion a year by 2035. We must now focus on implementation. The COP29 presidency will remain active to ensure that donors deliver their promises. We will hold governments to account to make sure that they mobilize the $300 billion they pledged in Baku. We are calling on them to make early progress on past promises. This means doubling adaptation funding by the end of the year compared to 2019 levels. And it means tripling the outflows from the official UN climate funds by 2030. For example, this includes more resources for the Green Climate Fund that supported the Glaciers to Farms initiative at COP29. Next is a critical year to enhance ambition in national climate plans. We need to deliver the plans for how we will reduce emissions, known as a nationally determined contributions. We want everyone to produce national adaptation plans for how we will prepare for the consequences of climate change. And as we set out at the COP29 Declaration of Water for Climate Action, we encourage everyone to integrate water into these plans and climate policies. As a developing country, Azerbaijan understands how challenging it can be to develop these plans. We have worked with the UN Secretary General and the whole UN system to make sure that support is available for everyone who needs it. We hope that countries will take advantage of it. We also want to remind everyone of the benefits of producing these plans, because these plans can serve as green lights for green investment, setting targets and timelines, highlighting priority sectors and industries, and demonstrating governments' commitment to action will send strong signals. These signals will attract and guide investment from both international donors and the private sector. They can be a useful roadmap for how we deploy the $300 billion a year that was pledged in Baku. Ladies and gentlemen, in a world full of distractions and competing priorities, we need to maintain focus and momentum. Azerbaijan is committed to playing its role to keep climate action high on the international agenda. We have seen encouraging signs from many committed climate actors, but we have also seen attention falling amongst others. So we need to keep up the work. The UN General Assembly designated 2025 as the International Year of Glaciers Preservation to raise awareness. We are deeply grateful to the government of Nepal for contributing to this mission by organizing today's gathering. These efforts remind us all of the communities that we have a responsibility to serve and protect. Dear colleagues, when we brought everyone to Baku for COP29, we called on them to act under the slogan of solidarity. This is because we understood that climate change affects everyone. No country can insulate itself from its impacts. And everyone has a responsibility to act. We need to think of the hundreds of millions of people in mountain communities. We need to think of the billions of people who are affected by what happens in them. And once again, we need to move forward in a solidarity for a green world. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your keynote speech highlighting the key issues of common interest and concern. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now have the honor to invite His Excellency Shri Bhupender Yadav, Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change of the Government of India for this statement. Thank you.
Esteemed Right, Honorable Prime Minister of Nepal, Shri K.P. Sharma Oli ji, Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs of Nepal, Dr. Arju Rana Devva ji, Mr. Shio Jie, Vice Chairman of the Standing Committee of the National People Congress of China, Mr. Mukhtar, Co-President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste. It is a profound honor for me to stand before this august gathering in the historic city of Kathmandu to represent India at this landmark first Sagarmatha Sambaad. I extend my deepest gratitude to the government of Nepal for its visionary initiative in convening this critical dialogue. The very name, Sagarmatha, the head of the sky, evokes a sense of majesty and indeed the immense responsibility we gather to address. The Samvad, dedicated to the passing theme of climate change, mountains, and the future of humanity, could not be merely timely, nor its location more fitting. Excellencies, the science is clear. Our mountains are sounding the alarm. As a consequence of a global warming due to human activity, glaciers are retreating, threatening the future of water security for population downstream. The unique and fragile biodiversity of these high-altitude ecosystem is under severe stress. The livelihood and ancient culture of mountain communities are threatened, despite contributing the least of the climate crisis. The Himalayas bear a significant part of the burden of the environmental crisis. We, in India, with our significant Himalayan territory, witness these impacts firsthand. We share the concern of the mountain states and their peoples. Our environmental futures are instinctively linked, but our futures are also dependent on the collective action of all nations in mitigating greenhouse gas emission in keeping with the principle of equity and common but differentiated responsibility and respective capabilities. South Asia has been responsible for only 4% of global cumulative carbon dioxide emission until 2020, despite being home to almost 25% of the global population. Ladies and gentlemen, the global carbon budget is rapidly being exhausted, with the developed nations continuing to disproportionately grab the merged remaining carbon budget. Their commitment to providing climate finance, technology transfer, and capacity building have been profoundly neglected, intensifying the climate crisis for which they bear far greater responsibility. This Samvad, therefore, is not just a forum for discussion. It is a call for collective, concrete action. It is also an opportunity to pool our wisdom and scientific expertise, share our experiences, and forge robust partnership to safeguard these critical ecosystems and the communities they support. India, under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, is deeply committed to contributing to climate action with the urgency it demands. Despite our minimal role for the crisis it faces, our nationally determined contribution under the Paris Agreement and our National Action Plan on Climate, we are testament to our resolve. So are the ambitious target for renewable energy, aiming for 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel based installed electricity generation capacity by 2030. Our leadership in the International Solar Alliance and the Coalition for Disaster Resilient Infrastructure and our long-term goal of reaching net zero by 2070 are all testaments to our resolve. Based on the principle of equity, climate justice, and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, we are walking the talk on climate action, integrating sustainability into the very fabric of our development paradigm, guided by Mission Life, Lifestyle for Environment. Excellencies, our Honorable Prime Minister, on 5th June 2024, on the occasion of World Environment Day, launched the campaign Ek Ped Maa Ke Naam, Plant for Mother, under which citizens are encouraged to plant a sapling as mark of love, respect and honor for their mother. The campaign involves taking a pledge to protect trees, and 1.42 billion saplings have been planted, including 72.1 million trees in the Indian Himalayan region. Specifically, for our Himalayan region, we are implementing a dedicated national mission focused on sustaining the Himalayan ecosystem, promoting climate-resilient agriculture, and enhancing disaster preparedness. We understand that solution for mountain region must be context-specific, integrating indigenous knowledge with cutting-edge science and technology. Further, India is also developing its first national adaptation plan, which aims to develop a comprehensive and inclusive roadmap that aligns with sustainable development goals and ensures climate resilience for all sectors and regions, including the Himalayan region. Members of the August gathering, at the 13th COP to the Convention of Migratory Species in February 2020, Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji highlighted the importance of Project Snow Leopard, which was launched to protect the snow leopard and its habitat in the upper Himalayas. On those lines, today, I am happy to share with you all that we have conducted India's first comprehensive snow leopard population assessment. The comprehensive assessment, which was conducted between 2019 and 2023, indicated a total of 718 snow leopards across India, accounting for approximately 10 to 50% of the global population. Considering the importance of rich biodiversity values at high altitude and mountain landscape like Indo-Nepal, the transboundary conservation of big cats like snow leopard, tiger, and leopard is vital. I encourage all Himalayan countries to spearhead the conservation of big cats, including snow leopards, under the aegis of International Big Cat Alliance, an international legal entity launched by Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji to share conservation expertise, fund conservation initiatives, and create a repository of technical knowledge. Excellencies, the challenge before us are immense, but so is our collective capacity for innovation and collaboration. This Samvad must pave the way for enhanced scientific cooperation, strengthening research, collaboration, and monitoring cryospheric changes, hydrological cycle, and biodiversity. Second, building climate resilience. Investing in climate adaptation measures, early warning system of disasters like glacier, lake, outburst floods, and climate resilient infrastructure in mountain areas. Third, empowering mountain communities, ensuring that the welfare, needs, and aspiration of local communities are the heart of policy making and their benefit from green livelihoods and sustainable tourism. Their traditional knowledge is an invaluable resource. Fourth, providing green finance, making available adequate and predictable climate finance as per UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement for mountain nations to implement adaptation and mitigation strategies effectively. Next, recognizing mountain perspective, ensuring that the unique vulnerabilities and contributions of mountain ecosystem are suitably featured in the global climate negotiation and sustainable development agencies. India is committed to working closely with Nepal and the Himalayan nations as well as our global partners to translate the deliberation here into tangible outcome. We believe in the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. The world is one family, and this extends to our shared ecological heritage. I am confident that the rich discussion over next few days, graced by the presence of so many esteemed experts and leaders, will chart a clear path forwarding. Once again, I congratulate the government of Nepal for this excellent initiative. May our collective effort ensure the Sagarmatha and our sacred mountains continue to stand tall as beacons of hope, resilience, and a sustainable future for all. Dhanyavad. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for this statement on behalf of the Government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, may I also have the honor to invite His Excellency, Mr. Xiao Jie, Vice Chairman of the Standing Committee of the 14th National People's Congress of the People's Republic of China for this statement. Thank you.
尊敬的利奥总理，尊敬的各位嘉宾，女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家好！很高兴和大家相聚在美丽的加德满都，共同出席首届珠穆朗玛对话。世界最高峰珠穆朗玛峰是中尼友谊的象征，也是全球生态安全的晴雨表。作为共享珠峰的友好邻邦，中方积极支持尼泊尔政府主办珠穆朗玛对话。以气候变化、山脉和人类的未来为主题，为地区国家乃至全世界就应对气候变化问题凝聚共识、携手行动，搭建新的重要平台。我谨代表中国政府，感谢奥利总理的创新性倡议，感谢尼泊尔政府所做的热情接待，感谢与会各方为推动全球生态治理、促进可持续发展所做的努力，预祝首届珠穆朗玛对话取得圆满成功。
Right Honorable Prime Minister Sharma Oli, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends, good morning. It is a great pleasure to gather with you in the beautiful city of Kathmandu for the inaugural Chumulangma Dialogue. Mount Chumulangma, the pinnacle of the world, stands as a symbol of China-Nepal friendship and a barometer of global ecological health. China and Nepal share Mount Chumulangma, and China strongly supports the Nepali government in hosting the dialogue under the theme of climate change, mountains, and the future of humanity. This event provides a vital new platform for regional and global stakeholders to build consensus and take collective action on climate change. On behalf of the Chinese government, I extend my appreciation to Prime Minister Oli for your visionary initiative, for the Nepali government for the warm hospitality, and to all the participants for your efforts in advancing global ecological governance and sustainable development. And I wish the inaugural dialogue a resounding success.
围绕珠穆朗玛峰深化相关领域交流合作，是中尼友好的重要组成部分。2019年10月。 习近平主席成功对尼泊尔进行历史性国事访问，双方签署20份合作文件，其中包括珠峰保护合作备忘录。2020年12月，习近平主席同尼泊尔时任总统班达里女士共同宣布珠穆朗玛峰8848.86米的新高程。 去年12月， 奥利总理成功对中国进行正式访问，两国领导人就中尼关系发展达成新的重要共识。为积极落实奥利总理访华成果，尼泊尔申请的千城张家自然保护区项目，作为中国出资15亿元人民币设立的昆明生态多样性基金首批项目之一，正在有序落实。中尼在生态多样性保护、喜马拉雅科考和灾害防控等领域的合作日益深入推进。
Deepening cooperation in areas related to Mount Chumulangma is a vital part of China-Nepal friendship. In October 2019, President Xi Jinping made a historic visit to Nepal, during which both sides signed 20 cooperation agreements, including the Memorandum of Understanding on Chumulangma Protection Cooperation. In December 2020, President Xi Jinping and President Bandari jointly announced Mount Chumulangma's new height of 8,848.86 meters. Last December, Prime Minister Oli paid a successful official visit to China, where the leaders of both countries reached new important common understandings on advancing China-Nepal relations. To actively follow through on the outcomes of Prime Minister Oli's visit, the Kanchenjunga Conservation Area Program was listed among the first group of projects supported by the Kunming Biodiversity Fund, which was established by China with a 1.5 billion RMB investment. And steady progress is being made in the funding delivery. Cooperation between China and Nepal in biodiversity conservation, Himalayan scientific research, and disaster prevention and control is making greater headway.
当前，中国正以中国式现代化全面推进强国建设、民族复兴伟业。人与自然和谐共生是中国式现代化的鲜明特点。自5年前习近平主席宣布碳达峰、碳中和目标以来，中国成功实现以每年年均3%的能源消费增速支撑年均6%以上的经济增长，单位 GDP 二氧化碳排放量下降超过35%。截至今年3月底，中国风电、光伏发电装机量历史性超越传统的火电。为深入推进青藏高原生态保护和高质量发展，我们颁布实施《中华人民共和国青藏高原生态保护法》，在三江源搭建天空地一体化生态监测网络，在珠穆朗玛峰建成海拔最高的自动气象观测站，坚持山水林田湖草沙一体化保护，奋力谱写生态优先、绿色发展新篇章。
Through its modernization, China is striving to build itself into a greater country and advancing the rejuvenation of the Chinese nation on all fronts. A defining feature of Chinese modernization is harmony between man and nature. Since President Xi Jinping announced China's carbon peak and carbon neutrality goals 5 years ago, we have managed to support an average annual economic growth rate of over 6%, with an energy consumption growth rate of just 3%, while reducing CO2 emissions per unit of GDP by more than 35%. By the end of March this year, China's installed wind and solar power capacity surpassed that of thermal power for the first time in history. Guided by President Xi Jinping's instruction to further promote ecological protection and high-quality development of the Qinghai-Tibet Plateau, China has enacted the Qinghai-Tibet Plateau Ecological Protection Law, established an integrated space, aerial, ground ecological monitoring network in the Sanjiangyuan region that is home to the headwaters of the Yangtze River, the Yellow River, and the Mekong River. And China has built the world's highest automatic meteorological observation station in Mount Chumulangma. Through holistic protection of mountains, rivers, forests, farmlands, lakes, grasslands, and deserts, China is writing a new chapter in prioritizing ecological conservation and promoting green development.
中国是世界绿色发展的坚定行动者、重要贡献者。中国的绿色梦想始终承载着世界人民追求美好生活的愿景。巴黎协定达成10年来，中国在习近平主席生态文明思想指引下，贡献了全球1/4的新增绿色面积，构建起全球最大、发展最快的可再生能源体系，建成全球最大、最完整的新能源产业链。中国是全球最大清洁技术出口国，推动全球风电和光伏发电成本分别下降超过60%和80%。中国已同42国家签署气候变化南南合作谅解备忘录，为120多个发展中国家提供1万余名绿色低碳人才培训名额。2016年以来，中国提供并动员项目资金超过1770亿元人民币，有力支持发展中国家，特别是小岛屿国家和最不发达国家应对气候变化。
China is a steadfast actor and contributor to global green development. China's green dream embodies the aspirations of people worldwide for a better life. In the decade since the adoption of the Paris Agreement, guided by Xi Jinping's thought on ecological civilization, China has contributed 1/4 of the world's newly added area of afforestation. China has established the largest and fastest growing renewable energy system globally and developed the world's largest and most complete new energy industrial chain. As the largest exporter of clean technology, China has driven down the costs of global wind power and photovoltaic power by over 60% and 80% respectively. China has signed Memorandum of Understanding on South-South cooperation on climate change with 42 countries and provided over 10,000 training opportunities for green and low-carbon development programs to more than 120 developing countries. Since 2016, China has provided and mobilized over 177 billion RMB in project funding to support fellow developing countries, particularly small island countries and least developed countries, in their climate response.
女士们、先生们、朋友们，人与自然是生命共同体，山脉与人类未来紧密关联。面对到2100年新都库什、喀拉昆仑、喜马拉雅山系预计将失去1半冰川量的现实危机，面对个别国家再度毁约退群的单边主义逆流，全球生态治理的严峻性、复杂性、不确定性愈加突出。习近平主席指出，国际社会要以前所未有的雄心和行动，共商应对气候变化挑战之策，共谋人与自然和谐共生之道。本着这一精神，我愿就应对气候变化、共护人类未来分享3点建议。
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, man and nature are a shared community of life, and mountains are closely tied to our future. In the face of the stark reality that the Hindu Kush Karakoram Himalaya mountain range is projected to lose half of its glacier by 2100, and amid a certain country's unilateralist moves to willfully withdraw from treaties and organizations, the urgency, the complexity, and uncertainty of global ecological governance has become increasingly evident. President Xi Jinping stressed that the international community needs to come up with unprecedented ambition and action to discuss ways to tackle climate change and find a path forward for man and nature to live in harmony. In this spirit, I wish to share 3 proposals for addressing climate change and protecting our future.
第一，践行人类命运共同体理念，打造珠穆朗玛峰地区生态安全网。珠穆朗玛峰地区是全世界气候变化最敏感的区域，冰川消融，灾害频发，淡水告急，地区山地国家首当其冲。中国愿继续发挥负责任大国作用，支持地区国家完善监测预报预警体系建设，提升高山地区气候变化适应能力，防范应对地质灾害，加强 高山水土资源可持续管理。中国愿继续为激发世界气象组织第3级区域气候中心网络、昆明、蒙特利尔全球生物多样化框架等平台机制效能贡献力量，推进实施应对气候变化南南合作10百千倡议，为发展中国家办好能力建设培训班。
First, it is important to act on the vision of a community with a shared future for mankind and build an ecological security network in the Mount Chumulama region. The Mount Chumulama region is one of the most climate-sensitive areas in the world, facing glacier retreat, frequent disasters, and freshwater shortages, with mountainous countries in the region bearing the brunt. China will continue to act as a responsible major country, support regional countries in improving their monitoring, forecasting, and early warning systems, enhancing climate change adaptation in high-altitude areas, preventing and coping with geological disasters, and strengthening sustainable management of water and soil resources in mountainous regions. China will continue to help improve the effectiveness of platforms such as the World Meteorological Organization's Third Pole Regional Climate Center Network, or TPRCC, and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and advance the 10-100,000 initiative, which means 10 low-carbon pilot projects, 100 mitigation and adaptation projects, and 1,000 training opportunities for South-South cooperation on climate change. This also includes providing capacity-building workshops for fellow developing countries.
第二，践行共商共建共享的全球治理观，打造生态文明合作新高地。2018年以来，中方已成功主办4届中国西藏环喜马拉雅国际合作论坛，发起林芝倡议，同包括尼泊尔在内的环喜马拉雅地区国家并肩携手，在完善高原生态环境治理、推动绿色发展、深化文明互鉴等方面开展交流合作。中方愿继续积极探索珠穆朗玛对话和环喜马拉雅国际合作论坛对接协同，守护好世界屋脊，保护好人类共同家园。今年10月，中国将在加德满都同尼方共同举办环喜马拉雅地球系统科学国际大会，共商气候变化与人类活动双重影响下的地球系统的应对之策，欢迎各国朋友积极参加。
Second, it is important to act on the global governance philosophy of extensive consultation and joint contribution for shared benefit, to create a new shining example on jointly building an ecological civilization. Since 2018, China has hosted 4 editions of the China-Xizang Trans-Himalaya Forum for International Cooperation and launched the Ningxi Initiative. China worked with Nepal and other countries in the Trans-Himalaya region to advance exchanges and cooperation in improving ecological governance on the plateau, promoting green development and deepening mutual learning among different civilizations. China stands ready to explore synergies between the Chumulama Dialogue and the Trans-Himalaya Forum for International Cooperation to safeguard the roof of the world and protect our shared home. In October this year, China will co-host the Trans-Himalaya Earth System Science International Conference with Nepal in Kathmandu to discuss ways for addressing the dual impacts of climate change and human activities on the Earth system. We welcome the active participation of friends from all countries.
第三，践行真正的多边主义，打造全球气候治理新图景。尽管个别大国热衷单边主义、保护主义、霸权主义，对国际规则和国际秩序造成严重冲击，但中国积极应对气候变化的行动不会放缓，促进国际合作努力不会减弱，推动共建地球生命体的实践不会停歇。应对气候变化是全人类共同的事业，唯有坚定维护联合国气候变化框架条约以及巴黎协定的主渠道地位，秉持共同但有区别的责任原则，各尽所能，团结协作，才能共同应对挑战。发达国家应当履行义务，落实承诺，切实向发展中国家提供资金、技术和能力建设支持。中方坚定 支持巴西作为主席国成功举办联合国气候变化辩论大会，中国将于会前宣布覆盖全经济范围，包括所有温室气体的2035年国家自主贡献目标。
Third, it is important to act on true multilateralism to open up new prospects for global climate governance. Despite a certain major country's inclination toward unilateralism, protectionism, and hegemonism, which has severely undermined international rules and order, China will not slow down its climate actions. China will not reduce its support for international cooperation, and China will not cease its efforts to build a community of all life on Earth. Tackling climate change is a common cause for all humanity. We must firmly uphold the central role of the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement, adhere to the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities, and work together as one. Developed countries must fulfill their obligations and commitments and provide substantial financial, technological, and capacity-building support to developing countries. China firmly supports Brazil in hosting the COP30 climate conference in Berlin, and China will announce its 2035 NDCs covering all economic sectors and all greenhouse gases before the conference.
女士们、先生们、朋友们，中国有句古话：“山高人为峰。”尼泊尔有句谚语：“滴水也能装满缸。”让我们携起手来，缔造绿色发展新格局，共同书写人与自然和谐共生的文明新篇章，共同建设清洁、美丽、可持续的世界。
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, as a Chinese proverb goes, no mountain is too high for those who seek its peak. The Nepalese often say, drop by drop is the water pot filled. Let us join hands to foster a new paradigm of green development, co-author a new chapter of harmony between man and nature, and together build a clean, beautiful, and sustainable world.
谢谢大家。
Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for the statement on behalf of Government of the People's Republic of China. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we now have received a video message for the Sagarmatha Sambaad from His Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations. I now would like to request our technical team to play the video message. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Prime Minister K.P. Sharma Oli, dear friends, I'm so pleased to send a message of solidarity and support to this first ever Sagarmatha Sambaad. I couldn't agree more with the spirit of this gathering, that your majestic mountains, including Sagarmatha, truly inspire us to think beyond borders and reflect through dialogue and engagement. I have felt that spirit on my visits to Nepal, including most recently when I had the privilege of seeing the glacial valley basins of Mount Everest and the Annapurnas. And I saw firsthand how the rooftops of the world are caving in. Record temperatures have meant record glacier melt. Nepal today is on thin ice, losing close to 1/3 of its size in just over 30 years. And your glaciers have melted 65% faster in the last decade than in the previous one. Nepal and so many other vulnerable frontline countries did not cause this tragedy, but you are living with the impacts. And we know when glaciers shrink, so do river flows. In the future, major Himalayan rivers like the Indus, the Ganges and Brahmaputra could have massively reduced flows, combined with saltwater intrusion that would decimate deltas. We would see low-lying countries and communities erased forever. Millions of people on the move with fierce competition for water and land, and floods, droughts and landslides accelerating worldwide. That is why last year from Nepal I sent a global message to the world: stop the madness. And that is why you are gathered together focused on Sambaad, dialogue. The world has much to learn from Nepal's climate leadership, from your local adaptation plan of action, to pioneering the United Nations early warning systems for all initiative, the extraordinary efforts on reforestation, and pushing to reach your climate goals by 2045. The world must act without delay to keep 1.5 degrees in reach, with the biggest emitters in the lead. By seizing the opportunities of renewable energy and the benefits they bring to communities and economies, by making good on climate finance commitments, including the $1.3 trillion climate finance goal agreed at COP29, by honoring the promise of developed countries to double adaptation finance to at least $40 billion this year, and by delivering serious support to the Loss and Damage Fund to help the most vulnerable. Achieving these goals demands bold cooperation across nations and sectors. The United Nations is your ally in this essential task, and I thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we wish to thank His Excellency Secretary General of the United Nations for his thoughtful video message. We fondly recall the official visit to Nepal by Secretary General in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, now I have the honor to humbly request the Right Honorable Prime Minister to officially unveil the Nepal government's NDC 3.0. So to do the honors, I'd like to request Right Honorable Prime Minister to please come up on stage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the official unveiling of Nepal government's NDC 3.0. And also to officially hand it over to the COP29 President, His Excellency Mr. Mukhtar Babayev. I'd like to kindly request, sir, to please come up on the stage. Thank you. Thank you, Right Honorable Prime Minister, for doing the honors. And now I'd like to request Right Honorable Prime Minister, the Chair of the Steering Committee of the Sagarmatha Sambaad 2025, to address this August gathering. Thank you.
Honorable Ministers, esteemed guests, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and namaste. It is both a deep honor and a heartfelt privilege to welcome you to the inaugural edition of Sagarmatha Sambaad. This is Nepal's Global Dialogue Initiative, a platform for thoughtful reflection, for principled engagement, and for addressing the most urgent challenges of our time. Today, the line between local and global has all but vanished. What happens in one corner of the world echoes across the rest. The fire that rages in one land darkens the skies of others. The melting of distant glaciers shifts the rains, floods the fields, and parches the plains far away. The decisions of a few can shape the destiny of many. It is within this deeply interconnected reality that the Sagarmatha Sambaad was born. A space for honest dialogue, for shared wisdom, for collective action. We have named it after Sagarmatha, the highest point on earth. And we hope this Sambaad, our dialogue, will rise just as high. High in moral clarity, bold in intellectual courage, steady in our shared vision for a better world. Ladies and gentlemen, today the world stands before towering metaphorical mountains. Challenges loom vast and urgent. There, the recovery from the pandemic is still fragile. The climate crisis is speeding up. In many corners of the world, peace feels more distant than ever. Trust in global institutions is weakening. Inequalities within countries and across borders are growing deeper. Multilateralism, once a guiding light, now sways under heavy storms. And yet, amidst this uncertainty, we hold on to a simple, powerful belief: the power of dialogue. Ladies and gentlemen, Nepal is not just a piece of geography. It is a sacred land where wisdom breathes through every stone and stream. Here the spirit of awakening was born. This is the land of Lord Buddha. From this soil, a light emerged, guiding humanity towards peace, compassion, and harmony. It is soil where sages meditated, where seekers found truth, where rishis offered the world a wealth of knowledge that still uplifts the human soul. Nepal has always been a place of seekers, not of conquerors, but of contemplators. Not of battles, but of dialogue. Our tradition is rooted in listening with respect, in speaking with sincerity, and in seeking truth together. Sagarmatha Sambaad is born from that very spirit. It is a gentle revival of our ancient ways, a space where wisdom bows to humility, where many voices come together with reverence, where we look for answers, not with ego, but with empathy. We are reminded of an ancient truth: Vade Vade Jayate Tattvada. Through dialogue, truth shines. Even in moments of deep division, it is not silence or shouting that helps us. It is honest conversation. It is honest listening. It is speaking from the heart. Sagarmatha Sambaad is our humble attempt to carry this sacred legacy forward. Our first theme speaks to our soul: climate change, mountains, and the future of humanity. As a Himalayan nation, this is not a distant issue. It is our daily reality. But it is not just ours, it is the world's. Can humanity survive without its mountains? Can we protect the future without protecting these ancient guardians? Mountains may seem far away, but their breath keeps half the world alive. From the Arctic to the Andes, from the Alps to the Himalayas, they are the Earth's water towers, They are our climate pulse, and they are in danger. Their fragility is our shared vulnerability. From the lap of Sagarmatha, the world's highest peak, we send this message loud and clear. To protect the mountains is to protect the planet. To protect the mountains is to protect our seas. To protect the mountains is to protect humanity itself. Let this Sambaad be not just a dialogue, but a determination. A determination to listen, to act, and to work together towards a gentler, wiser, and more compassionate world. Ladies and gentlemen, climate change is no longer a distant threat. It is the greatest challenge of our time. It touches everything, our planet, our people, our shared prosperity. No nation is untouched. No society is safe. But the heaviest burden falls on those least responsible. The poorest, the most vulnerable, the mountainous and the least developed. Nepal stands among them. We have done little to cause this crisis, yet we face its harshest consequences. Glaciers are melting, rains are uncertain, landslides sweep away homes, floods and droughts come without warning. And still, we stand firm. Our emissions are small, almost negligible, but our contributions are meaningful. Our Himalaya cool the region, nature's own climate stabilizer. Our forests cover nearly half of the land, breathing in carbon, breathing out hope. Our rivers flow from the high snows, quenching the thirst of millions. Our protected areas are sanctuaries, guarding the planet's rich biodiversity. Nepal has pledged net zero emission by 2045, 5 years ahead of the global target. We are advancing adaptation plans. We are greening our economy. We are weaving sustainability into our national vision. Yet we cannot do it alone. No country can. Climate change is a global emergency. It calls for a global response. A response anchored in justice, rooted in responsibility, fueled by solidarity. Climate justice must lead the way. Those who pollute the most must do the most. They must support the most vulnerable with finance, with technology, with capacity. And let us not forget the mountains. Too often, they are ignored in global talks, yet they regulate climate. They store water. They recharge the land, they cradle life. When mountains fall, valleys suffer, rivers dry up, crops fail, oceans rise, lives unravel. The Himalaya, our third pole, are warming faster than the global average. Glaciers are vanishing. Glacial lakes are swelling. Millions downstream are at risk. We need a bold, integrated vision, a mountains to oceans approach. We must give mountains the attention they deserve, with special financing, with tailored policies. We must invest in clean energy, grow climate resilient crops, uplift women and youth, and protect those forced to move. Let us strengthen risk assessment, build early warning systems, share data, work together across borders, and most importantly, let us bridge ancient wisdom with modern innovation. This is how we build resilience. This is how we honor the earth. This is how we protect our shared future. Ladies and gentlemen, the mountains inspire us, not because they stand apart, but because they rise above. They offer perspective. They teach us to think beyond ourselves. In that spirit, our dialogue must rise to above narrow interest toward a higher shared purpose. Let us join hands. Let us act with courage and care for a future that is just, for a planet that is sustainable. We need fresh resolve, bold ideas, new investments, and deep cooperation across regions, across the world. A green, resilient, and sustainable future is not a choice. It is the only path forward. Sagarmatha Sambaad is our humble offering, a global platform to listen, to speak, and to understand, a space to build trust, to imagine a world where harmony with nature and equity among people is not a distant dream but a living reality. Together, let us climb towards the summit of resilience, towards the peak of justice, toward a future built on shared hope. We look forward to your wisdom, to your voices, to your vision throughout this Sambaad. May our time in Nepal be joyful and inspiring in the land of Sagarmatha, in the land of Buddha. Thank you. Thank you all.
We are deeply grateful to Right Honourable Prime Minister for his insightful address and inspiring vision, ladies and gentlemen. With the address by Right Honourable Prime Minister, now it is time for the photo session of the head of ministerial level delegations with Right Honourable Prime Minister and the chair of the steering committee of Sagarmatha Sambaad. I would now like to request all our delegates, His Excellency Mr. Xiao Jie, Vice Chairman, Standing Committee of the 14th National People's Congress, China, to please come up on stage and join Right Honourable Prime Minister. I'd like to request all our delegates, His Excellency Shri Bhupender Yadav, Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, India. Honourable Dr. Arzurana Deuba, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Nepal. Honourable Mr. Ayan Bahadur Shahid Thakuri, Minister for Forest and Environment, Nepal. His Excellency Jem Chiring, Minister for Energy and Natural Resource, Bhutan. His Excellency Mr. Mukhtar Babayev, COP29 President, Ministry of Ecology and Natural Resources of the Republic of Azerbaijan. Her Excellency Ms. Sharmeen Soneya Murshid, Advisor to the Ministry of Social Welfare and Ministry of Women and Children Affairs of Bangladesh. His Excellency Abdullah Balala, Assistant Foreign Minister for Energy and Sustainability Affairs of UAE. His Excellency Barons Heyman of ULOC, Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State, Department of Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, UK. Thank you. We would like to thank Right Honorable Prime Minister K.P. Sharma Oli and all our honorable dignitaries and ministers for the official photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, with this photo session, we conclude the opening session of the Sagarmatha Sambaad 2025. May I kindly remind all distinguished delegates that the plenary session will commence at this Mega Mallar Hall in half an hour, 30 minutes. That is 11:35. The plenary session will start. Wishing to see many of you in the plenary and the roundtable sessions. We will continue working together for fruitful dialogue, ladies and gentlemen. Have a great day ahead. Thank you. shared commitment to addressing one of the most defining challenges of our time, climate change and its impact on our mountains and beyond. The plenary session is a crucial platform for transformative dialogue, for constructive ideas and concrete actions, where discussions are driven not just by the urgency of the present, but also by the responsibility of the future generations. We are grateful to have you here with us in this important dialogue. We have Honorable Dr. Arju Rana Deuba, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Nepal, as the chair of this plenary session. May I please request everyone to welcome our chair with a thundering round of applause onto the stage. A dedicated advocate for sustainable development and a champion of climate diplomacy, Honorable Minister has been instrumental in amplifying the voices of vulnerable communities and driving meaningful conversations on a global stage. Thanking everyone for being here during this plenary session of the Sagarmatha Sambaad. It is now my privilege to request our Honorable Minister, the chair for this plenary session, Dr. Arju Rana Deuba, to formally commence this session and lead us into what promises to be an enlightening and impactful discussion.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So glad to be back here. Thank you so much for attending the morning session. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, namaste again. It is my distinct honor to chair this plenary session of the Sagarmatha Sambaad 2025. I welcome you all to this session. It is an occasion to share national perspectives, experiences, challenges and visions and success stories, and thereby contribute to our collective mission of preserving and sustaining planet Earth. As well as we all just heard from the Right Honorable Prime Minister of Nepal in the opening session of the Sambaad, we are hosting this edition, this first edition, on the theme Climate Change, Mountains and the Future of Humanity. This Sambaad aims to build global solidarity, inspire collective action, and contribute to inclusive climate resilient development, emphasizing the need of saving and sustaining mountains. And I was also very happy to hear the keynote address from our friend who is heading the UNFCCC and the COP29, who came all the way to deliver the remarks. I think what we are going to speak about today is going to add weight to the initiative that has already been taken. Today we are confronting pressing realities. Our mountains are under severe threat. The impacts of climate change are being felt everywhere, be it on the mountains or on the ocean shores. In fact, in the lift I met the person, a participant from the lowest lying country, from the Netherlands, and he was very happy to be here because we share a common future. Our glaciers are retreating, the precious water sources are drying up, and the communities are facing more frequent disasters generated by climate change. Our mountain communities, who have contributed the least to global emissions, as we all know, are among the first to suffer their consequences. It is undoubted that we cannot afford to let their voices be drowned out in the global climate discourse. That is why we have chosen the seminal theme of climate change, mountains and the future of humanity for this maiden edition of the Sagarmatha Sambaad. Importantly, this edition is taking place during the first celebration of the International Year of Glaciers Preservation. Excellencies, this Sambaad is a global platform for solidarity, for sharing knowledge, and for sharing partnerships across borders. The time for isolated efforts is over. What we need now is our collective resolve. This platform is meant to urge the global community to come together with a shared commitment to protect our mountains and secure a sustainable future for all, drawing inspiration from the mighty Sagarmatha. Climate change does not recognize borders, nor should our solutions. With these opening lines, I now turn to the distinguished speakers of this plenary session, whom we are eager to listen to. Before I invite this first speaker, let me spell out a few points about today's proceedings in line with the general rules and procedures of international conferences. The list of speakers is based on protocol and alphabetical order. Each speaker will have 5 minutes to deliver the statement, and considering the time limit of this session, and at the end of 4 minutes, there will be an indication of 1 minute remaining, and the speaker may wish to wrap up the statement. However, I request the respective delegations to provide the full written statement to document at sagarmathasambaad.org for due reflection and record. Now I go on to invite the speakers. I would now like to invite the first speaker of the session, Her Excellency Ms. Sharmeen Sonaya Murshid, Advisor for the Ministry of Social Welfare and the Ministry of Women and Children Affairs, People's Republic of Bangladesh, and Her Excellency will be followed by Bhutan. Thank you. Please.
Distinguished guests, a very good morning. I was wondering, as I was preparing for my speech here today, what could I say that you already did not know? What could I add to this anguished story of climate change that you are not already aware of? A very knowledgeable audience who have been working in this sector. I fear I cannot add too much new. We know that we need to keep the temperature at below 1.5 degrees Celsius. We all know that 2023 saw the highest intensity of carbon concentration in our atmosphere, recorded the highest in 800,000 years. We know that 2024 global mean sea level rise reached a record high, that ocean heat was at its highest. What can I add to that? Glacier mass loss from 21 to 24 represents the most negative 3-year glacier mass balance. Let me stop. We can go on, but the trend intensifies. While Nepal is in panic, Bangladesh knows the consequences of a mountain, a disappearing mountain, and what significance it has for my country downstream, a little delta, a cusp, a cup that holds all the waters of the rivers of the region and is a safe passage for those rivers to flow into the ocean. This is a story, I fear, that is as old as fire and as recent as plastic. It is a turning point in our life. And I wonder, the message I'd like to give is the anguish that we live through. They say the mountains are eternal. But now, even they are melting. Glaciers, once ancient and unmoving, now flow like tears down the weathered face. We thought we stood above it all, masters of the earth, the makers of machines. We burned the bones of the planet to light our cities and chase our dreams, and in doing so, we forgot that we belong to the earth and not apart from it. Forgot that every breath we take is borrowed, every step we tread on the soil of the earth is a prayer. This is not just a climate crisis, it is a spiritual crisis. Forgetting a relationship, an old relationship of reverence. But the story is not finished. We are still breathing we are still able to choose. We can be the generation that remembers, that listens to the wind again, that walks gently in the shadow of mountains, not to conquer, but to bow. The earth does not need our pity, it needs our presence. And if we return to it fully, humbly, the future will remember us as the generation that turned time around. And why I speak in this language is because I don't have any other language to explain how vulnerable we as a region have become. One mountain, one river, one people. When the ice breaks in the high Himalayas, it does not ask permission before it flows. It does not stop at borders. It melts. And far below, in the flat deltas of Bangladesh, a mother lifts her child above the rising tide. This is the truth. The earth teaches us the atmosphere is shared, the rivers are shared, the future is shared. We survive only when we work together, like forests that root and rise as one, like birds that migrate in coordinated arcs, like cells in a single living body. The melting mountains are not just a warning. They are a call to cooperation, to compassion, to courage. I believe that's my call, but may I have just a minute to say a last word? So a call to the region before the water rises, to the nations beneath the same sky: Nepal, Bhutan, India, Bangladesh, China, Pakistan. The floods do not care for flags. The droughts do not wait for policy. When the glacier breaks, it does not check your passport. It flows, destroys, and devours. And yet still we act like it's someone else's problem. We are not blind. We cannot turn away anymore. We need joint monitoring. We need early warnings that cross borders. We need shared water governance, shared science, shared courage. I know we have it, and yet we do not. This is not the time of ego. It is a time for alliance, and the earth is already negotiating, and we must respond, not as competitors, but as co-inhabitants of a region that will only survive through solidarity. Thank you so much.
That was so poetic.
Sorry, I took a little more time.
Thank you. That was very soul-touching. Now I would like to invite His Excellency Jem Chiring, Minister for Energy and Natural Resources, Royal Government of Bhutan. Excellency, you have the floor.
Let's Kuzuzambola. So, first and foremost, I, on behalf of the Royal Government of Bhutan, His Majesty the King, Prime Minister, and people of Bhutan, to thank Nepal for calling us all together to look into the high Everest. Now, as it is, we are all into a country where Your Excellencies, that Nepal, the highest mountain in the world, at the place where Lord Buddha has been born, and then a Himalayan range where we are all connected together. So that's all good thing that we are dragged into. And then today, I thank Prime Minister Mr. Oli, then the members of the Parliament, the government of Nepal, for arranging such a discussion that climate change. So we are every time saying that nevertheless, we never heard of climate change or global warming some decades ago, but then now we are experiencing, now particularly Bhutan, Nepal, we are rich in hydro, but then lately we realize that there is something called global warming and climate change, due to which we are facing the trouble. And of course, exactly as we are all here to discuss on this, and then thereby we also got to know that how Himalayas are playing a vital role in the life of the people. Now there, I think climate change has lots to do with the mountains than to the humanity. So climate change definitely. So we are into the climate change and then the looking into the global warming and then other aspects also, whereby I'm very happy to inform the floor here that last year in November, so when COP29 in Baku was held, so that time Bhutan has been declared as carbon negative. So due to which we are very happy to inform that while these challenges are there, we are all fighting for the betterment and then give a very strong element to the environment concern. So by virtue, I think everyone understands that Bhutan depends on GNH concept. Thereby, so we are totally depending on the environment, where environment is put on the forefront by the then fourth king. So as the king of the Bhutan, when he stepped into, he said that I depend on gross national happiness, due to which one of the pillars is the environment. So that is where we are very much into, and then forest coverage also. By constitution itself, he has mentioned there that we got to be 60% forest covered, but then very happy to inform the floor here that Bhutan not only 60%, but then we have 69% forest covered, and then also we are rich into hydro. So these days, now I think Nepal has brought this topic right in the nick of time, where we need to play a vital role, whereby climate has lots to do with the mountains, mountains has lot to do with the human being. So that's why I think humanity concern is also very much we have to look into. Thereby, I think where we expect lots of glacier outburst has never been experienced long time back, but today this is a vital thing. So I think with which, just to inform that we are very much part and portion of this discussion, so we are there for it. Thank you very much, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. Thank you for your great statement. Excellencies, we have with us several country delegations and representatives of international and regional organizations to share their important perspectives. We have an important guest with us here today who is actually supposed to be speaking under the regional and international organization segment, but however, due to a very pressing event that she has to attend in Thailand, I would like to take your permission to invite her in this very segment. So I hope I would like to invite Her Excellency Ms. Armida Salcia Alice Jabana, Under Secretary General of the United Nations and Executive Secretary of the Economic and Social Commission for Asia and Pacific, to kindly deliver her remarks. Thank you, ma'am.
Honorable Dr. Arzu Ranadoiba, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Nepal, as well as Chair of the session, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I would like to congratulate the organizers of Sagarmatha Sambaad for convening this dialogue at a time when the urgency of climate action has never been more acute. The International Year of Glacier Preservation gives us a timely opportunity to raise awareness of the vulnerability of mountains and glaciers and prompt these urgent human actions needed. Excellencies, the Asia-Pacific region is home to 44% of the world's glaciers outside the Arctic ice sheets. The third pole is often referred to as the water tower of Asia. It stores more ice and snow than any region outside the North and South Poles, and is the origin of more than 10 major river systems. While the effects of warming vary across the third pole's geographies, glacier melt has intensified, especially along the rich diversity of ecosystems and species of the Himalayan mountain range, leading to the emergence of multi-hazard risk hotspots. Recognizing this risk, member states last month at the 81st session of the Commission session adopted a resolution on strengthening cooperation on the water and climate nexus. The resolution noted with concern the retreat of glaciers, permafrost thaw, mass ice loss, and the shrinking extent and duration of snow cover. It also called for enhanced regional and international collaboration to address these interconnected challenges. In this context, I would like to highlight 3 key areas for action. First, we must strengthen cooperation on the water and climate nexus grounded in science. The Third Pole Regional Climate Center Network, a science-led initiative launched by member states, including Nepal, in June 2024, provides a unique framework for regional and sub-regional cooperation. It is supported by WMO in partnership with ESCAP, ICIMOD, and other institutions. We then need to scale and deepen partnership and dialogue. The Himalaya and Hindu Kush call to action, led by ICIMOD and endorsed through a ministerial declaration in 2020, is a promising step forward. Among the issues identified in the declaration, investment in data systems are essential as investment in physical infrastructure. Data collection, analysis, and cross-country sharing enabled by innovation in geospatial and digitally driven AI application are critical for science-informed action. And finally, we must foster a shift in mindset across all levels of society that transform how we value and manage water. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency, and thank you for making a statement, and have a safe journey back. Next, I would like to request Honorable Mr. Ain Bahadur Shahi Thakuri, Minister for Forest and Environment of Nepal, to deliver his statement, followed by the United Kingdom. Excellency, you have the floor.
यस सत्रको सभाध्यक्षता गरिरहनुभएका माननीय परराष्ट्र मन्त्री डाक्टर आर्जु राणा देउबाज्यू, माननीय मन्त्रीज्यूहरू, महामहिमज्यूहरू, विशिष्ट प्रतिनिधिहरू, भद्र महिला तथा सज्जनवृन्द, सगरमाथा संवादको यस पूर्ण सत्रमा उपस्थित विशिष्ट महानुभावहरूको अवसरमा सम्बोधन गर्ने यो अवसरमा मेरो लागि ठुलो सम्मान र गर्वको विषय ठानेको छु। आज हामी गहिरो विश्वव्यापी सङ्कटको सामना गर्नुपर्ने अवस्थाको छेडमा जलवायु परिवर्तन, हिमाल र मानव जातिको भविष्य विषयमा महत्त्वपूर्ण संवादका लागि उपस्थित भएका छौँ। यस विषयको संवाद आयोजना गर्न समयानुकूल, क्षमता, सामर्थ्यता र प्रकृतिको बुद्धिमत्ताको स्थायी प्रकृतिको रूपमा रहेको विश्वको सर्वोच्च शिखर सगरमाथाको फेरि भन्दा अर्को उपयुक्त स्थान हुन सक्दैन भन्ने मलाई विश्वास छ। महामहिमज्यूहरू, विशिष्ट प्रतिनिधिज्यूहरू, विश्वका 14 मध्ये 8 वटा अग्ला हिमालहरू भएको भूमि नेपालले यी प्राकृतिक धरोहरहरूको संरक्षण गर्ने पवित्र जिम्मेवारी वहन गर्दै आएको छ। मानव जातिको लागि 5 भागको 1 भागलाई ताजा पानी, जैविक विविधता र आध्यात्मिक जीवन शक्ति प्रदान गर्दै आएको तेस्रो ध्रुवको रूपमा परिचित क्षेत्रको हिस्साका रूपमा हाम्रा हिमालहरू रहेका छन्। यी हिमालहरू केवल भव्य मात्र छैनन्, हाम्रा अत्यावश्यक जलवायु नियामक समेत रहिआएका छन्। तथापि तिनीहरू हाल द्रुत गतिमा बढ्दो जलवायु आपतकालको अग्रपन्थीमा रहेका छन्। हाम्रो आँखै अगाडि हिमाली परिदृश्यहरू रूपान्तरण हुँदै गइरहेका छन्। हिमनदीहरू घट्दैछन्, पारिस्थितिक प्रणालीहरू बदलिँदैछन्, परम्परागत जीवनशैलीहरू उल्टिँदैछन्। जलवायु सूचकहरूले खतराको सीमा पार गरिरहेका छन्। विश्व मौसम विज्ञान सङ्गठनका अनुसार सन् 2024 विगत 175 वर्षकै सबैभन्दा तातो वर्ष रहेको थियो। पर्वतीय क्षेत्रहरूको तापक्रम विश्वव्यापी औसतभन्दा दोब्बरले वृद्धि हुँदै गइरहेको कुरा जलवायु परिवर्तन सम्बन्धी अन्तरसरकारी प्यानल आइपिसिसीले को 6औं मूल्याङ्कन प्रतिवेदनले पुष्टि गरिसकेको छ। हामीले विगत 3 वर्षमा हालसम्मको सबैभन्दा धेरै हिमाच्छादित क्षेत्र गुमाएका छौँ। विगत 2 दशकको तुलनामा समुद्र सतह द्रुत गतिमा बढिरहेको छ। यस्ता धेरै परिवर्तनहरू उल्ट्याउन नसकिने किसिमका छन्। हिमनदीहरू घट्दै जानेदेखि हिमतालहरू फुट्ने, हिम पहिरो, बाढी र बदलिँदो जलवायु चक्रहरूसम्मका जलवायु परिवर्तनका नकारात्मक परिणामहरू व्याप्त भएका छन्। हिममण्डलहरू अभूतपूर्व जोखिममा छन्। यसले पानीका सुक्खा प्रणाली र क्षेत्रीय स्थायित्वलाई खतरामा पारेको छ। नेपालका लागि यी जोखिमहरू विशेष रूपमा गम्भीर रहेका छन्। हामीमध्ये सबैभन्दा जोखिममा रहेका साना किसानहरू, महिला, आदिवासी, जनजाति, दलित, बालबालिका, अपाङ्गता र वृद्धवृद्धाहरूले सबैभन्दा बढी भार वहन गर्नु परेको छ। कार्बन उत्सर्जनमा हाम्रो योगदान नगर्ने हुँदाहुँदै पनि आफूले सिर्जना नगरेको जलवायु सङ्कटको सम्पूर्ण प्रहार हामीले बेहोर्दै आएका छौँ। कठिन चुनौतीहरूका बावजुद पनि हाम्रो आफ्नो जलवायु नेतृत्वमा नेपाल दृढ रहेको छ। जलवायु कार्यलाई राष्ट्रिय योजनामा समाहित गर्दै हामीले न्याय केन्द्रित दृष्टिकोणलाई अगालेका छौँ। हाम्रो अभिवृद्ध राष्ट्रिय रूपमा निर्धारित योगदान एनडिसी विश्वव्यापी लक्ष्यभन्दा 5 वर्ष अगाडि सन् 2045 भित्र खुद शून्य कार्बन उत्सर्जन हासिल गर्ने लक्ष्य परिलक्षित छ। आजै मात्र सम्माननीय प्रधानमन्त्री केपी शर्मा ओलीज्यूको हातबाट एनडिसी सार्वजनिक भएको छ र हामीले बिटिआर पनि अन्तिम चरणमा पुर्याएर बिटिआरको पनि हामी तयारीमा छौँ। हाम्रा राष्ट्रिय जलवायु परिवर्तन नीति र राष्ट्रिय अनुकूलन योजनाले कृषि, ऊर्जा, पानी पूर्वाधार र जैविक विविधता केन्द्रित क्षेत्रीय रणनीतिहरू सहित जलवायु समानुकूलतर्फ स्पष्ट मार्गचित्र प्रस्तुत गरेका छन्। महत्त्वपूर्ण हुँदाहुँदै पनि अक्सर उपेक्षित रहेका महिला, आदिवासी तथा युवाहरूको आवाजलाई जलवायु बहसमा सुनिश्चित गर्दै स्थानीय अनुकूलन कार्ययोजनालाई विकृत आधारभूत खाका समेत स्थानीय जलवायु कार्यको अगुवाईमा स्थानीय सरकारवालाहरूलाई सशक्त बनाइएको पनि अवस्था छ। जलवायु परिवर्तन सम्बन्धी संयुक्त राष्ट्र सङ्घीय संरचना महासन्धि UNFCCC, क्योटो प्रोटोकल र पेरिस सम्झौताका पक्ष राष्ट्रको रूपमा नेपाल आफ्नो प्रतिबद्धतामा अविचलित रहेको छ। तर हामी एक्लैले केही गर्न सक्दैनौँ। जलवायु लक्ष्य हासिल गर्नमा विश्व समुदायको सहयोग र जिम्मेवारी आवश्यक छ। साझा तर भिन्न दायित्व र सम्बन्धित क्षमताको सिद्धान्तले हामीलाई मार्गदर्शन गर्नुपर्दछ। प्रदूषण गर्नेले तिर्नुपर्ने सिद्धान्तलाई हामीले सम्मान गर्नैपर्छ। जलवायु वित्त एक महत्त्वपूर्ण प्रवर्तक हो। यो नयाँ, अतिरिक्त, पूर्वानुयोग्य, अनुदानमा आधारित र सजिलो र पहुँचयोग्य हुनुपर्दछ। नेपाल जस्ता जोखिममा रहेका मुलुकहरूको ऋणको भार थप गर्ने गरी सन् 2020 मा 70% बढी जलवायु वित्त ऋणमा आएको थियो। अब हामी नेपाल र हानि नोक्सानीको सम्बोधन कुनै दान होइन, यो जलवायु न्याय हो। नेपालले कार्बन बजारलाई अवसरको रूपमा हेर्छ र यो निष्पक्षता, वातावरणीय निष्ठा र स्थानीय समुदायमा प्रत्यक्ष लाभ सुनिश्चित गर्ने सिद्धान्तद्वारा परिलक्षित हुनुपर्दछ। हिमालहरू विश्वव्यापी जलवायु केन्द्रका केन्द्रबिन्दु हुन्। तसर्थ नेपाल UNFCCC अन्तर्गत हिमाल र हिमण्डलका लागि विश्वव्यापी मैत्रीपूर्ण गठबन्धनका निमित्त आह्वान गर्दछ। हामीले विश्वव्यापी जलवायु र विकास ढाँचाभित्र हिमालहरूले प्रदान गर्ने महत्त्वपूर्ण पारिस्थितिक प्रणालीहरू सेवाहरूका संरक्षण सुनिश्चित गर्दै सोको पहिचान, सम्मान र पुरस्कृत गर्ने कार्य यथार्थमा आधारित हुनुपर्दछ। यसैका लागि पूर्व चेतावनी पहललाई तीव्र रूपमा हिमाली क्षेत्रहरूमा पुर्याउनु पर्दछ। सशक्त जोखिम मूल्याङ्कन, निरन्तर अनुगमन र भविष्यमूलक अनुकूलन पूर्व प्रमुख रणनीतिहरू हुनुपर्दछ। हामीले पारिस्थितिक प्रणालीको सुरक्षा र भावी पुस्ताको हितलाई सुनिश्चित गर्दै लचिलो खालको हिमाली समुदायको निर्माण गर्नुपर्दछ। धन्यवाद। नमस्कार।
Thank you, Excellency. Now I request our very capable MC to kindly deliver, do a very short synopsis of His Excellency's delivery, and the full translated text will be available on our website.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Honourable Minister. Our Honourable Minister highlighted Nepal's unwavering commitment to strengthening its policies to drive sustainable growth and climate resilience. Recognizing the pressing challenges faced by our nation, he emphasized the urgent need for robust and forward-looking policies that prioritize environmental conservation, sustainable development, and economic stability. He also stressed that true progress is not achieved in isolation. Nepal's journey towards sustainable development must be a collective effort, one that brings together government, private sector, international partners, and local communities together. By working hand in hand with global allies, Nepal aims to harness innovation, share best practices, and create impactful solutions that benefit not just the nation, but the entire world. The minister's address served as a powerful reminder that with the right policies, strong partnership, and a united vision, Nepal and the world can pave a way for a resilient and prosperous future. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Samiksha. Now I would like to request Her Excellency Baroness Susan Heyman, Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State, United Kingdom, for her statement, followed by the United Arab Emirates. Madam, the floor is yours.
Foreign Minister Dioba, Environment Minister Takuri, Honourable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished and expert delegates, colleagues and friends. It is a great privilege to be here in Kathmandu for the Sagarmatha Sambaad, and thank you for such a warm welcome to this wonderful country. The UK and Nepal have been friends for many years, and for the last 100 of those years, our friendship has been formalised by treaty. As the Honourable President of Nepal put it, when welcoming the Duke and Duchess of Edinburgh to Kathmandu earlier this year, Nepal is the UK's oldest ally in Asia. Our unique relationship has matured into a modern development partnership grounded in solidarity and in mutual respect. This is one I am keen to see deepen, particularly in the face of shared global challenges, which is precisely what we're here to do today. Nepal has long led efforts to raise awareness of the threats facing mountain ecosystems. This dialogue, as well, is timely, taking place as we prepare for COP30 in Brazil. The theme, From Mountains to Sea, is compelling. It reminds us that the impacts of climate change are connected across geographies, sectors, and societies. Nepal contributes only 0.04% of global greenhouse gas emissions, yet it is among the countries most exposed to the effects of a changing climate. The Hindu Kush Himalaya region supports nearly 1.9 billion people downstream. Its glaciers are retreating at alarming rates, now melting 65% faster than a decade ago. And Nepal's rivers contribute up to 70% of the Ganges dry season flow. This sustains agriculture, energy, and daily life across South Asia. Its forests, watersheds, and ecosystems are a cornerstone of regional climate and water security. And the stakes are rising. The floods of September 2024 caused economic losses exceeding 45 billion Nepali rupiah. These shocks will only intensify as temperatures rise, monsoons shift, and high-risk glacial lakes increase in number. And at the same time, air pollution is accelerating glacier melt and harming public health. In Kathmandu alone, 12% of residents suffer from chronic respiratory illness, and countrywide, over 42,000 premature deaths annually are linked to air pollution. Tackling these pollutions is a vital part of Nepal's climate and health response, and progress is possible. The UK supports Nepal's advocacy for access to climate finance and the recognition that adaptation in upstream countries is a global responsibility. And Nepal's challenges are interconnected. Climate, nature, development, and health are not separate issues. Over 80% of rural households depend on springs for water, yet they're drying up. Biodiversity is under pressure, communities are being displaced, and institutions are being stretched. But Nepal is not passive in the threat of these threats. It's committed to net zero by 2045, adopted a climate budget code that directs 35% of public spending to climate-related actions and requires that 80% of climate finance be spent at local level. These are powerful signals of political will, and the UK is proud to stand alongside Nepal in delivering on them. And we have a portfolio of work focused on adaptation with Nepal, on mitigation, health, and inclusive development, the Resilience, Adaptation and Inclusion in Nepal programme, the Green Growth Nepal programme supporting low-carbon, climate-resistant development, and the Sagarmatha programme building stronger systems for climate and health. The UK is working to improve access to the Green Climate Fund, to pilot carbon market approaches, and to mobilise investment in sectors like clean transport, waste and energy. It is an honour to be here today representing the UK. We look forward to continuing our partnership, not only in traditional development, but right across the climate and nature agendas. We remain committed to supporting Nepal as it strengthens its institutions, protects its ecosystems, and delivers for its people. Together, we will move from dialogue to delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Excellency. Now, may I invite the next speaker, His Excellency Abdullah Balala, Assistant Minister for Energy and Sustainability Affairs of the United Arab Emirates, to make his statement, followed by India.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, honored hosts, Assalamu alaikum. It is wonderful to join you in Kathmandu for this historic first edition of Sagarmatha Sambaad. I convey the sincere appreciation and the greetings of His Highness Sheikh Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Foreign Affairs of the United Arab Emirates. We extend our deepest thanks to the Government of Nepal, to Your Excellency, and to the people of Nepal for convening this vital dialogue at the roof of the world. The name Sagarmatha, which is the Nepali name for Mount Everest, reminds us of what is truly elevated in this world, not just peaks, but principles. Resilience, harmony with nature, intergenerational duty, and the pursuit of common good. Today, as we gather under the shadow of the Himalayas, we are reminded that what happens to glaciers do not stay in the mountains. Mountains are not only vital source of water, biodiversity, and culture, they are also powerful indicators of our planet's health. What happens on the peaks today will shape the fate of the valleys and coastlines tomorrow. As glaciers melt, they feed rising seas. As slopes become unstable, landslides follow. Disrupted weather patterns bring droughts, floods, and food insecurity to communities near and far. In every sense, the fate of our mountains is intertwined with the future of humanity. Excellencies, although the UAE is not predominantly a mountainous country by geography, we are defined by a deep respect for nature. Climate change anywhere in the world carries consequences for all economies, and the UAE as a global hub for trade and innovation and resilience is no exception. Our mountain range straddling the Eastern Arabian Peninsula plays a vital role in sustaining biodiversity, preserving cultural heritage, and securing water resources in one of the most arid regions on Earth. This gives us a profound understanding of the risks faced by mountain communities and the shared purpose in amplifying their voices in global climate governance. It was from this same conviction to ensure no vulnerable community is left unheard or unsupported that the UAE helped drive a historic breakthrough at COP28 in Dubai, the operationalization of the Fund for Responding Loss and Damage. The UAE is proud to have been one of the first and largest contributors with $100 million to jumpstart the fund's life-saving work in supporting the most vulnerable. We made this commitment not out of symbolism, but out of solidarity. We believe no community, mountain, island, or lowland should face climate devastation alone or unaided. We recognize that mountain ecosystems are underfinanced and undervalued, despite their critical role in sustaining water security, biodiversity, and cultural heritage. The UAE is actively connecting private capital to high-impact adaptation, resilience, and nature-based solutions across fragile geographies. At the heart of these efforts lies the UAE Framework for Global Climate Resilience, a unifying approach launched to strengthen climate resilience worldwide and safeguard the most vulnerable. This framework reflects the UAE commitment to ensuring that no ecosystem or community is left behind as we transition towards a climate-secure future. We welcome mountain nations to work with us and regional finance institutions to develop the required financing tools that can respond to this important matter. As the host country of the 2026 United Nations Water Conference, co-chaired with Senegal, the UAE invites all nations represented here to help shape a global water agenda that includes glaciers, groundwater, and cross-ecosystem coordination. The water that flows from your peaks sustain our valleys. The fate of snowmelt is the fate of food security, energy system, and human health. This conference will be a platform to unique mountain, coastal, and desert nations behind the shared blueprint for water resilience. The UAE calls for a new South-South partnership for mountain and arid regions, bringing together states across Asia, Africa, and Latin America who shared the burdens of climate-induced water stress, biodiversity loss, and extreme weather. We believe that the highest summits are not those we stand upon, but those we rise towards together. The UAE stands ready to partner with all states represented here. Let Sagarmatha Sambaad mark not just a moment of reflection, but a turning point for action, where the mountains inspire momentum and where climate justice is scaled from the peaks to the people. We have the tools, we have the science, and we have the collective ingenuity to change course. And remember, when we safeguard the mountains, we safeguard our shared homes. Thank you, Shukriya, Dhanabad.
Thank you, Excellency, for your statement. May I now invite His Excellency Mr. Amandeep Garg, Assistant Minister, Government of India, for his statement, followed by the state of Qatar after this.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste and a very good afternoon to all of you. Sagarmatha Sambaad, situated in the lap of the majestic Himalayas, offers an unparalleled opportunity to strengthen our shared regional and global resolve towards mountain sustainability and climate resilience. The theme of our discussion today resonates deeply with India. The Himalayas, our formidable sentinels and source of life-giving rivers, face unprecedented challenges. The future of these mountains is inextricably linked with the future of humanity, not just in our region, but globally. What happens in these ecosystems impacts biodiversity, agricultural systems, and the livelihoods of millions downstream. It is fitting that this conference will have a number of parallel scientific sessions covering a wide range of specific themes that will be discussed by a number of experts and other stakeholders over the next few days. While looking forward to these deliberations, I would like to note some common guiding principles that emerge from our perspective. In the light of global experience of more than 3 decades of UNFCCC. Our great achievement in the convention was the articulation of principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. In the Paris Agreement, we added the principle of climate justice. Since then, it has been a long effort to implement and operationalize these principles. The developed countries' emissions have led to disproportionate share of global carbon budget, being appropriated by a very few, while the majority of developing countries still have a long way to go in meeting their basic needs and priorities, let alone their aspirations for well-being. This is why the UNFCCC commitment that developed countries would take the lead is extremely important. Climate finance is among the most important commitment made by the developed countries under the UNFCCC and its Paris Agreement. Climate finance for adaptation and even more for mitigation has to be publicly sourced, predictable, and accessible based on the needs articulated by the developing countries. Further, increased ambition is necessary, but it has to be based on equity and CBDR and RC, without which it does not carry much meaning. Excellencies, dear friends, despite these formidable challenges, India, under the visionary leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, has embarked on decisively on addressing climate change. Our commitment is not merely rhetorical, but backed by concrete action and achievements. In particular, among many initiatives, recognizing the unique vulnerabilities of Himalayan region, India launched National Mission for Sustaining Himalayan Ecosystem under our National Action Plan on Climate Change. India has championed initiatives like Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana, providing clean cooking fuel to 103 million rural households, thereby reducing indoor air pollution and pressure on forest resources in the mountain regions. The Soil Health Card Scheme, which provides vital information to the farmers on the nutrient status of the soil, supports 10 million farmers to improve the soil health and fertility. In the end, I would like to say that the future of humanity depends upon how we collectively address the climate change and safeguard our mountains. This requires a paradigm shift towards green development, sustainable consumption, and climate justice. Let us work together with a sense of urgency and shared responsibility to ensure that these magnificent peaks continue to inspire awe and sustain life for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your statement. I would now like to invite His Excellency Badr Omar El Dafa, Special Envoy for Climate Change, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, State of Qatar, for the statement. followed by Kyrgyz Republic. Excellency, you have the floor.
Assalamu alaikum. Excellency, Foreign Minister, Excellencies, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. First, I would like to extend my thanks to the esteemed Foreign Minister of Nepal for this gracious invitation to this important conference on climate change, mountains, and the future of humanity. It is a privilege to be here in Nepal, a nation of breathtaking beauty and a profound ecological significance. Qatar, my country, despite its desert environment, recognizes the urgent global challenge of climate change and is actively contributing solutions. We have embarked on an ambitious path outlined in our National Climate Change Action Plan 2030, with a firm target of reducing greenhouse gas emission by 25%. By 2027, Qatar aims to expand its LNG production to 127 million tons annually to replace high-polluting fuels like oil and coal and use clean energy. Furthermore, we are making substantial investments in renewable energy sources and pioneering carbon capture and storage technologies to diversify the energy mix and mitigate our environment impact. Qatar has successfully designed 2 sustainable smart cities, Lusail City and Msheireb Downtown, which were designed to optimize sustainable urban planning through the application of world-class environmental standards. Qatar is highly committed to producing the most innovative and organic research projects, which is the way countries has invested in world-renowned environment institutions such as Qatar Science and Technology Park, Qatar Environment and Energy Research Institute. We also deeply praise Nepal's proactive and dedicated efforts in addressing the impact of climate change, particularly within your fragile mountain ecosystem. Your commitment to developing and implementing the National Adaptation Plan, focusing on vital sectors such as agriculture, water resources management, and disaster risk reduction, showcase a strong national resolve to protect your communities and natural heritage. Given its long ties with Nepal, Qatar stands ready to collaborate and share knowledge as well as collective strive for the sustainable future for all. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I wish best in this conference.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Excellency. Now I would like to invite Her Excellency Ms. Dinara Kemelova, Special Representative of the President of Kyrgyzstan, for implementation of 5 years of action for development of mountain regions of the Kyrgyz Republic for the statement, followed by Brazil.
Your Excellency, Honorable Dr. Arzurana Deba, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Nepal, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to express my deep gratitude to Government of Nepal for hosting this meaningful Sagarmatha Sambaad event and warm hospitality. I commend Nepal for its efforts in promoting the mountain and climate change agenda. This is the second time of my visit to Nepal. 1 year ago, Nepalese government organized expert dialogue on mountain, people, and climate change in Kathmandu. And last year, during COP29, President of Kyrgyzstan, Sadir Japarov, participated in high-level session addressing climate-induced loss and damage in mountainous regions hosted by Nepal President Ramchandra Paudel. At the same time, Kyrgyzstan, with Azerbaijan presidency of COP29 and Mongolia, organized a high-level dialogue mainstreaming the mountain agenda and climate change in the framework of UNFCCC with participation of President of Nepal and other distinguished delegates. These events contributed to advancing mountain agenda because mountain communities are among the most vulnerable to the impact of climate change, facing melting glaciers, water insecurity, land degradation, and economic marginalization of mountain communities. Addressing these challenges requires solidarity, innovation, urgent and transformative action. In this regard, the Kyrgyz Republic initiated and implements the 5 years of action for the development of mountain regions for 2023 and 2027 endorsed by UN General Assembly resolution. This is not only a national priority, it is an international call for stronger cooperation, knowledge exchange, and investing to the resilience of mountain communities and ecosystems. Just last month, in April, we hosted the Global Mountain Dialogue for Sustainable Development in Bishkek with participation of more than 50 countries and 29 international organizations. This conference marked a major milestone on the road to the Bishkek Plus 25 summit scheduled for 2027 as the culminating event of the 5 years of action plan for the development of mountain regions. It is not only reinforced global solidarity around the challenge of sustainable mountain development, but also laid the groundwork for concrete international action. During the conference, the President of the Kyrgyz Republic proposed a set of ambitious initiatives to elevate the mountain agenda in the global level. These include, first, establishing a fund for mountain countries' development. We advocate for targeted financing for needs of mountain regions to implement programs on climate change adaptation and resilience with a focus on glaciers, forests, addressing mountain land degradation and biodiversity loss, increasing preparedness for natural disasters, and social economic support for mountain communities, especially women and children. Second, creating UN coordinated mechanism, UN Mountains. Third, launching an international platform on mountain youth, women and climate. In this regard, we continue to advocate for the creation of the broad coalition of mountainous countries and sustaining global mountain dialogue. Alongside with a group of friends of mountain countries in New York, the Mountain Partnership under the FAO in Rome, we have launched a mountain group in the framework of the UNFCCC, which counts today 9 state parties. We invite those countries which have not done so yet to join to this group. Today, as we look ahead of COP30, the Kyrgyz Republic, together with several mountain nations, is promoting a declaration on climate change, mountains and glaciers. We believe this declaration can become a shared voice for those whose lives and culture are shaped by highland ecosystems. We sincerely hope Nepal and other countries will join to this declaration. Dear friends, in order to continue our global mountain dialogue and mainstreaming mountain agenda and climate change, we invite you to participate in World Mountain Youth Festival in Kyrgyzstan in August this year, and Mountain International Conference next spring in New York in UN headquarters in 2026, which will be followed by second Global Mountain Summit in Kyrgyzstan in 2027. We hope that you will join and contribute in turning our shared concerns into collective solutions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Madam, for your statement. Now I would like to request His Excellency Mr. Carlos Alberto Michelson Den Hartog, Ambassador of the Federal Republic of Brazil, to deliver his statement, followed by Egypt.
Honorable Dr. Arzu Rana Deuba, Minister of Foreign Affairs, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. First, let me congratulate the government of Nepal on convening the first Sagarmatha Sambaad Forum and wish it complete success. As all of you know, Brazil is now preparing for COP30, which will take place in November 2025 in the city of Belém, Pará State, located within the Brazilian Amazon region. On March 10th, the President-designate of COP30, Ambassador André Correia do Lago, released his first letter to the international community presenting the Brazilian vision of COP30. The letter establishes the path that will lead to the definition of priorities for the conference. A broad consultation process will enable the identification of deliverables that combine ambition and feasibility in a highly challenging geopolitical context. Brazilian presidency of COP30 is working to define expectations for the 4 dimensions of the conference: meeting of head of state and government, formal negotiations, action agenda, and public mobilization. It's a quite long letter already delivered by our embassies to all parties of the convention. And so I will just mention 4 of its key points. The first one is the need to protect and expand cooperation in a context of serious institutional fragility of the climate regime. The COP29 negotiations in Baku last year show strong signs of fraying and possible exhaustion of the multilateral negotiation process. Moreover, in November and December of 24, other UN negotiations on plastic, biodiversity, and desertification failed. COP29 achieved merely sufficient results, concluding the rules for the carbon market, the last pending negotiation for the complete regulation of the rulebook of the Paris Agreement, and defining the new climate finance objective, the last remaining mandate of COP21 in Paris 2015. The second key point is the need to reverse the worrying trend of unilateralism and fragmentation of cooperation. Therefore, COP30 constitutes an opportunity to consolidate the legacy of multilateral negotiations, avoid institutional and international law setbacks, and ensure that multilateralism and international cooperation remains the cornerstone of the global response to climate change. Brazil believes that COP30 must mark the moment where we transition to the post-negotiation phase of the convention, in which we refocus our efforts on action and implementation and on increasing the efficiency of the UNFCCC process to enhance ambition and concrete implementation of decisions. In that context, the COP30 presidency will organize some groups, the Circle of Presidencies, Circles of Indigenous Leadership, Global Ethical Stocktaking, Special Councils of Scientists and Economists, and a group of special envoys. The third key point, the importance of connecting the abstraction of negotiations with real life. As the global warming intensifies, climate changes increasingly impact the daily lives of people, governments, societies, and economies. A collective effort should reinforce precisely the centrality of climate action and put promises into practice. accelerating the implementation of the Paris Agreement that depends on coordination and structural adjustment beyond the Convention of Climate Change. The Paris Agreement is working, but not fast enough. Accelerating and scaling results depends on the size of actions that go far beyond the Climate Convention, including levers for the broad and rapid dissemination of financial, technological, and capacity-building resources, as well as structural change in international governance and financial system, especially to increase fiscal space and reduce the cost of capital in developing countries. But Brazil hopes that the COP30 will leave a legacy of a granary of solutions in the areas of forest, mountains, energy, transportation, cities, agriculture, and livestock, as well as fair transition and reductions in inequalities in bioeconomy and digital technologies. We also hope that the COP30 will be a showcase and a platform for attracting international resources for government policies and investment plans. On the 8th May, the Ambassador Correa do Lago sent a second letter that focused especially on plans for global mobilization process. Well, as, if you let me, Minister, as a Brazil representative in this dialogue, I hope that the results of the Sagarmatha Sambaad will provide Nepal with relevant ideas, elements, proposals to contribute substantively to the efforts and concrete results that we all expect from COP30. But for that, I would like to emphasize the importance of all the delegations attending COP30 coming with ample and flexible mandates to reach consensus on concrete actions and new ambitions, as we need them to cope with the climate change challenges we are facing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. That was very informative for all of us as well. Next, I would like to request Excellency Ms. Noha Hamdi Ahmed Al-Jibali, Ambassador of Arab Republic of Egypt, for the statement. Madam, the floor is yours. Her statement will be followed by Oman.
Honorable Dr. Arzu Rana Duba, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Nepal, Honorable Mr. Ain Bahadur Shahi Takuri, Minister of Forest and Environment of Nepal, Honorable Ministers, distinguished guests, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste and warm greetings. It is a great honor for me to be here today to address the first edition of the Sagarmatha Sambaad, a timely and visionary initiative by the government of Nepal. Held in the shadow of the majestic Sagarmatha, Mount Everest, this dialogue not only represents symbolic significance, but also practical urgency. It reminds us all that our highest mountains are not distant peaks, but vital guardians of ecosystems, biodiversity, water security, and ultimately human survival. Egypt commends Nepal for convening this multi-stakeholder dialogue at such a critical juncture in our collective climate journey. Despite being a country whose terrain is predominantly plain, Egypt recognized the ecological, societal, and climatic significance of the mountainous regions, both in our own territory and globally. Mountains play an outsized role in local climate regulation, groundwater recharge, and biodiversity preservation. These are all essential to the national strategy for climate adaptation, and their protection is integral to sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, Egypt had the honor of hosting COP27 back in 2022. COP27 was a historic milestone in the global climate process. It elevated the voice of the Global South and placed adaptation and climate justice at the heart of the agenda. Perhaps one of the most notable outcomes of COP27 was the establishment of the Loss and Damage Fund, a long-awaited mechanism aimed at supporting vulnerable countries suffering the devastating consequences of climate change. This was a collective triumph born from years of advocacy by developing nations, including mountain countries like Nepal, who face rising temperatures, glacial retreat, and water insecurity at an alarming pace. COP27 also resulted in the launch of the Sharm el-Sheikh Adaptation Agenda, a comprehensive initiative to accelerate resilience building across food systems, water resources, and infrastructures, areas critical to mountainous regions. Today, as we gather here in Kathmandu, Egypt reaffirms its full understanding of the environmental, social, and economic significance of mountains to Nepal, one of the countries most affected by climate change in high-altitude zones. We fully support Nepal's efforts to protect its unique mountain ecosystems and enhance the resilience of local communities, especially in light of all the climate challenges. Egypt strongly supports the integration of mountain issues into global adaptation frameworks, including the Paris Agreement and the UN 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, particularly Goal 13, Climate Action, and Goal 15, Life on Land. It is imperative that fragile mountain areas in developing countries receive targeted financial and technical support. Climate finance has to be made more accessible and equitable, and a larger share must be directed towards adaptation, especially where vulnerability is greatest. Ladies and gentlemen, the mountains, like the oceans and forests, are part of the interconnected systems that sustain life on Earth, but their voices have long been subdued in international fora. The Sagarmatha Sambaad, I believe, will help change that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. Now, thank you. I would like to invite His Excellency Issa bin Saleh Al Shibani, Ambassador of the Sultanate of Oman to Nepal. And I would also like to recognize we have with us now Her Excellency Ikwina Ekiko, Parliamentary Vice Minister for Foreign Affairs of Japan, who has just arrived in Nepal. So we will be first, since I have already invited Oman first, I would like to request His Excellency, the Ambassador of Oman, and after that, Madam Ikwina Ekiko. Oh. The floor.
Excellency Foreign Minister, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation. I convey the greetings of our Foreign Minister, who unfortunately couldn't be here to participate in this very important forum. For us is where I haven't really prepared a speech, but I think we do support the initiative of Nepal in terms of the importance of protecting the environment and also the mountains in a way that will help to mitigate really the diverse effect that this has caused on the climate change. We have had a very active participation in COP27 and COP28, and I hope that will continue in support of these initiatives. We do have as well participants from Oman who have a mountaineer who have really climbed to the top of the Everest mountains, and where in some of our discussions we see that, I think where we don't touch on the importance of how these sports could really play a role in terms of bringing that much of awareness of how the issue of protecting mountains and climate change really play a great role in the initiative itself. I thank you again, Foreign Minister, for this opportunity and wish you all success for this summit. Thank you.
Excellency. And now I have the pleasure to invite Her Excellency Ikwina Akiko, Parliamentary Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Japan, for her statement. Thank you.
The Right Honorable Mr. Kadoga Prasad Sharma Ori, Prime Minister of Nepal, Honorable Dr. Arzulana Deva, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Chair of the plenary session, Honorable Mr. Ain Bahadur Shah Thakri, Minister for Forest and Environment of Nepal, and distinguished representatives from around the world. Namaskar. On behalf of the government of Japan, I would like to express my congratulations on holding the first Sagarmatha Sambaad. I would also like to express my gratitude to the government of Nepal for the invitation. We commend the Nepalese government initiative in establishing the Sagarmatha Sambaad as a forum for dialogue among multiple stakeholders, and believe it will be extremely useful in considering an action plan to address climate change. Climate change is a security issue that affects the very existence of humankind. Extreme weather events due to climate change significantly impact Japan's national security in various ways. This passage is included in Japan's National Security Strategy, which was adopted in 2022. This recognition is shared by many other countries. If we fail to address this issue, we may not be able to leave a world for our future generations. Given the urgency of the climate crisis, it is essential to bring together the wisdom and efforts of the international community to work together to solve it. Last week, I visited the Republic of Marshall Islands, RMI, an enchanting country with beautiful beach and people. The RMI is an atoll country with an average elevation of only 2 meters. I found at first hand that issues of climate change and sea level rise are threatening the very existence of the country. The international community today is facing changes that will define the era. Amid shifting power balances and intensifying geopolitical competition, divisions within the international community are becoming even more serious. At the same time, global issues such as climate change are becoming increasingly grave. Many countries are facing economic slowdown and widening economic disparities. The question now is how to overcome these compound crises. Japan is committed to working with all stakeholders to overcome these challenges. Japan is taking the lead in reducing greenhouse gas emissions. We have set ambitious targets of reducing emissions by 60% by 2035 and 73% by 2040 compared to 2013 levels, with the aim of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. We will steadily implement measures toward achieving these targets. At the same time, it is also important to support developing countries in their mitigation efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and their adaptation efforts to avoid and reduce the damage caused by climate change. Japan will provide support that leverage its strengths while responding in a tailored manner to the challenges faced by developing countries. Distinguished guests, today I would like to highlight 3 points regarding Japan's approach to providing such support. First, we will address development issues based on human security, which will also provide co-benefit assistance that will contribute to climate change measures. Climate change measures tend to be put on the back burner because their effects are not clear in the short term. Japan is providing support in areas such as electricity and energy, urban development, and forest conservation. We provide such support to resolve development issues while achieving decarbonization and building societies that are resilient to the negative impacts of climate change. Second, we will utilize our technologies and knowledge and promote innovation. Japan has a long-standing advantage in responding to natural disasters, such as floods and in disaster risk reduction. We have proactively contributed to promoting disaster risk reduction measures internationally, including initiating the adoption of the Sendai Framework for disaster risk reduction, which serves as a major international guideline. At the same time, this is an ongoing challenge that Japan is also working on through trial and error, and it is important to promote intellectual collaboration among private, public, and academic institutions. It is also crucial to embrace a perspective of co-creating solutions with other countries. Japan, as equal partners, will aim to co-create solutions tailored to various circumstances of each country. Third, we will collaborate with various stakeholders. Climate action is a challenge that must be addressed across borders. We will promote collaboration with diverse partners within the region. Climate action requires significant funding. Thus, we will promote the use of external finance, such as the Green Climate Fund, and collaborate with the private sector. Distinguished guests, here in Nepal, natural disasters such as floods and landslides are also frequent. Protecting the rich forests that are the source of livelihood and income for the people of Nepal from flood damage remains an urgent task. Through the Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, Japan has engaged in forest conservation in Nepal since the 1990s. Japanese experts have been working with local communities. We are promoting forest conservation in cooperation with residents through dialogue, including women who have become guardians of the forest nowadays. Last year, we also began efforts to strengthen flood control measures in the flood-prone districts of Sunsari and Moran. Let us join forces to overcome this compound crisis, to live a prosperous world for future generations. Japan will continue to contribute to global decarbonization by providing tailored support to countries facing challenges. This will be done by using Japan's experience and technology and the promotion of private investment. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you, and thank you for coming all the way and coming right here and being so fresh and to the point. Thank you. I would now like to invite His Excellency Mr. Abrar H. Hashmi, Ambassador of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan to Nepal, for his statement. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Honorable Chair, Dr. Arzu Deobarana, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Namaste, Assalamu Alaikum, and a very good afternoon. On behalf of the Government of Pakistan, I extend our sincere gratitude to the government and people of Nepal for convening the inaugural Sagarmatha Sambaad. This timely dialogue underscores the nexus between climate change, mountains, and the future of humanity. Today, as we gather here in historic Kathmandu, glaciers are melting at an alarming pace. Their retreat threatens not just biodiversity and mountain communities, but the food, water, and energy security of millions downstream. Pakistan is home to towering ranges. Much like Nepal, we share 13 out of 14 highest peaks, from Himalayas to Karakoram and Hindu Kush, encompassing over 7,000 glaciers, the largest concentration outside polar region, and they are vital for us. We have witnessed firsthand the perils of glacier melt and gulfs due to climate change, despite contributing less than 1% to global greenhouse gas emissions. The 2022 floods was a stark reminder, displacing 33 million population, caused over $35 billion in losses, destroying critical infrastructure. The stark imbalance reinforces the urgency of equitable climate action and centrality of climate finance. Excellencies, according to IPCC assessment, surpassing the 1.5 Celsius warming threshold could result in the loss of over 1/3 of the world's remaining glaciers, with their devastating consequences for ecosystems, freshwater supplies, and sea level rise. The UNFCCC's Standing Committee on Finance estimates that developing countries will require over $6 trillion by 2030 to implement their NDCs. Therefore, there is an urgent need for enhanced global climate action and international cooperation to mitigate the negative impacts of climate change based on established principles of equity and common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. The developed countries need to meet their climate finance commitments with balanced focus on adaptation and mitigation, as well as loss and damage. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on its part, Pakistan has launched a wide range of institutional, financial, and policy reforms to catalyze a climate-resilient development pathway. These include establishment of Pakistan Climate Change Authority to steer long-term coordinated climate governance, ecosystem restoration, and to integrate adaptation measures across vulnerable sectors. Our national climate finance strategy is guiding climate investments in public-private collaboration. National Glacier Strategy is to address glacial melt and water stress. Under the Paris Agreement, Pakistan has pledged that by 2030, 30% of all new vehicles sold in Pakistan in various categories will be electric vehicles. We have set an ambitious target to generate 60% of our energy from clean and renewable energy sources by 2030. Living Indus Initiative is designed as a world restoration flagship by UNEP to restore large-scale ecosystem to bolster climate resilience. The government is strengthening early warning systems and enhancing disaster preparedness and response mechanism to enhance cities' capacities to cope with climate change impacts and natural disasters. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, finally, We must all work together to share our knowledge, expertise, and resources to achieve humanity's common goals. Together, we can create a better and resilient future. I thank you all.
Thank you, Excellency. Thank you for your statement. This concludes the list of statements by country delegations. Now it will be followed by statements from representatives of international and regional organizations. In this, I would like to invite His Excellency Martin Reiser, World Bank Regional Vice President for South Asia, to deliver his statement, followed by the Asian Development Bank. Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs, Dr. Arzu Deuba. Honored guests, friends, and colleagues, last week, Nepal did something extraordinary. It held a funeral for a glacier. The Yala Glacier, high in the Langtang Valley, once stood proud, vast, beautiful, and seemingly eternal. It gave life to the communities below for generations, but today it has lost 2/3 of its mass and retreated nearly 800 meters since 1974. And if current warming continues, scientists warn it may disappear completely by the year 2040. The ceremony to honor Yala's passing was not just symbolic. It was a wake-up call. Because Yala's story is not unique, it's the story of the Himalayas. Glaciers across this sacred range are melting at record pace, and this is not a distant problem. It is already affecting the communities below that rely on the rivers that nourish nearly 2 billion people. And it's not just the rising temperatures. Pollutants like black carbon settle on the ice, accelerating the melt. Nepal, a country that has contributed so little to this crisis, finds itself on the frontiers of its impact. Droughts are more frequent, glacial lake outbursts, floods are more dangerous, and hard-won development gains are under growing threat. Yet, even in this sobering reality, we see powerful signs of resilience. Across South Asia, people are already adapting to climate change. In an upcoming report, we find that 4 out of 5 households are taking steps to cope with climate stress. And in places with early warning systems, 90% of families act in advance. These are not stories of helplessness. These are stories of action and strength. We also see what works. Nepal's community forestry movement, locally led, nationally scaled, is a model for the world. Rural roads, hanging bridges are connecting people to markets, schools, and care. Indeed, it turns out that some of these basic development investments are at the core of effective adaptation strategies. But these efforts must grow. South Asia remains the most climate vulnerable region among emerging economies, and while households and firms are trying, too many face barriers, limited credit, asymmetric information, and inflexible labor markets. The private sector has a vital role to play. Our analysis finds that autonomous adaptation, the actions that households and firms take in the face of climate change, could offset up to 1/3 of the impacts from rising temperatures. But governments must help to clear the way by improving access to weather data, promoting market-based solutions such as insurance, and investing in resilient technologies, basic infrastructure, and adaptive social protection. Because when people are informed and empowered and connected, they adapt and they lead. But let me be clear. This is not just about funding. International solidarity is vital. But in the face of declining aid budgets, it's about rethinking development, with climate shaping how we build, grow, and empower. That means stronger infrastructure, broader financial inclusion, and more jobs in resilient sectors like tourism, services, and the green economy. Our new country partnership framework for Nepal, which we expect to present to our board within this month, has these insights at its core. It focuses on only 2 key priorities: jobs and resilience. Jobs for people that are affected by climate change and need new opportunities and resilience to make sure they have those opportunities and are better protected. Nepal has already written one of South Asia's most inspiring stories of poverty reduction. Let the next chapter be one of resilience, led by its people, supported by strong partnerships, and admired around the world. We stand ready to support Nepal and the rest of the South Asia region on this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, for your statement. Next on my list is Her Excellency Ms. Fatima Yasmin, Asian Development Bank Vice President for the sector. Her statement will be followed by SARC.
Honorable Foreign Minister of Nepal, Ms. Arjurana Deva, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, a good afternoon to you all. It is my privilege to speak at this inaugural session of Sagarmatha Sambaad. I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to the government of Nepal for hosting this event on climate change, mountains, and future of humanity. The majestic ranges of Hindu Kush Himalayas, Pamir, and Tian Shan have long shaped the culture, spiritual, and ecological identity of Asia. For the people of this region and beyond, mountains are not just an awe-inspiring landscapes. They are also sacred places, vital ecosystem, and essential sources of livelihoods. Yes, these mountains are now at the front line of the climate change crisis. Glacier retreat, water scarcity, floods, and landslides are becoming increasingly frequent and severe, threatening both natural ecosystems and rural communities. Hard-earned development gains achieved over decades by the people, communities, and countries are at constant risk of being wiped out in a single event. The 2024 glacial lake outburst flood in Sikkim was a stark warning of our rapidly changing climate. Unfortunately, it is not an isolated incident. What happened in the highlands inevitably cascades down to the lowlands, farther downstream in the deltas, such as the one where I come from. Sea level rise, floods, and typhoons present parallel risks. This is a shared crisis that demands coordinated actions requiring regional cooperation and long-term resilience planning. ADB's midterm review of Strategy 2030 identified 5 focus areas that will guide our work moving forward. Climate action is one of them, along with others. As of December 2024, ADB's cumulative climate finance commitment stood at $41.9 billion against our target of $100 billion by 2030. This significant investment reflects ADB's deepening commitment to addressing multi-hazard risk in our region. Let me quickly share a relevant example from Nepal. ADB's Building Adaptation and Resilience in the Hindu Kush Himalayas Technical Assistance Project aims to enhance the understanding of multi-hazard risks and strengthen regional cooperation and climate resilience across the fragile mountain ecosystem of the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. It supports countries in developing adaptive strategies to address growing climate and disaster risks to critical infrastructure and enhancing transboundary collaboration. Climate change does not recognize borders, and neither should our commitments and actions. The future of Asia depends on a useful response grounded in science, unified policies, equity, and innovation. ADB stands ready to support transformative action through regional cooperation, green technologies, and resilient infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency, and thank you, ADB, for making this whole event a success. I would now like to request His Excellency Mohammad Ghulam Sarwar, Secretary General of SAARC, to deliver a statement, followed by BIMSTEC.
Honorable Dr. Arzu Rana Deuba, Foreign Minister of Nepal, Honorable Ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, namaste and assalamu alaikum from the South Asian Association for Regional Cooperation, SAARC. It is a great honor for me to join you at this important forum, Sagarmatha Sambaad, aptly named after the world's highest peak, the majestic Mount Everest, Sagarmatha, which is not just our shared heritage, but also a symbol of endurance and resilience of Mother Nature. I commend the government of Nepal for convening this important multi-stakeholder dialogue on this critical theme, the climate change, mountains, and the future of humanity. The ecological lifeline today stands at a crossroad. Adverse impact of climate change is clearly visible in our mountains, and our mountains are sounding an unmistakable call for urgent and unified actions. Climate change has turned the Himalayas into both frontline and at the fault line. The Himalayas, which span across multiple SAARC countries, are warming twice the global average. Glaciers are retreating at an alarming rate. Seasonal patterns are becoming unpredictable. Communities are facing increasing risk of floods, landslide, glacial lake outburst floods, water insecurity, rising food insecurity, and forced migration. For mountain dwellers and the downstream populations alike, these changes are not abstract projections, they are the urgent realities. In South Asia, home to nearly a quarter of the humanity, the stake could not be higher. This is not just an environmental crisis, it is a development crisis, a security concern, and a human tragedy in the making. As we confront this growing crisis, I firmly believe that the road to sustainability must be built both on regional cooperation and global solidarity. The shared nature of our geography and the interconnectedness of our climate demands shared responsibility and concerted action at various levels. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2010, the leaders from SAARC member countries adopted the Thimphu Statement on Climate Change at the 16th SAARC Summit. It was a landmark moment, the first time climate change took center stage at the highest level of our regional cooperation. The Thimphu Statement recognizes our mountains, rivers, and peoples are faced the shared threats, and it is committed us to share the response. It emphasizes the urgency of regional and international collaboration on climate change, mitigation, adaptation, and promote climate resilience. The importance of low carbon technologies, renewable energy, as well as knowledge sharing, and the moral responsibility to act not only for ourselves, but for our future generation. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let this Sagarmatha Sambaad serve not only as a platform for dialogue, but as a call for action as we move forward on the path of climate resilience, regional solidarity, and sustainable development for our people. As the Secretary General of SAARC, I call upon all the member states and our partners around the world to prioritize. Number one, strengthen the regional and global cooperation on climate science. Second, invest in the resilient communities. Third, protect and conserve the ecosystem that protect us. Fourth, amplify our collective voice on climate advocacy. Ladies and gentlemen, mountains may divide us geographically, but they also unite us in common purpose. Their waters do not stop at borders, neither do landslides, floods, or shifting monsoons. The climate crisis is indifferent to lines of the map. Therefore, our responses must be unified, science-driven, and rooted in justice and through regional cooperation. We must recognize, we must reimagine the development through the lens of sustainability. We must ensure that global collaboration is no longer optional, it is an imperative. Our future is intertwined with the fate of our mountains. The time to act cohesively, courageously, and collectively is now. Let the summit of Sagarmatha remind us of the height we can achieve when we come together. I wish everyone here a productive and successful Sambaad. Once again, I thank the government of Nepal for arranging such an important event in this beautiful city of Kathmandu. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Excellency. May I now request His Excellency Mr. Indramani Pandey, Secretary General of BIMSTEC, to deliver a statement followed by Isimot. Excellency, you have the floor.
Manani Dr. Arju Rana Deuba, Honorable Foreign Minister of Nepal, Honorable Minister for Forest and Environment of Nepal, Excellencies, distinguished participants, Namaskar, a very good afternoon to you all. I am honored to represent BIMSTEC at the inaugural Sagarmatha Sambaad. I congratulate and commend the government of Nepal for convening this Sambaad. The speakers before me have already spoken about the threats and the challenges we face due to climate change. They have also called for concerted national, regional, and global action. A number of concrete proposals have been made. I will therefore focus on the initiatives taken by BIMSTEC to deal with climate change and related issues. As you are aware, BIMSTEC was founded in June 1997 and has been in existence for almost 28 years. It brings together 7 countries of region: Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Myanmar, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and Thailand. It has on its agenda 17 sectors for cooperation, and the permanent secretariat of BIMSTEC is located in Dhaka, which anchors all its activities. BIMSTEC has its own charter and well-established decision-making mechanisms, and it operates on the principle of consensus. It enjoys the requisite political support of all its members, focuses on technical and economic cooperation, and stays away from divisive political issues. The recently concluded 6th BIMSTEC summit in Bangkok imparted a huge impetus to regional cooperation in Bay of Bengal. Apart from the adoption of summit declaration, our leaders also adopted a BIMSTEC Bangkok Vision 2030, the first vision of BIMSTEC of its kind. Environment and climate change has been a key priority for regional cooperation under BIMSTEC. During the 6th summit, leaders endorsed BIMSTEC Plan of Action for Environment and Climate Change, which focuses on 3 key areas: biodiversity, waste management, and climate change. Recognizing the vital need for regional cooperation to protect delicate ecosystem of mountains, mountain economy has also been identified as a sector for collaboration within BIMSTEC. An intergovernmental expert group on mountain economy has already finalized a plan of action on mountain economy, which outlines key priorities, including enhanced connectivity, clean energy promotion, ecosystem and environment protection, and development of green tourism and sustainable livelihoods. In order to deal with the challenges of global warming, the BIMSTEC member states have also prioritized transition to green energy. BIMSTEC has adopted a plan of action for energy cooperation and a memorandum of understanding for BIMSTEC grid interconnection. Several dedicated BIMSTEC centers further support our regional climate actions. The BIMSTEC Center for Weather and Climate provides critical weather forecasts and early warning services, and the BIMSTEC Energy Center is mandated to promote cooperation in renewable energy and energy efficiency. The BIMSTEC Expert Group on Disaster Management is currently engaged in finalizing a plan of action to improve preparedness and coordination for responding to natural disasters in the Bay of Bengal region. A Himalayan Science Council is being set up. Further, the BIMSTEC Secretariat is actively pursuing partnerships with the international and regional organizations which are engaged in global and regional climate action, with a view to leveraging their knowledge, resources, expertise, and programs for enhancing regional cooperation under BIMSTEC for climate action. In conclusion, I would like to reiterate that BIMSTEC offers an inclusive and effective platform to promote regional cooperation in environment and climate change, green energy transition, disaster management, and other climate change-related challenges in Bay of Bengal region. BIMSTEC member states are committed to forging meaningful partnerships and advancing tangible action to ensure a sustainable and climate-resilient future for Bay of Bengal region. I thank you for your kind attention. Namaskar.
Thank you, Excellency. I would now like to request Mr. Pema Gabso, Director General of ECMOD, to deliver his statement. Excellency, the floor is yours.
Honorable Chair, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ECMOD is pleased to be associated with this event, the Sagarmatha Sambaad, and would like to thank the Government of Nepal, our host, for giving us this privilege. Let me join all other previous speakers to convey our sincere appreciation to the people and Government of Nepal for hosting this flagship event. Honorable Chair, as the last speaker, I have the privilege of choosing what to speak and leaving out what I don't need to repeat. So I also hope that the alarm bell, the warning bell doesn't apply for me, as I am the last speaker. So we have heard all the major issues and what we need to do. So from my own perspective, from my own understanding of what has been said all along, I would like to summarize my statements under 3 sections. The first is a set of facts that everybody seems to talk about and all of us acknowledge. The first of this fact is that the world is facing the triple planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and air pollution. Second, that these crises are reinforcing, mutually reinforcing, and also interconnected, and they affect everyone. Third fact, that the mountain regions are highly exposed to the impacts of climate change and facing existential threats. Fourth, what happens in the mountains matter and impacts the water, food, and energy security of millions of people living both within and beyond in the downstream river basins. Fifth and the last, that 1.5 degrees Celsius is just too hot for the mountains, and we need to take urgent actions now. So, what I have seen is that we know enough to act, at least by those of us living on this planet, and the science is clear. So what is stopping us from taking actions to save our planet and secure the future of life on Earth, including ourselves? In my opinion, there are 5 I's, 5 words that begin with I's that we do not give enough attention, and also 5 C's that we tend to avoid. In all our gatherings, we have heard conversations around these 5 I's. First is information. In our quest for more information, more evidence, more data, we conveniently do not make use of what we already have and we do not share. While research should continue and efforts to enhance scientific knowledge should be increased, we need to make effective use of what we already know. Second is institutions. We have enough institutions around the world, nationally, regionally, globally. Third is instruments. We have so many legal, policy, and regulatory instruments to prevent and mitigate planetary crises, from bylaws at the local levels to international conventions and treaties. The fourth is innovations. Again, one of the common excuses we hear is that we do not have enough innovation, enough technology, enough knowledge. But I think we have to make use of all the innovations that already exist. We simply cannot wait for artificial intelligence to come up with the magic solution for our problems. Fifth and the last is investments. Again, if we check the books on our expenditures made on sustainable development, made on environment, made on climate mitigation and adaptation, we will be surprised. Enough investments have been made, but were they made in the right place, in the right time, in the right, in the places where it is most needed and used effectively? I don't think so. Now, let me touch on the 5 C's. We lack communication. While we talk about communication all the time, I don't think we are talking in the same language. So there still exists this gap in communication. We need to improve on that. Second, coordination. How many of us in these rooms, regional, institutional, international institutions and organizations, can claim that we have enough coordination? I think we need to enhance our coordination at every level. Third is collaboration. Now we have collaboration, but in the spirit of true, collaboration is much misunderstood and often constitute a convenient alliance or alliance of parties. Real collaboration in letter and spirit, that is what I wanted to say, is rare. And I think we need to improve on that. Final C is consistency. We need continuity and coherence. Sometimes we tend to take our interpretation of circular economy quite literally. We start something, halfway through we change and come back, and I think that should not happen. The last one is commitment. Commitment at every level, individual, institutional, national, and international levels. Commitments that can be actionable. So to conclude, let me once again reiterate that we know enough to take actions now, and what we can do today with $1 should not be kept in abeyance, as in the next 5 years or few years, it may cost us many folds more. The wisdom in the ancient proverb, a stitch in time saves 9, is perhaps more relevant now than ever. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at ICIMOD, we are committed to do whatever we can do to support and contribute to the efforts made by our regional member countries and our development partners. We know our limitations, but we also know that with what we know, we can make significant contributions. So our mission ahead is that we must work together to make sure that mountains do not remain as an afterthought in discourses like this. Thank you very much, Excellency.
Thank you very much, Pemaji, for your very wise words. He is indeed a practitioner of what we are talking about. And this brings to the conclusion our plenary session for today. I deeply thank all the distinguished speakers for the valuable insights, views and wisdoms expressed in their statements. The views and voices will really count a lot in shaping our way forward, our collective action. I think this has been resonated deeply in the session today, that we have knowledge, we know where we want to go. It is a matter of putting our will together and a commitment of sitting down together and really charting the way forward. And we hope this is going to be a place of departure where not only we speak but we really act upon what we are saying. So, and the contents of all this will be reflected in the report of the Sambaad. I also would like to thank all the distinguished participants assembled in this chamber for patiently listening to all the speakers and to me. I hope the same level of interest and enthusiasm will remain as the Sambaad proceeds through various thematic parallel sessions in the coming 3 days. I hope all of you have pursued have read carefully all the program that has been up on the website, because there are going to be many very interesting speakers and parallel sessions. So I hope this morning has been worth the while, especially for all our guests who have come from very far to be here with us today. And I would like to invite you all for the lunch after this, and for all the interesting sessions that we are going to have tomorrow. And I think there is going to be a mountain flight that some of you have also signed up to. And of course, I will see you in the in the closing plenary session also. Thank you, namaste, and thank you for being with us today.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, Honorable Foreign Minister Dr. Arju Rana Deuba. We now have a press brief by our Honorable Foreign Minister. I'd like to request all our distinguished participants, representatives from the media, to please head towards the Malshri Hall, where we'll have the press briefing by our Honorable Foreign Minister Dr. Arju Rana Deuba. And she'll most definitely be joining lunch post the press briefing as well. To all our distinguished guests, Honorable Ministers, Head of Departments, we'd like to request you to kindly head towards the Chinese restaurant for lunch. And to all our foreign delegates, senior officials, panelists, we have lunch being served at the Terrace Garden Resort. And to all our other distinguished dignitaries, we have lunch being served at Sursudha Courtyard. So we have lunch being served in 3 different places. Our volunteers will most definitely help you guide towards the lunch area as well. Thank you one more time. We have the parallel sessions starting from 2:30, requesting all our distinguished delegates to please be back for the parallel sessions. The main theme being Beyond Mountains, linking mountains to oceans. The of 1.5-degree ambition for preservation of glaciers, and parallel session 2 shall be on connecting highlands to islands, requesting all our distinguished participants to please be back in this very hall for the 2 parallel sessions. One more time, requesting all our distinguished friends from the media to please join us at the Malshri Hall for the press briefing. Our Honorable Foreign Minister Dr. Arju Rana Deuba will be present at the press briefing. So requesting all our friends from the media to please join this press briefing. One more time, the 3 different designated areas for lunch would be at the Chinese restaurant, at the Terrace Garden Restaurant, and at the Sursudha Courtyard. In case of any confusion, our volunteers outside will be guiding you. Thank you very much, everyone. Please do enjoy lunch, and please be back by 2:30 for the 2 parallel sessions. Thank you all, and have a wonderful afternoon ahead.
statements highlight altogether 19 delegations delivered the statements highlighting various aspects of humanity. Each delegation was highlight altogether minutes, but not a very strict chairperson. Events, complementary side events. There are a number of delegations here who would like to take this opportunity to meet with various ministers from the Nepali government. Side events. All major delegations here, I would like to state that all major sessions of the Sambaad are being broadcasted live. Various due to limited space, as you can see, the Nepali could not accommodate all side events. All major delegations here, I would like to state that all major sessions of the Sambaad are being broadcasted live. Various limited space, as you can see, the Nepali could not accommodate all side events. All major delegations here, I would like to state that all major sessions of the Sambaad are being broadcasted live. Various lines of messages of the Sambaad are being accommodate all side events. All major delegations here, I would like to state that all major sessions of the Sambaad are being broadcasted live. Various lines of messages of the Sambaad are being accommodate all side events. All major delegations here, I would like to state that all major sessions of the Sambaad are being broadcasted live. Various lines of messages of the Sambaad are being accommodate all side events. All major delegations here, I would like to state that all major sessions of the Sambaad are being broadcasted live. Various lines of messages of the Sambaad are being accommodate
म भन्छु गोली फुकाउनुहोस्, बनाउनु सहकार्य माओवादी केन्द्र या प्रचण्ड या प्रधानमन्त्री त्यसबाट दबावमा पर्छ भन्ने भ्रम नराख्नु र प्रधानमन्त्रीलाई धम्क्याउने तरिकाले पनि
Thakal, who is the head of Least Developed Countries Support Team and Director of Climate Analytics South Asia Office. He also serves as lead advisor to the chair of the LDC group in multilateral climate change negotiation processes, providing high-level strategic support to LDC officials and ministers across UN Climate Forum. Mr. Dhakal remains actively engaged in writing, teaching, and presenting on climate change and environmental governance. To facilitate this panel, I would like to request Mr. Manjeet Dhakal to come to the stage. Sir, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. I can understand it can be difficult just after the lunch, but really appreciate everybody for being here on time. We can still see like some of the seats over there are vacant, so feel free to move to that side. We are sorry for the setup of the room. It's an entry from this side, but many of the seats on that side are still free, so feel free. There are also a few very comfortable seats at the beginning, so feel free to join at the front as well, so that you can be very close to Honorable COP President and also the Secretary from IPCC. So the seats are there as well. So maybe without any further ado, let me start. The setup, the way we have planned, our panelists are already here, and I'll take some time to introduce them in a well. We have also been graced with the presence of the COP President here, who will share with us a very brief remarks at the beginning before the keynote speaker. Thank you, sir, for being here with us. And then we will kick off with the discussion. We'll try our best to limit the intervention from the panelist as well as the keynote speaker. And I'm very confident our panelist and the keynote speaker will make a very brief presentation so that we'll have more time to interact with the participant. Again, so Excellencies, distinguished guests, panelists, and dear participant, namaste and very warm welcome. It's my honor to moderate this first parallel session at the very first Sagarmatha Sambaad, dedicated to the theme that sits at the heart of our gathering here, urgency of 1.5 degree ambition for glaciers preservation. And we have heard much about this topic in this morning at the plenary. We are here today not just to talk about the melting of ice, a rising temperature, but also about the future of the humanity, about the water, about ecosystem, about livelihood and the survival. And there is no more fitting places than here in Nepal, the home of Himalayas, the Mount Sagarmatha, to raise this alarm. I can still see, I'll pause my remarks here, I can still see many of the colleagues here in this side of the room, so maybe feel free if there is any difficulty, maybe some of the colleagues can move this side slowly so that you can create some back-end space over here. Let me also begin by briefly setting a context here. Last year, as we all know, 2024 was the hottest year on record. The global temperature reached 1.55 degrees Celsius above the pre-industrial level. And this is not I am saying, this came from the WMO, from the IPCC, and we are very grateful to have the secretary from the IPCC here with us. And we have also heard many times this confusion about 1.5 degree, and we have heard that maybe the 1.5 degree target that was set in the Paris Agreement may have breached. But I think there was a very clear information from the recent report that the WMO published on the state of climate change that confirmed that the long-term targets that has been set in the Paris Agreement is still alive. And if the countries come together, set an ambitious action, that's achievable. The impact that we have seen are still that it's no more only a projection. Just last year in Nepal, the two glacier lake outburst flood in the Everest region destroyed the whole village called Thame. And the Honorable Minister from Nepal, who is presented the country statement this morning, also visited there to see the first-hand devastation from the glacier lake. But again, that didn't just stop there. A week later in September, we experienced an unprecedented rainfall in Kathmandu, in the eastern part of the country, that took more than 250 lives and also damaged many of the critical infrastructure, including many of the hydropower in the central part of the country. So we are seeing this dangerous pattern. Glaciers are melting, shifting of the season, water sources are shrinking, and the risks are cascading. And this isn't just about the mountain, it's also about the billion of people who depends on the glacier feed river across Asia and across the world, and also from highland up to the island, where the melting of the glaciers and the ice sheets also contribute to the sea level rise. So the science has been clear in the recent report of the IPCC in the AR6. It has been made clear that the emission must peak by 2025 and fall by 43% by 2030 and 60% by 2035 to achieve this target. So in that context, this year remains very critical. The 2 years ago, the first global stocktake gave us a very clear remarks that we are still not doing enough and much has to be done this year. And this year is here again with us to course correct. We have already set an ambitious decision in Baku last year, and that has to be carried out further as we move towards Curve 30. So today in this session, we will hear from our experts and a keynote speaker about what needs to happen, what urgently, globally and also collectively to protect the glacier preservation, but also not limiting there to also protect the future of the humanity. As the impact on mountain does not only remain at this level. So with this context, I'm very pleased to say that this very first session of the Sagarmatha Sambaad, the first parallel session, is here open. I will introduce our panelists and also the keynote speaker, but before that, I have an honor to invite His Excellency Mukhtar Babib, the COP29 president, from whom we have also heard this morning in the opening plenary, but also where he also clearly stated how important is mountain for Azerbaijan as well. And when we visited there last year, we saw that from ourselves as well, and also the commitment that Azerbaijan has made in this process. We really appreciate you, sir. So, sir, the floor is here for you for next 5 minutes.
I will try to be short. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again to our hosts from the government of Nepal for hosting these important discussions on the 1.5 degrees target. This ambition is central to the Paris Agreement, and it is informed by what the science tells us about the dangers of a warming world. Staying within this boundary will significantly reduce the risks and damages caused by climate change. Every fraction of a degree that we go beyond 1.5 has direct consequences. Our planet's glaciers illustrate this clearly. We may lose nearly half of the world's glaciers by the end of the century, even if we limit global warming to 1.5 degrees. But this rises to over 80% of glaciers if global warming rises for 4 degrees. The knock-on impacts of the world of this would be catastrophic, including sea level rise, reduced freshwater access, and disruption of livelihoods. We already breached the 1.5 threshold for the first time last year. These short-term spikes do not mean that the target is out of reach over the longer term. But they should remind us of the urgent need for action. The Paris Agreement did not just send out the 1.5 degree target. It is also provided us with a framework to deliver on it. The next generation of national climate plans need to map out how each party will reduce emissions and adapt to the impacts of climate change. We must submit these documents by September at the absolute latest. And we welcome today the government of Nepal already submitted this document. They are our last opportunity to correct course and keep the 1.5 degree target within reach without a sustained overshoot. We hope that the Baku finance goal agreed at COP29 will give developing countries confidence that they will be supported as they create and implement these ambitious plans. We are calling on all donors to set out how they will deliver this climate finance support as soon as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, action is urgently needed to keep 1.5 within reach and protect the world's glaciers. We must all now set out our contribution to these efforts with transparency, with accountability, with ambition. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency, for your very encouraging remarks and the urgency that is required in terms of the global community to take forward. Also, we really appreciate the leadership taken by the COP29 presidency and your team, and for the successful organization of COP29 in Baku. Thank you very much. So now we will start with our keynote speaker, Dr. Baiking Zhu, the professor at the Institute of Tibetan Plateau Research, Chinese Academy of Science in China. I will also take a very brief moment, Professor, to introduce our panelists because I'll introduce them in detail later, but just to take a name. Then on the row, we have Dr. Aparna Shukla, a scientist at the Ministry of Earth Science in the Government of India. Then we have Dr. David Potter, the Strategic Group Lead, Regional Action and Global Advocacy at ICIMOD here in Kathmandu. Then we have Dr. Anil Mishra, Chief of the Section Hydrological System, Climate Change and Adaptation Section at UNESCO in France. Then we have Pam Person, Director at the International Cryosphere Initiative, ICCI. I will take a moment later to briefly go through their profile. But Professor, if you allow me, I'll just take one moment to recognize also the presence of the Secretary from the IPCC, Abdullah Dixit. And I think it's your birthday today. You have just turned maybe 21 today. So really, on behalf of all the participants, happy birthday to you. Thank you. So Professor Dr. Baiking Zhu is a professor at the Institute of Tibetan Plateau Research Center, Chinese Academy of Science. He has a skill and expertise in stable isotope analysis, climate reconstruction, environment, climate change, and biochemistry. With his rich experience and really a very grounded research that we will be learning just now, he will have a presentation. And I'm very sure Professor will be able to do this within 8 minutes, as we have a limitation on the time. Professor, over to you now.
So thank you, Chairman, and thank you everybody. Okay, so I will the slide. So the presentation is the topic is because this is the it's about the usage of the 1.5 degree ambition for the glacial preservations. Okay, so I think that in these panels, I think the most important should be focused on the global context of the global climate change and also of the Himalaya regions. How about the glacial change and related to some hazard risk, and also how to manage of this risk under water resource. So my focus on the protecting the Asia water tower. And the subject is about approach to adapt to a changing environment for better survival and development. So I'm from China in the Chinese Academy of Science. So long time for the glacier research in Himalaya region. So next. Please, next. Okay. So we will study from the global climate context. Just 2 months ago, WMO announced assessment about the global climate. The state of the global climate to 2024. That is addressed clearly that 2024 is the highest temperature during the last 175 years. And the annual mean temperature is reached related to the baseline of the pre-industry. It is exceeds the 1.5 degrees. But that's calendar year. Temperature increased about 1.5 is not clear, cannot match the two that our climate is over or exists at 1.7 degrees. So we will list about the different, just like this year announcement, the assessment and also IPCC for AR6 announced this assessment about the global climate change. We can find that actually for the last 10 years, our global surface temperature increased about 1.3 to 1.4 below this. So for us, the space is short, very narrow for 1.5 degrees to increase. So second is that carbon dioxide maybe is a major driver, major cause for these consequences of the climate change. So when we look back to the last 800,000 years, we can find that carbon dioxide in the Antarctic ice core records tell us a long story about the concentration of the carbon dioxide. That highest carbon dioxide concentration is about 280 ppm, and the lowest is about 170. But today is about more than 430 ppm. So it's higher, more than the highest during history. It exists about 150 ppm. So, and for us, how to understand about 1.5 degree related to pre-industrial area average. That is that if carbon dioxide is a major driver, so we have no big space for our emission of carbon dioxide. Actually, the cumulative total emission of about the carbon dioxide is now more than 5 GT carbon. So if we reach to about 6 to 800 GT carbon, that will reach about 1.5 degree and 2 degrees. So it's narrow space for us to emit carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And okay, at this context, background, globally, glacier is retreat or melting down very quickly. From the last, mid of the last centuries, our global glacier accumulated loss is about water equivalent reached about 30 meters melting down, global average. But for these centuries, from 2000 years to now, accelerated. 1 year we have accelerated. So now this is the global context. When we focus on the region, Himalaya-Tibetan Plateau is really important for us. And it is, we call this region as the Trans-Himalaya region. It's covered about 5 million square kilometers and accommodated all the 14 highest peaks, all in these regions. And also bodied more than 10 surrounding countries. That is support fresh water for all of these countries. So 2 billion people living surrounding the Trans-Himalaya regions. And Trans-Himalaya region is also the home to the largest glacier outside the polar regions. And so we call this region as the ash water tower because the glacier area covered in this region is about 100,000 square kilometers. And the snow cover is 1,300,000 square kilometers. And the permafrost extent 1,500,000 square kilometers. And the lake area about 50,000 square kilometers. And more than 13 big rivers faded to different countries surrounding these regions. So the premier fresh water resource for downstream in Asia, supporting more than 2 billion people, play a virtual role regarding water resource, ecosystem, and biodiversity.
So this Asia water tower contains a huge volume of the water, solid and liquid waters. Just like a glacier, hold about 8,855 GT ton of the waters, and the lakes about 1,000 GT ton. And every 13 big rivers every year feed it to. Downstream, it is about, 650 GT. This is equal to about 200 years of Yellow River runoff discharged. 200 years. So big volume. What? Okay, but this is really important. Water resource in Asia. But Trans-Himalaya, the temperature increased really quickly. When we researched, give out a conclusion is about the Asia water tower is now in the period of normal warming. Globally, there are two hotspots. One is Trans-Himalaya, another is the Arctic. So Trans-Himalaya, I think, when we reconstruction from Earth's course of the temperature changed for the last 170 years, we can find that actually nowadays the temperature increased more than 2 degrees related to pre-industry area average. And since 1960s, Asia water tower has warmed at 0.38 degrees per decade, which is twice the ratio of the observed global warming. So when we use the CMAP6, use higher and middle scenario carbon dioxide emission, we can find that globally, only 2 years later, or early of the middle of these centuries, global temperature were reached to the target, or exceeds the target, about 1.56 degrees, or 2 degrees. So at that time, Asia water tower, the temperature increase should be more than 4 to 6 degrees in Trans-Himalaya region. So at this, another is that, because this is a region, another is region, besides carbon dioxide, black carbon should be very important additional cause for this abnormal temperature increase. When we take snow sample from Everest, south side, from Nepal to base camp to the summit of the Everest, we can find that the snow is darked at least to the high elevation, 6,500 meters snow, higher concentration of black carbons. When we take ice cores from Everest, reconstruction for the last 200 years, black carbon concentration increase, we can find that from the middle of the last century, increased very quickly, doubled 3 times of black carbon at that time. That's why dark the snow surface, promoting the melting of the glacier. Under the monsoon, also suppress the rainfall in this region by black carbons. So totally of these regions, from the 1980s, the glacier area changed is more than 20% dismissed. And about 23% of volume of ice melting down. And at this process, the lake in the Trans-Himalaya, lake level increased. So the volume is also increased. But the river discharge increased very quickly. Because, so we summarized that most evident feature of the imbalance of the Asia water tower. What means? That is solid water in Trans-Himalaya region is melted, translate to liquid waters. That is the imbalance. So the imbalance is calculated by accelerated transformation from solid water to liquid water in Trans-Himalaya region. And related to the glacial retreat or melting down, another following is that the chance of risk. How's that the risk? Just like the ice collapse, just like took place in China, 2016, and 2021 ice collapse in India, and also in Southeast Tibet Plateau. We can find that big damage of people life and livelihood. So that's should be careful in this region about the hazard risks. Another is that growth along the Himalaya. When we make inventory about this glacial terminal lake, we can find that it increases really quickly for the last 20 years. And so many terminal glacier is dangerous for the growth. That is the lake outburst. So that is a huge damage for the downstream region is expensive. So at this, we call for approach to adapt the imbalance of the freshwater tower and how to management of the freshwater resource and ecosystem in this region is really urgent at the 1.56 degrees. And so we think the most important things from the scientific perspective is one is that establish system monitoring for imbalance of the freshwater tower. So we announced also this to the UNESCO for the decade action of the choreography for this. So establish system monitoring for the imbalance of the freshwater tower is really important to monitoring the change of this. Second is that to integrate observation of system science. And third, okay. Oh. Third is that integrate. Okay, another is that integrate our scientific research data because we need the AI model and the big model to calculate and the management of the water and also ecosystem. Integrated observation and approach implement in this region is very important because the water resource, ecosystem, biodiversity need our scientific knowledge and with our big data, AI models. And so the most important is that international cooperation at this big region because involved with different countries and different people at these times. So our mission should be to advance our systems and contribute to conversation and support development to Trans-Himalaya, a global eco-environment. We aim to build a global scientific community with the shared future. And also our vision to state and manage in these regions for our future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Bai Qingzhu, professor at the Institute of Tibetan Plateau Research Center, Chinese Academy of Science. I can fully understand, Professor, it would be really useful to hear your slides, even for the longer time, and such an in-depth research, the findings that you have presented, that talks about the in-depth in terms of the Asian water tower, the temporal and the spatial disruption that we have seen in the glaciers in this region, and also how this rapid melting of the glacier is impacting the downstream, but also overall. So in our panel after this, we will try to also contextualize this also more from the global perspective. And since the 1.5 degree target is a global average, I think we heard a very interesting findings in terms of how that translate in the region. And I think one of the findings was the increase of the temperature in the Asian water tower is much higher than the global average. So where the impacts has been more observed. I'll move now to the panelists, and we have already taken much of the time. So what I will do is I can only take maybe one round of question, then we'll go back to the participant, and then again we'll come back to the panelists. So I'll start in terms of the row, and this is based on what the name that was there in the website, nothing on my control. But before that, I can still see like a lot of participants here this side. I think there are a few vacant seats on that row. There are also very few comfortable chairs on the front row. I can also see some few honorable member of parliament here who can maybe switch to the front row if you find comfortable. Make the seat available. Or colleagues this side can also move that side. So since there are few seats available, I can see at least there are four seats in the front row. So feel free to join. Thank you, honorable. So Dr. Aparna Shukla, let me take a few moments to introduce you. Dr. Aparna is I've already said that she's a scientist at the Polar and the Cryosphere Division at Ministry of Earth Science in India, with the PhD in Himalayan cryosphere. She specialized in the debris-covered glacier. She oversees India's polar expedition. That sounds really exciting. And manages the funding for the cryosphere and the hydrology research. She has published many papers, also working with GSI and the wider institute. She's committed in advancing India's polar science and aiming research with the national and the global climate goal. With this in context, Dr. Aparna, and your very in-depth technical and research background, and given that the snow-covered glacier exhibit the important positive feedback effect, what are the observed and the expected impact on the Himalayan glaciers in terms of the response over the past decade and the projected future trend? The question may sound very technical, that's how we planned, but yeah, I'm sure you can respond it in a very simple way. Thank you.
Yes, thanks Manjeet for your kind words. Namaste and good afternoon to all of you. So at the outset, I'd like to thank and appreciate the government of Nepal for initiating this very important and multi-sectoral dialogue, which with a theme on one of the most important and pressing issues of our times. I'd also like to thank the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, ICMOD, for conceptualizing this session, for the excellent work that they do, and for having me here. Now, coming back to the question, I'd like to reflect a little on the positive feedback which Manjeet mentioned. So what is this positive feedback we are talking about? So as we know that the snow and glacial surfaces of the earth, they are very highly reflective, and what they do is that whatever radiations which what fall on them, they radiate them back, and they help with this. They help in maintenance of the temperature of the earth's surface. And what is happening in the recent times with the increase in the ambient temperature, the glaciers and the snow cover is melting at an unprecedented rate. And this is leading to more and more radiations getting absorbed into the surface of the earth, and which is leading to further warming. Having said that, now in that context, talking about the observed and the projected changes, as Manjeet talked about. So the observed and the projected changes specifically for the cryospheric regions, when we talk about, I'll take it up in and discuss about each of the three cryospheric components. That is, first of all, the Himalayan glaciers, and the snow cover, and the permafrost. So talking of the glaciers, we've all heard since morning in the national statements that the glaciers in the region have been shrinking, retreating, and losing mass at an unprecedented rate, and more so in the recent times. So I would just like to add to that is that they are not only losing mass, they are also changing grossly in their morphology. The large glaciers, they are fragmenting to smaller glaciers. Smaller glaciers in many of the basins across HKH have been reported to actually disappear completely. On top of that, they are, the normal glaciers, the steep glaciers, they are changing to hanging glaciers, which are again a threat. The glaciers, as they melt and ablate, they are accumulating more and more debris cover on their surfaces. This debris cover actually complicates their response. It introduces heterogeneous melting over the surface of the glacier, which leads to the formation of the cryokarst features. These cryokarst features are actually the glacial ponds and ice cliffs. These cryokarst features, they become the hub of further melting of the glacier. And as I said, cryokarst features include glacial lakes. And as Dr. Zhu was also talking, that the number and size of glacial lakes across HKH has been increasing grossly. And these impact which I talked about, all the glaciers, they are more severe towards the eastern part of HKH as compared to the western part. Also, when we talk of the future projections, as also Dr. Zhu has pointed out, that they are going to continuously accelerate and lose more mass. Now, coming to the snow cover basically has been observed to have shrunk and reduced in extent, duration, and depth. And this is mostly because of the change in the melting pattern of snow. The snow has been, there has been early onset of snow melt which has been observed. And when we talk about the future changes which are projected to occur in the seasonal snow cover across HKH, this trend is going to increase. The snow line is going to shift up, and the snowmelt contribution to the streams is going to reduce drastically. Not only this, there will be, the occurrences of snowfall will be now, are projected to be more shorter, uncertain, and vigorous across HKH. So that is one. Coming to the last and the third component of the cryosphere, that is the permafrost. Though the studies are, the data is relatively scarce on this subject, but as research is still gearing up in this domain, but there is clear evidence to prove that the permafrost region across HKH have been warming and reducing and thawing at a faster rate than expected. More so, when this is happening, it is also projected that the active layer thickness of the permafrost is going to increase. Now, having said about all these, changes which are happening in the, or projected to happen in the cryospheric regions, in the cryospheric components, what is more crucial is, with all these changes in the backdrop, actually the incidence and occurrence of the hydroclimatic, extremes and the cryogenic or cryosphere-related hazards is increasing in magnitude and frequency. And for the future projections, it is even said that, these would occur in areas, where there has been previously no, record of occurrence of such events. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Aparna. Maybe just to follow up with this current level of warming, where are we headed in this region? What would be the impact, or where are we heading in terms of the rising temperature in the region specific?
Yes. So as we've already talked about, and we talked about the positive feedback as well. So it is going to further escalate, right? And the more important impact is going to be, as I prompted, is in terms of the hazards, the frequency and magnitude of which will increase, together with the availability of water resources. As it is projected for the century, till the mid of the century, there will be a peak in the stream flow, and after that there will be a reduction in the stream flow, which is going to obviously impact all the activities downstream.
Thank you, really appreciate. We always get this blame that it's very difficult for scientists to present in a very simple way. Really, I think we did a great work. So let me follow up further to Dr. David Potter, who is the strategic group lead at the Regional Action and Global Advocacy at ICIMOD Nepal. And let me also take this moment to appreciate the role of ICIMOD, and also here in this Sambaad, but also for this session, and the presence of Dr. Pema, who was here earlier. I think he may have left now. And Dr. David has spent, I think, most of his time on an academic field earlier, but also I think he's leading the ICIMOD strategic group in 3 regional action and the global advocacy since just last year. And he joined from the UK central government, where he spent 17 years in the range of technical and the leadership role. Most recently, he was head of the climate and environment profession at the UK Foreign Commonwealth and the Development Office, FCDO, where he led the department 120 climate and environment experts and provide the strategic advice to the senior team. Really honored to have you, David, here with us. And with this rich experience that you have now here in the region, working with ICIMOD, but also with your international exposure. I just want to ask, like, how can the scientific research combined with the local and the indigenous knowledge be effectively communicated to inform policies and the strategies for the glacier preservation aligned to 1.5 degree? And in your role as working in the ICIMOD, how can the intergovernmental organization like ICIMOD can play a role here? Over to you, David.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here, and I really appreciate this opportunity to speak today. And thanks for the question. I think when we're talking about scientific knowledge about glaciers, I think we're also talking about a range of knowledges, not just the knowledge of Western science, but also local community knowledge. And I think my first point here would be that we need to recognize and validate these local knowledges. So we need to understand that and make it clear that there are people who've lived by and on and with these glaciers over decades, and they've seen firsthand how they're changing, and they understand how that change is happening day to day. But I think it's sometimes challenging to bring that knowledge into global fora. I think it's really important here to use methods like community workshops, identifying local community leaders, giving them a voice on the global and the regional stage to make sure that the understanding they have of glaciated landscapes gets out there and is taken into account in the global discourse. So I think that's my first point, which is about validating forms of knowledge that perhaps we might undervalue normally. I think the second point is an excellent one about how do you communicate scientific knowledge in an effective way. I don't think this is just an issue for glacial science or even climate science. It's a broader issue for science in general, and I think there's a whole industry around how do you communicate science in an effective way. And I think we can really learn from that and draw on it. So using simple methods to communicate to a wide range of audiences, I think is absolutely essential here. And for example, understanding the value of imagery and infographics to combine and crunch down data and information into easily understandable messages for a broader population who aren't necessarily science experts or glacial experts, I think is absolutely vital. And understanding our audiences, and particularly thinking about policymakers and communicating in a way that can influence policymakers, is also vital. Thinking about what regional organizations can do here, I think one challenge in the Hindu Kush Himalaya is that science analysis is often done on a national basis, whereas the issue is a regional, international issue. And I think the role of regional organizations is a really important one to help break down those barriers and particularly support data sharing between countries who might be working with different methodologies, thinking about how we can support these different countries to standardize their methodologies and standardize the data that they're producing. Because I think if we're going to have the biggest impact on the glacial regions, we need to think about the whole area holistically and move beyond national boundaries and national differences in the way that we look at them. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Just to follow up, as we discussed earlier, the temperature obviously has a greater rise in this region than the global average, and you best know, you have worked in the region. So what actionable measure can be done in terms of preserving glacier in this region as the temperature rise is much higher and we have seen this impact?
Yes, thank you. I think there's a wide range of things that we can be doing that are practical, pragmatic, and that we can be doing right now. I think the first issue is about risk data collection. If you compare the Hindu Kush Himalaya to other mountain regions, relatively speaking, the amount of data collection going on in the region is pretty low, and that would be my first area I think that I'd focus on. How can we increase and improve the rate and the methods with which we're gathering data about risk so we can understand the problem more thoroughly. I think understanding how we can bring in communities and raise their understanding of the changes that are happening around them is very important. Community training, hazard awareness, and hazard response, I think, are going to be vital. Glacial lake outburst floods are going to continue to happen regardless of our best efforts, and people need to be prepared to respond to these. Equally, I think communities in the mountains need to know and be prepared to shift their livelihoods so that they can adapt as glaciers retreat and the environments they live in change. So I think training in dryland agriculture methods, for example, that could take advantage of lower water levels in the regions could be a really important area. Ecotourism is another area where communities might diversify. Black carbon's been mentioned already, and actually some black carbon is sourced in mountain regions from energy production from diesel and from traditional cook stoves, and we can be working to support people to use hydro and solar to replace those and have a practical impact there and now. And I think just finally, I think understanding how we can mainstream glacier risk into national plans. We heard about the NDC, Nepal's NDC today. How do we make sure that glaciers and glacier risks are fully integrated there into the NAPs as well? I think that is going to be really important on the national scale. Thank you.
Yep, thank you, David, and really appreciate the work that you and your team has been doing here. So let me move quickly to the next panelist, Dr. Anil Misra, who is the Chief of Section Hydrological System, Climate and Adaptation Section at UNESCO, France. And as we are aware, UNESCO is the lead agency for the International Decade of Action for Cryosphere Science, 2025 and 34, and the co-lead with the WMO for the International Year of Glacier Preservation. So really, we're grateful to have you, Dr. Anil, here with us, who has spent over 26 years of his global experience in hydrology, water resources, and the environment. He provided the science policy advice at the UNESCO member state. He has led the international research, coordinated Center of Excellence, and contributed to the key policy processes. Dr. Misra has also authored numerous scientific publications and organized a major conference in a climate change adaptation, hydrological extreme, and the cryosphere. So again, really privileged to have you here with us at this session. And with the context of this International Year of Glacier Preservation 2025, and in the context of International Decade of the Action of Cryosphere Science, yes. So one is about the year 25 and another is about the decade. Maybe if you can shed light to us and how can we help to elevate the global awareness about the urgency of glacier loss that we have heard earlier in terms of the region but also globally, and in what ways can countries contribute meaningfully to shape its global impact and translate awareness to this action. Over to you, Dr. Misra.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me. It's a great honor to represent UNESCO and say a few words. But on a personal note, I grew up in this region, this locality. 40 years ago, I went to school 10 minutes walk from when this hotel was built. So I remember those days. Coming back to the relevance of this session, we need to find a relevance of what we're talking about. And in the context of International Year and the International Decade of Action Cryospheric Sciences, our keynote speaker presented a picture I just want to refer to. He presented that picture that was published early this year in Nature journal and picked up by BBC and many media. And according to that community paper, from 2000 to 2023, glacier mass balance loss was 6,500 gigaton. That translated into 18 millimeter of sea level rise, impacting 700 million people in the coastal areas. And in the same paper, it also highlights 173 gigaton glacier mass balance lost from the mountain region. I don't want to go into the statistics. Our keynote speaker already provided, but this shows the urgency, the very urgency of 1.5 degree for preservation of glacier. And also, mountains, we have in UNESCO the World Heritage Sites, biosphere reserves, what we called living laboratories. And by 2050, 1/3 of those heritage sites with our cultural heritage, with our natural heritage might be gone if business as usual will continue. Now, coming into the uncertainty, we have this uncertainty because we don't have very good measurement. As previous two panelists already highlighted, out of 50,000 glaciers here, less than 28 are monitored. So that shows the gravity and how to address this issue. But also, I'm a hydrologist, and we call stationarity is dead. What does that mean? That means that past is no longer relevant to future. This morning, somebody highlighted September flood in Nepal. We had flood in Spain. In Brazil last year, unprecedented flood. It's not that they did not have early warning system, because what you are supposed to have every 10 years or 50 years, you are having every 5 years. So you are not able to really provide early warning system. And in this context of uncertainty, we have to manage. But there are ways to do things. David highlighted to capture, to integrate with the indigenous knowledge system. I call citizen science. We need to provide citizen and engage citizen in data validation and calibration process. And I'm very happy to tell you that with our UNESCO office, my colleagues are here from Kathmandu office, we are launching climate risk informed decision analysis here in Nepal in the Sagarmatha region to really provide opportunity to identify what are the plausible scenarios in order to manage within the uncertainty. So we really need to go work with the community. And with the now recent development of information and technology with the low-cost sensor, 3D printers, you can really engage with the citizens and address those data gaps, so that you can address, not really waiting for big things to happen. I think that's something that I want to highlight. And this is where UNESCO comes. We really support institution. And I'm very proud to tell that the ICIMOD is mentioned. ICIMOD's constitution was written in Paris in UNESCO headquarters. So we really emphasize creating center of excellences. We have very little UNESCO-related UNESCO chairs in the region. So we really need to promote that. And I would like to also countries to come forward and put those kind of proposals so that we can, really share best practices from different regions. We have UNESCO chair all over the world. We have in UK, we have in Chile, or in Germany. So these countries will also have opportunity to share the best practices. And coming from, I said in the beginning, the relevance of what we are saying, and this international year, which has now already provided, I would say, a major milestone. Member states came to UN General Assembly and they declared International Decade of Action Cryospheric Sciences. So now at UNESCO, we are calling for your ideas and input to really identify a milestone. It's not just for the celebration. We need to find challenges that we have to address. And after 10 years, we need to look back and say what we have done. And this year, UNESCO also published, as you know, UNESCO coordinates with UN system, World Water Development Report, Mountain and Glacier and Water Tower. We have some left in UNESCO stall, their UN install, but you can also download from the website. So these documents, these methodologies, tools we need to produce. so that we can really provide meaningful tools and methodologies in addressing uncertainty. As we go beyond, and as Arpana said, there will be uncertainty with the floods. You know, this is not only happening in developing part of the world or in the South. Because we have so little data, we need to really share our experiences with all over the world. And in a final note, when we have this opportunity to address, I would like to quote Charles Darwin, who said that if the misery of our poor be caused by, not by the laws of nature, by our institution, great is our sin. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mishra. That's really very, very constructive, and also really appreciate. I think you were so well prepared with all your publications. That's very helpful. We'll certainly go to the website and look at them. But also, really want to take this opportunity to appreciate you and your team for who have been steering this, the International Year of Glacier Preservation, and also the International Decade of Action for Cryosphere Science, and also the support that you are providing to the country. Maybe just to follow up, if you can take next 30 seconds, just to help us taking it to the global perspective with your experience working with many countries across the globe, and since as we have observed earlier, the impact are much higher in the mountain region with the rising temperature. What strategies and most effective way to steer the world towards staying to 1.5 degree limit and to safeguard the mountain ecosystem? What exactly can be done? Maybe one or two case studies that you have seen from your global experience.
You know, we need to face the reality. This morning I was listening that here in the Himalayas, people are paying homage to glacier, are burying their glacier. There was last year in Iceland, they buried their glacier. Kilimanjaro and Mount Kenya will be disappeared soon. So we really need to also look at this reality and develop appropriate adaptation strategies. Of course, the most important tool is to decarbonize. Without that, we are not going to preserve our glacier. We have to be very clear. But we need to adapt, and we need to adapt in the short term, medium term, and long term.
Thank you. That's very helpful, and I'll follow up further to Pam on this in the context that you have said about the decarbonization and the more work to be done. But before that, let me introduce our panelist, final panelist. Pam Pearson is a director at the International Cryosphere Climate Initiative, ICCI, and the former US diplomat with 20 years of experience on the global climate, environmental, and development issue. She served in Ecuador, Sweden, Norway, and post-Soviet state, designing the early environmental health program, and was a part of US delegation to the Kyoto Protocol negotiation. That was before 1997. And she resigned in 2026 in protest to the US policy shift on environmental and the global development. Pam, we are really grateful to have you here with your rich global experience, and I think as Dr. Mishra was mentioning earlier also about the decarbonization needs, what kind of leadership is needed to accelerate the transition away from the fossil fuel, which we have agreed in the recent COPs in the UN Climate Change Forum, in line with the science and the timeline required to limit the 1.5 degree in the longer term. We also discussed earlier that maybe for the short term, for the 1 year, the temperature may have breached, but we still have a hope that the 1.5 degree can be achieved. So what actions are required at the global level to respond to this crisis? Over to you, Pam.
Okay, this one's working. And I do want to join the others in thanking the government of Nepal for everything in connection with this conference and for taking the initiative, because the time is really important right now. I think, as some of the speakers in the opening sessions mentioned, there's no reason not to pretend that we live in extremely challenging times right now when it comes to climate. And that's the ecosystem politically that we're moving in right now. And we need to move forward despite that. How do we do this as a mountain community or as communities that are impacted by mountains? I would say one very key way is simply to follow the science and to make it very clear what the science is saying. I will say that over the next 2 weeks between now, Sagarmatha, and then there's going to be the UN Glaciers Conference in Dushanbe at the very end of this month, there will be 2 studies coming out. One focused on ice sheets, one focused on mountain glaciers. They both sort of have a similar message, which is that 1.5 in many ways is actually too high for these regions. And that doesn't mean that we're doomed or that we need to forget about saving the glaciers. It means that we need to be honest about how they're reacting to climate change, that it is coming from fossil fuels and higher levels of CO2 in the atmosphere, and we need to address that. That's a physical reality, no matter what the political realities are. And I think pushing that and just making that clear over and over again is really the only way we can move forward in these challenging times. If you follow what CO2 is doing, we broke 430 parts per million for the first time earlier this year, and right now it is above that level. We will probably end up with a peak of around 432 this year, probably sometime this month. That's normally the peak. CO2 doesn't lie. You know, we need to pay attention to that. So that's number one. Number two, 1.5 remains within reach, and the science is very clear on that. It is not, we need to keep 1.5 alive, and that's a really important message. But I'm hearing even some scientists saying 1.5 is dead. It's not dead, we're killing it. These are decisions we're making. These are human policies, and human policies can change. And if we choose to change them, for me, one of the most telling things that the current IPCC chair, Jim Skay, said, and this is back at the 1.5 report in 2018, they laid out how we can stay within 1.5. Working Group 3 of the IPCC, AR6, laid out what we need to do to stay within 1.5. All we need to do is choose to follow those pathways. And so making it clear that this is possible and that it actually could be a pretty decent world too. A lot of these changes will leave us with better air quality, better health. And so it's not that these are negatives, they're actually positives. I think focusing on that is going to be helpful. And the third thing, and this is going back to sort of, all of you probably learned in school the sandwich, right? Positive, negative, positive, I'm turning that around right now, negative, positive, negative. These are global impacts, and they're irreversible. Almost all of the science right now is saying to us that once the glacial ice is gone, it will stay gone until and unless we actually take temperatures down below pre-industrial. And so one way to really focus on this, you know, with all due respect, Doctor, in terms of these global graphs that are always being shown, what we need to do is focus on local, right, on regional glaciers, because those big global graphs include glaciers that are huge and are at the poles, and yes, they impact sea level rise, but nobody lives near them. Nobody really relies on water resources coming off the huge glaciers that ring Antarctica. And so it's skewed to actually look better than things are. If you look regionally, then at even 2 degrees, almost all glaciers are gone in places like Scandinavia, Iceland, the Alps, the Caucasus, where the COP29 president is from, Azerbaijan. So 2 degrees is not really a safe level. And here again, that is the science. We need to make that clear. We need to make it real for the people who live close to these glaciers, and then just take the steps that we need to do, which we know what those are, in terms of decarbonization and other kinds of things, like black carbon, for example, that you raised. Those have special power close to glaciers.
Thank you, Pam. And I really appreciate, I think, the way you simplify the message and communicate. 1.5 degrees is not dead, but we are killing it. And I think there is much to be done. And the kind of geopolitics that we are in now, the kind of different world that we live in, the science has been clear, and it has been very clear from the beginning, and we have also heard from our panelists. But there isn't maybe a political will to do this. With your diplomatic hat previously and with your rich experience on this as a scientist, as also on a diplomatic field, what is missing, what needs to be done?
I would say that probably the most promising thing that I would see is putting this community together, the mountain countries who are seeing what's happening with glaciers, with the low-lying countries, the coastal countries, the countries of AOSIS. That covers such a huge amount of countries. And as a matter of fact, one of the cute factoids that you can take away is if you look at the UN member states, 164 of them are either mountain countries or coastal countries. And so the melting of glaciers and the melting of the ice sheets really affect all of us. And I think that, you know, the will actually is just as high when it comes to mountain countries like Nepal to take action, a 2045 goal for carbon neutrality, which is difficult for a country like Nepal, which, you know, has so many development needs right now, and yet there's that goal. I have to applaud that. On the other side of the spectrum, you have Bhutan, which is carbon neutral, and then you have OECD countries like Finland, which has a 2035 goal for carbon neutrality. So those goals are out there. We need more of those. But I think that if the very highly impacted mountain countries and the very highly impacted coastal low-lying countries come together and demand this, I think that might be sufficient motivation, because it's very, very clear, and people living in mountains know it, people living along the coast know it, and that includes communities like Miami, Florida, by the way. It includes Shanghai. And so it is both developing countries and high emitters that are affected in this in pockets. And that, I think, is the kind of science-based coalition that maybe can move the needle over the next couple of years.
Thank you, Pam. I think that's really a wise way maybe to move forward. We have seen obviously our own priorities in the global negotiation process, in the multilateral process, but something, the impact that the mountainous community feel, maybe that can be something that can bring together many of the countries. And also you rightly highlighted about the linkage from the mountain to the island, and that's what the colleagues in the other room are discussing, about the linkage to the highland to the island, from Sagarmathas to the seas, and we'll be coming up with their thoughts as well. We have some time, not much, but I promised earlier that we'll try to make it more interactive as possible. So I'll open the floor. Maybe we'll, based on the timing that we have, I will also request maybe the volunteer to help with the mic already. Please maybe introduce yourself as well, so that we know who is asking the question, and try to make it very brief. Will we start here from the beginning, from the Honorable Member of Parliament, and we'll move backward. Anyone who can help with the mic over there?
Good afternoon, all of you here. I'm Anjan Shakir, member of National Assembly, and also member of Standing Committee of Sustainable Development of Inter-Parliamentary Union. Nepal was just elected last time. I'm very happy to listen to you that my point is also meeting with your point that 2 degrees centigrade is higher for Nepal, even 1.5 degrees centigrade is higher for Nepal. And there are droughts, slides, floods, not only floods, not only slides, landslides, hill slides, mountain slides, we are happening, we are receiving. So there is not only climate change, we are receiving climate crisis. There is the emergency. So there is alarming, global alarming. We need to point out our global alert. And we are not receiving even early alarm from happening these calamities. So we even listen that we are happening some incident from Tibet side. So if we know early alarming situation, then perhaps we can manage something here in the lower side. So my question is not to exceed 1.5 degrees centigrade, but my question, if I can get input, suggestions from you as an answers, then it will be easier for me to address my voices in this Standing Committee on Sustainable Development. My questions regards what is the future of the Himalayas, Earth's water towers if global warming exceeds 1.5 degrees centigrade? Are we prepared for the cascading impacts of glacial retreat on freshwater systems, biodiversity, and regional stability? Another, how will mountain communities be protected when their homes, heritages, and resources disappear due to climate-induced disasters. To protect such vulnerabilities, we need finance, human resources, capacity buildings, but we are lacked upon it. But I want to raise here that people around us in globe must support to save mountains, to save our land and seas as well. So these are my questions: how to save our mountains, seas means small islands. So these are the questions, that how to gather these resources with your help, and I need your answers in this regards.
Yeah.
And I want to especially get answer from Dr. Anil Mishra, and I'm very impressed by the slides of Dr. Shu. Especially you, and all of you also give some points. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Thank you, and also congratulations on your the election at the Inter-Parliamentary Union and the Standing Committee. I would also, we'll go this side, but I also want to encourage our youth colleague. That's one of the strong guidance that we have received, because we want to hear more from the young people as well. So maybe in this row, and then we will move on the second row.
Sawaima, namaskar. As climate agenda is at its lowest point in the current
Madam, can you please introduce yourself as well?
My name is Renu Chand, a member of Parliament from National Assembly. It makes Nepal happy and encouraged to have all of you here as we are seeking answer for the same questions. My question is for Dr. Waikungju. After your presentation, I got a bit scared, so I would like to listen that what kind of prevention and adaptation measures are being taken to tackle the problem of glacier decreases 1.5 and the climate agenda. Though Dr. Potter and Dr. Mishra tried to point out some, but if you could elaborate a little bit about it. And also agencies and institutions, those who are working on the agenda, on this agenda, what kind of policies and laws such agencies want that the government should have endorsed or amend, or we are all good with the current available atmosphere. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll request maybe to put a very brief remarks in your question. Maybe on the back row. Yeah. Arun sir. Yeah. Over there. Next. Someone here.
Which means I qualify for the youth criteria, right? I'm Arun Srestha with Ithimod, and probably this is to you, Pam. And what I heard you say is that we know in a broader sense, but we need more granular, more nuanced kind of understanding, right? So coming to the topic of today's session, 1.5 degree, the world has already experienced temporary, overshoot, let's say, right? And what we feel is that it is going to be more frequent. But the question is, about the short-term overshoot. This is a big question right now. When is going to happen, and how far it is going to overshoot, and how long it is going to overshoot. Let's not talk about permanent overshoot, right? Let's be optimistic that it will go up to a certain degree and then come down. I guess now the question is, when it comes to doing what, right? I guess that's where I think you were also trying to say is that, what do we do? And perhaps that's where we still need to understand what will happen, right? Could you, in terms of science priorities, could you highlight, some of the areas, particularly from this region's perspective, what we really need to understand, in this area of potentially overshooting 1.5 degree? That's my question. Thank you. I guess
Thank you. Thank you. Maybe I can add to that question as well. Maybe Pam, maybe you want to answer. It's not only even about the permanent overshoot, but even with the temporary overshoot, the way the irreversible impact that we will face, I think they are devastating in a context of mountain and the glaciers. I was encouraging the youth colleague who can. So, okay, maybe the mic over here, not still, but then we will move towards this side. Okay, over there at the last row. Okay. The mic is nearby there already. Thanks. So please make it very brief because we don't have much time. Introduce yourself briefly. It's also the reminder. Maybe we are lagging behind the time. Yeah.
Hello everyone. My name is Karun Nakal.
representative of the youth, I guess. So I wanted to ask the panel about where are we in terms of cross-border and cross-institutional knowledge sharing that actually reaches the ground level citizens whose life at the helm.
Thank you.
And what can be done?
That's great. That's very short and sweet, very clear. Maybe here.
Okay, hi, namaste. My name is Srishti Gautam. I'm the National Coordinator of World's Youth for Climate Justice, where we youths work to connect climate, law, and policy. My question to the panel is that it is an open question. I'll want to ask that we youths are often discouraged whenever we want to take some actions on climate action, but if you can share some good practices that are in your country or in your region that you can see so that our youths also get encouraged and can learn from those examples. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll take maybe 3 more, maybe over here one. I really need like the mic to move very fast because we don't have much time. Okay, Kriti, over you. Then we'll go over here so that can the next mic go over this side? Yep, thanks.
Thank you so much for the detailed presentation and the insights. While we're talking about glaciers, because of the Melamchi crisis that we had a few years back, I'm worried about the permafrost. The permafrost melting leading to the Melamchi crisis and all. So what is the scientific scientific expertise when it comes to permafrost mapping and the understanding of the future hazards that it might pose to the mountainous communities? So what is the level of scientific alertness or scientific expedition when it comes to permafrost? Thank you.
So I think the mic is already there.
Yes, hi, my name is Aditi Mukherjee. I work with the CGIAR. And not so much of a question, but mostly to say that while 1.5 degrees, what we have set ourselves for, it's very important to understand that 1.5 degrees already very unjust for both the high mountain communities and for the ocean communities. So part of the work that we are doing at the Earth Commission is actually to say 1.5 may be a safe in terms of planetary boundaries, but 1 degree is what needs to be a just boundary. So I think we should, while 1 degree seems completely out of our reckoning, but we need to keep pushing that just boundary is just as important as a safe boundary. So I think it's important that we don't lose the sight of justice all throughout this conversation.
Thank you, Aditi, for bringing that perspective. If we may have missed, thank you. Can anyone help to take a mic over that corner? But in the meantime, maybe Dhiraj sir is here over. Yeah. Okay. So Shreya and then, okay, please. So we'll take 3 more now. Final 3 more. We can't go more than that.
Yeah. Thank you, Manjit Dai. Thank you to all of the panelists. My name is Shreya Kesi, youth activist, youth advocate, working with Clean Energy Nepal now. I have 2 questions. One on, are there any multilateral policy or governance forums dedicated to the Himalayan region? I think listening to the conversation so far, I think maybe not, but has there been any discussion, anything on the plans? I had this opportunity of joining the Arctic Circle forums that happens every year in Reykjavik, Iceland, and I was about questioning this part of question to myself. So I would like to take this opportunity to ask to the panelists, maybe not dedicated to anyone who has a knowledge about it. And another one we heard from CIMOD, UNESCO, from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and more. Has there been anything done intentionally to engage young people in any way, maybe in the way you see, maybe in the theory of change, how the organization works, anything that has been done intentionally to encourage, to engage young people in this dialogue and work of cryosphere and mountains? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Shreya. So over that corner.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Norbu. I'm from Bhutan. Thank you for the engaging conversation. I heard your presentations well, and most of your presentations were deep science, strong science, and very strong evidences. And I'm sure you would have made this presentation in many, many conferences. My question is, where does this strong evidences stop? Because obviously we are not doing enough, even with that evidences and strong science. And the other part of the question, which I'm more interested in hearing, is as you witness strong data and evidences unfolding in your labs or in your computer, what is the emotions that come to you? Are you angry at the powers that be for not taking enough actions? Or do you feel a sense of hopelessness? Maybe if you can share your personal relationship to this evidence and not doing enough at the global level, at the regional level. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Over here, we are really running out of time. Yes, I'm not sure like how our panelists will respond to all these raised questions, but they will try. Yep.
I'm Prabhat Rajdahal. I work as a research fellow at Policy Research Institute. It's the think tank of the government of Nepal. So whenever we talk about climate change, glacier melting, we always talk about different models. Professor also showed us different model outputs. My question is, are these model outputs reliable? Can we count on them to make effective policies? How have these models evolved over the course of time? I'm being a modeler myself. These models sometimes can be a hit and miss, like those RCC projections. So how far are we, in terms of modeling? And can those model outputs be used to make policy?
Thank you. Thank you. Dheeraj sir, over here. Yeah.
Thank you.
Then we'll take one last from your youth, and then we'll close the question and answer session.
Thank you, Manjit-ji. I'm Dheeraj Pradhananga. My question is very straightforward. I'm trying to make it short. While we are talking about the global perspectives, we are talking about climate urgency and climate crisis, we are still struggling data sharing in this region. For example, when we talk about highland, lowland, and something is changing in Tibet region is also impacting Nepal and downstream India and Bangladesh, but still there is a data sharing problem. So here we have a CASH, UNESCO, and EC mode. Can you do something starting with at least sharing data per cascading hazards or any hydroclimatic data so that we can address at least immediately now so that we can talk other big issues gradually. Thank you for the opportunity.
So we'll take one more, but I'll request the panelists to prepare for 1 minute response for each of the question. Okay, first Diksha. Yep.
Hello everyone, I am Diksha Baral. I am the National Network Coordinator of Nepalese Youth for Climate Action, and my question goes to Dr. Anil Mishra sir. I was really curious about citizen science which you talked about. So are there any example or global example where youth were particularly involved in this process that has been proven very effective? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so one final so that the response are reduced to 50 seconds now.
Thank you. I am a layman, actually. My name is Kumar Raj Kharel. I am from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Joint Secretary. I have a very layman's question. Most of the conversation here concern around technical and expert level ideas, but my very general layman's perspective is, I think our economic model is based on consumption. In order to grow economically, we have to consume more. So we keep on growing economically. And every time I eat meat, I have a ethical dilemma whether being vegetarian or being, non-vegetarian makes any difference to contributing to this problem, to this challenge. So just that simple.
Sure. Thank you, sir. So before I move to the panelists and when they are preparing the response in 55 seconds, I want to request the secretary from the IPCC, who has been obviously the IPCC is instrumental, the intergovernmental body who help us with all these science and all the references that we are presenting here. So maybe another 55 seconds, Abdullah.
Quickly, I am not going to answer this question because they are maybe difficult for me. But I want just to highlight something that, for example, one of the three conclusions of CCM 6 cycle is it said that we come with warning, but also we have hope and we have challenges. The warning we heard. The hope is there, but I want to insist that now, in this session, with this panelist, with this attendance and this youth people, I feel that there is hope. I have so many faces, I know the hope is here. And we are asking how we can, produce information. You are the solution. You can provide, you can do your research, and you can be involved in IPCC work in a proper way, in neutrality, with neutrality and all what is guaranteed that what we are going to provide is knowledge. And let me conclude by just a small concept. All of you, you know that we were managing crisis in the past, and we felt that it is not enough. We need to manage risk. But with the acceleration of extreme events, we are now in the concept to knowledge risk management. And what you are doing is improving knowledge, and all we are doing is really to participate to manage and to tackle climate change. And my appeal to you, please follow the website of IPCC and try to be as much as possible contribution to the work of IPCC. Let me conclude, anyone can be expert reviewer of our drafts just by self-declaration saying, I am expert, I can review this chapter, and your comments will be welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Secretary, and we have you here for the next few days, so colleagues feel free to also approach him for further information. So we'll take a very brief response from all our panelists here. After that, we have I think a token that has been prepared by the organizer and a family photo, and then we'll conclude this session. So brief remarks from the panelists. You don't have to answer everything because we don't have time. Maybe the colleagues can approach you later, but 55 seconds, each of you.
Yes. So I not answer a special question, just announce something. Just lady, your question about the permafrost, and also another is about Himalaya mountain system. So actually, when we look into a study about the ash water tower, it's not only glaciers. Actually, we cover just like solid water system and liquid water system. So permafrost is very important because in the ash water tower, the permafrost is covered area is about, I remember, is 15,000 square kilometers. So it's very larger.
Thank you. So even I will not take much time to transition.
Thank you so much. So first of all, I feel very happy that there are so many questions, and so much so that Manjeet had to not take all of them. So just to quickly, some of what I could see here, that most of the people are worried about the impacts. So and all the panelists have mentioned that though everyone, all the countries are doing their best to actually reduce the impacts. So what we can do basically is actually go for some proactive or priority actions towards reducing the risks and impacts which we already know of. And three of them I'd like to just highlight briefly before I come to the permafrost related question. So the three most important priority areas which could be worked upon to actually reduce the impacts, first of all, is very important, is strengthening the glacier climate and monitoring and science and research in this area, together with the capacity building. Capacity building, I mean training of the youths. That is very important because they are the ones who are going to carry this message forward, work on it. Second important thing, which has been also mentioned by previous panelists, is that the regional cooperation, regional and international cooperation is the key actually to solving our mutual crisis and problems. Third important thing which can be done at together and also at national level, and we are also working towards it, but more needs to be done, is making our infrastructure climate resilient, and also better preparing ourselves in terms of early warning systems. Now quickly I'll just touch upon the permafrost related questions, where the lady asked about what needs to be done and how we need to actually go about it. So as I think Dr. Anil mentioned, that the main hurdle there is also that there is a dearth of borehole temperature data across the HKH region, and that is one of the critical inputs to any modeling related to HK. The permafrost extends or their impacts of climate change on them. So that is, as I told in my earlier intervention, that is being geared up. The research is being geared up in this direction. And the point that the last point which I'd like to make is that we all, the fact that we are sitting here, we are discussing this, is the ray of hope for me. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think if I was a young person sitting here thinking about the impact on glaciers, I'd be angry, I'd be furious, because the effects on the glaciers would have very little to do with me. Other people have done the damage, and I'm taking the impact. And I think that's my key point I want to leave with you with, which is that the melting of the glaciers is part of a global problem. It affects everyone. It's fundamentally unfair. And I think Norbu's point about emotions is an absolutely important, vital one. We need to be telling the story of these glaciers in a way that people who don't live in the mountains understand and realize that they're having a huge impact on their own lives and the future lives of their children and their children's children. And I think for me that's the vital point, is this is a global problem affecting everyone, and we need to get that message out in whatever way we can. Thank you.
Thank you. If I may summarize, I will start with the question posed by Member of Parliament. There are several funding mechanisms, Green Climate Fund, loss and damage. So we have to be proactive. We have to really show the case. But also, I would like to refer, even in Millennium Development Goal, there was a paragraph, goal number 7, 0.7 degrees GDP contribution to the developing countries. Now, this has come, goal number 17. You also need to ask whether that commitment has been fulfilled, because development aspiration has to be fulfilled. And of course, this comes climate justice, but I'm not going to go there. But my also request to you, Member of Parliament, when you have a budget for your local level, please talk to your scientists. Because it's not only climate change, we are also destroying environment, but not having a proper development. So we really need to use our resources properly. I think we have a youth here who can provide innovative ideas, whether there is a need for a road, or whether there is a need for excavator, or whether there is anything, whether we are destroying the system, natural ecosystem, spring system. So we really need to address that issue also. It's not only climate, it's other drivers. Of course, science should be the priority, and open science. There is a UNESCO open science recommendation, so everything should be open hardware, open software. I will also, I'll probably talk to you about citizen science, how to engage citizen science in the scientific endeavors. I think that's not enough to respond to everything, but I would be happy to bilaterally respond to your question. Thank you so much.
I'll be very fast. And emotions, they're real. We have to keep on working anyway. I was trying to find a good quote. They're out there all over the place. Weep and then keep trying. I think that's really the situation that we're in. But this is hard. Why are we not taking these steps? Because it is hard. And one of the things that helped me appreciate that, there are very strong economic forces. Okay, and there's a lot of short-termism. I think we as humanity have sort of lost this multi-generational thinking, and we're thinking 2 or 3 or 5 years ahead, and that's all. But to give an idea, every single time that humanity has developed in its energy system, we started out with wood, and then moved on to coal. But wood didn't disappear. We built on top of it. Right? We're still using as much wood and dung as we ever did. Same thing is happening with recyclables right now. It's growing exponentially. The problem is we're still using as much fossil fuel. So this change that we're talking about is huge, because for the first time in human history, we're not talking about adding on to our energy system, we're talking about transforming it. So of course it's hard. But that just means we need to work harder. And my final note is, one of the nice things about being in the first panel like this is, I think all of us are here for 3 days. Come find us, because you had lots of questions, and we're here to answer those questions, and that's where we can have a deeper conversation. So please, come find me, come find them.
Thank you, Pam. That's really a very nice way to conclude. I would like to take this opportunity to really appreciate our keynote speaker, Dr. Bai King Ju, our panelists, Dr. Arpana Sukla, Dr. David Potter, Dr. Anil Misra, and Pam Pearson. We obviously don't have much time. The more we stay in this room, we are taking our coffee time, which is already started outside. The next session will start at 4:30. But I just want to take a moment to reflect. Obviously, there is much to say from this session, and there are colleagues who are taking notes. I think also the colleague from ISIMOD, and really appreciate the support that we have received for this session. Three things. The impacts are growing, and the impacts are much higher in the mountainous region. I think that's what we heard clearly. The goal, the target that we have set for achieving 1.5 degree is not lost, and that is still achievable. And I think that's the positive message that we heard here. And finally, the cooperation and working together, joining hands each other, I think that's the best way that we can walk, rather than pointing fingers. So I think in that positive note, I really want to appreciate all. As per the guidance that we are given, our colleagues are already prepared here with the token of love. I'm not sure how it was planned in terms of the protocol-wise, but maybe we have heard much about the youth. May I request our youth volunteer to give a token of love to our panelist and the keynote speaker here. Yes, please. Please, a round of applause for our keynote speaker, Dr. Bai King Ju. That's the recognition to the work that our volunteer team has done over here. Dr. Arpana Sukla, Dr. David Potter, Dr. Anil Misra, and Pam Pearson. After this, we will have a family photo here, and then we will conclude this session. So again, I would really appreciate everybody here. I see the house was full, so the show was really, I think, got the highest score over here. And really appreciate all the participants for your presence and also making this very interactive session. Looking forward for meeting you all in the upcoming session as well in the next 3 days, and looking forward for the active participation. Thank you all. We'll have one family photo. The session is concluded here. Thank you all. Thank you very much. I'm also inviting our colleague who is helping us in our reporting. And yeah, so the family photo, the session is concluded.
Okay. Welcome back, everybody. After a very short break, we're again gathered together in this hall, but I think we still have few participants outside. Therefore, I'd like to request our volunteers to kindly bring in our participants so that we can start our second session. Again, welcome back, everybody. After the first session, we are now entering our second session on the title Food Security and Climate Resilient Agriculture. We are now about to begin our second session on food security and climate resilient agriculture with the objective to promote global collaboration to develop climate smart technology for both mountain and lowland area and advocate for integrating climate adaptation and food security into policies both at national and international strategies. To moderate this panel, I would like to request Ms. Sabnam Shivakoti, Joint Secretary at Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. Ms. Sabnam Shivakoti currently heads the Agriculture and Livestock Business Promotion Division at Ministry and deals with agricultural trade and investment, disaster and agricultural insurance. Ms. Shivakoti, I would like to request you to come on the stage. The floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm good afternoon. Thank you very much for
for joining this session on food security and climate resilient agriculture. And on behalf of the organizers, I would like to welcome you all, and I feel very privileged and honored to be moderating this session. Just to set the context, climate change and food security, they are humanity's two most important concerns in the 21st century. The South Asian countries in the Hindu Kush Himalayan region, with its high population density and changing dietary practices, faces increased pressure to ensure food, water, and nutrition security. However, extreme weather events, particularly growth, landslides, flood, storms, droughts, and erratic rainfall, and the increased temperature regime continue to threaten biodiversity, agrobiodiversity loss, and agricultural productivity across the globe. Although the agricultural productivity has increased over the past years, but climate change has slowed down the growth over past 50 years globally. The IPCC report, AR6 reports, projects that climate change can put 8 to 80 million people at the risk of hunger by 2050. And with the current high emission scenario, the affordability of cereals, which is staple food in the South Asian region, can decline up to by 29%. So this reduction in affordability can further place millions of low-income population at the risk of hunger. The similar IPCC report, special report on food security, has also indicated that in the mountain people in Hindu Kush region faces various impact, particularly due to their vulnerability, poor infrastructure, their physical isolation, low productivity in the region, and of course the risk of gulf and the market and connectivity to the market. So against this context, we'll be discussing on this session, particularly focusing on what are the challenges in the region, how we can integrate these climate adaptation practices in our program and policies, how we can make it more inclusive, particularly for the mountain communities, and also how the global and regional connectivity can be enhanced, how the collaboration can be enhanced. So with this objective, I would like to welcome you all again to the session. And to begin with, I would like to invite our keynote speaker, Dr. Mark Smith. Allow me to briefly introduce Dr. Mark. Dr. Mark Smith, he is the Director General of the International Water Management Institute. He was earlier Deputy Director General, heading research for development, and he brings in more than 25 years of research on agriculture, climate, and sustainability. He has several longer experience, and with the PhD in ecology and resource management from the University of Edinburgh, he has led several innovative multi-regional programs in Asia. So I would like to request Dr. Mark for your presentation, and then after your presentation, I will invite other panelists in the dais. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for your introduction. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's a privilege also for me to be here and have the opportunity to contribute to this Sagarmatha Sambaad and to experience this event along with you. What I aim to do with this keynote presentation is to provide some inputs to this dialogue from science. And from an institution, International Water Management Institute, and the larger family of institutes that we are a member of, the CGIAR, drawing upon knowledge that we generate by working closely in partnerships, thank you, that bridge gaps between science and policy and action. It's clear from this event that mountain systems are under great pressure. And our job in science and in research for development is to provide ideas, evidence, and innovation to help governments and help communities respond to those great pressures. This pressure on mountain systems is felt, of course, in numerous ways, and not least food security. I found working with my colleagues in preparing for this event and this presentation, I found these simple statistics on the screen quite shocking, actually, that 30% of the population in this region face food insecurity, and some 50% face some form of malnutrition. And these threats to food security are getting worse, not better, as the region deals with, as the chair just outlined, as the region deals with rapid socioeconomic and environmental change, and now climate change as well on top of that. And in Nepal, food security is a reality for communities, especially as you see on the map on the screen in Western Nepal, where it can reach, food insecurity can reach as high as 60%. And it's telling to consider why. If we look at the components of food security, the building blocks, the basic framework for understanding food security that we use, those components are under pressure because of systemic change across the whole system. Migration, urbanization, infrastructure, markets, local food system disruption, and climate change. These are weakening, as you see on the screen, on the right-hand side of the screen, those basic components, weakening the availability of food, access to food, utilization of food, and the stability of the food system. So when we consider resilience, we need to reinforce this system, put in place governance and capacities, infrastructure and ecosystem health that will help communities and national systems to counteract these pressures, to turn that downward spiral of the system into one that's able to withstand shocks and stresses and rebuild. In the scientific community, we call this system the social ecological system, bringing together the people and the ecosystems and nature and the environments in which we, and resources in which we live and in which our economies function. So climate change is a major direct and indirect driver for the shocks and stresses that mountain regions are facing. And given then this context also of food insecurity, our objective must therefore be to build resilience in agriculture and food systems to climate change in these mountain systems. So I will use the rest of this presentation then to lay out what we're learning about building resilience in food systems. And first, as I do that, I want to put water at the center. That reflects who I am, what I work on, what my institute works on, but also the fundamental reality that the principal ways in which we experience climate change are through water, floods and droughts and extreme events and shifts in monsoon seasons and changes in water flows. So that fundamentally, climate change is water change in many of its dimensions. And climate change is reconfiguring the water system. And as we like to say, water is then the claws and teeth of climate change. So that the IPCC concluded in its 2021 assessment report, and we have Dr. Aditi Mukherjee with us in the audience, who was the lead, co-lead author for the water chapter of that assessment report. They concluded that water-related risks are predicted to increase with every degree of global warming. Every degree of further warming further increases the risks that we face in relation to water and that we must respond to and manage. And in the South Asia region, of course, the effects of climate change are compounded by the changes in the cryosphere, the loss of glaciers, the retreat of glaciers, leading to the phenomenon projected by ICIMOD of peak water in the middle of the 21st century, in the basins that are fed by the water towers of the Hindu Kush Himalaya, increasing flows to mid-century, then declining water availability thereafter, and given the geography of this region of the world, putting the food, water, and energy security of some 2 billion people at risk. The result is changing mountain ecosystems, changes in livelihoods, changes in agricultural production, and climate disasters. For example, the human and economic devastation that was caused by the Malamchi flood in Nepal in 2021, or the droughts experienced here in Nepal in the Terai in 2023, or the floods in September 2024 in the central region of Nepal, costing lives and a terrible economic cost as well. So climate change is also driving changes directly then in the agricultural system. As crop choices by farmers and the distribution of crops respond to shifts in the agricultural calendar as rainy seasons shift and the duration of seasons changes because of migration, because of the changes in diets. And then alongside this, as mountain regions warm and ecological zones therefore rise in elevation, reducing the amount of land available for production, changing exposure to pests and diseases, and changing access to water for production. Just one further piece of context then before moving on to how we might respond. And this is, I want also to consider the report of the Global Commission on the Economics of Water, which was published in October of 2024, so just recently. This was a commission, a high-level commission that was co-chaired by a set of eminent global leaders from government, diplomacy, and science. And this commission, it set out to reshape a new economics of water, or as they put it, an economy that will work for water rather than putting water to work for the economy. They concluded that the world faces a growing water disaster, as you see in the green box at the top of the screen, a growing water disaster, so that for the first time in human history, the hydrological cycle is out of balance, putting at risk the sustainability and equity in the future for everyone. They called, and this is based, on climate change, yes, but also, of course, widespread across the globe. At continental scales, conversion of land, and loss of ecosystems. They called this a danger to humanity. They called for radical change. They set out a framework for missions in how to respond to that radical change. And the first, a framework of 5 missions, and the first of those missions is to launch a food systems revolution that's catalyzed through water and the management of water, land, and soil, to help tackle what the IPC Special Report on Food Security described as the convergence of vulnerabilities that people in this region that people face. The challenges then that we're confronting in mountain regions are therefore, of course, complex. That's clear from this event. Hunger, poverty and exclusion, and ecosystem breakdown, climate change, and deep uncertainty about future climate and future water risks. It's key to recognize that all of these wicked water problems, as we call them, water connects them all. We call them wicked because they all affect each other, with the implication that solutions for one must work. They must be high enough quality solutions that they'll work, at least in some way, for those other complex, wicked challenges. But the flip side of that, if we're really effective, is that with the right solutions for water, we can help manage the system and steer change across these wicked problems, across solutions, across food, land, and water systems to help us resolve these problems. I said earlier that to respond to pressures on food security in mountain regions, our objective has to be to build resilience. And because water sits at the heart of climate change and connects across that set of wicked problems, then water solutions can help us build that resilience, because water is systemic. Remember, I said we needed to change the social ecological system that around all of this functions. So water solutions can help us build resilience. So consider this framework that's on the screen. It has 4 components, and in the middle of it, they're nested, the components are nested. The central component is infrastructure and technology and management. I like to, when I talk about resilience, I like to start with that, because people's assumption is normally that technology is enough, and infrastructure is enough to bring resilience. But it has to work alongside these other components of this framework. So alongside that, the next layer out, diversity and connectivity, so that in the system we ensure we have options and redundancies in order to be able to respond to shocks and stresses. And inform that next layer out, that is informed by information, data, learning, and making sure people have the skills to use that information and data. And then the outer part of this framework is governance and participation, making sure that you have participation across scales so that communities are empowered by the layers above to self-organize to respond to those stresses and strains. So finally then I get to the question of how. How can we apply this to building resilience in agriculture for food security? So I'll start with the inside of that framework, that assumption that technology and infrastructure is what you need. So Here you see, starting at the smallest scale, genetics and seed technologies to help build resistance to drought and flood and so on, agronomic practices that sustain and build productivity in face of stresses, and agricultural mechanization. Agricultural water management is clearly, in the face of these kinds of shocks, clearly part of this menu. So agricultural water management in rain-fed agriculture, water storage in different dimensions, built water storage, aquifers, wetlands and natural systems and soils and the way that they store water, and managing those in an integrated way. And then the performance and the productivity of irrigation investments and irrigation systems. There's often an assumption made, I always try to stress this, often an assumption made that the answer to these challenges is more irrigation. And it may well be part of the answer, but it has to go alongside these other components if we're really going to have resilience. Other components, including, for example, nature-based solutions and wetland restoration and springshed restoration, for example. And technologies also to raise efficiencies in water use in agriculture, and with solar-powered irrigation, coupling that with access to energy and so on. Next layer out in my framework then, system diversity and connectivity. So strengthening resilience by connecting the management of surface waters with the management of groundwaters, by connecting water storage and diversifying water storage, by diversifying sources of water to include water, recycled water in very water scarce contexts, and diversifying farming systems so that they have more options for production while uncertainty expands for climate and water. So agroecology offers us more diversity in farming systems. And next, going out again in the framework, information and learning. And the key here is information to inform those responses to change and the skills and capacities that you need to use that information and apply data in institutions as well as in individuals. And examples of ways of building that are multi-stakeholder platforms and knowledge hubs, self-organization, and applying that knowledge in self-organizing local groups and connecting that through partnerships to private sector, to levels of governance that sit above, which I'll come to in just a second. And to note here also in the part of the framework dealing with information and data, of course, we're on the cusp of new technologies that give us potential to change the way that this works and therefore change the way that we work on resilience. One of those examples is digital twins for basin management. So this is a technology that uses a digital rendition of a river basin, folds in all kinds of different data models, whether that's from satellites, from hydrometeorological observations, citizen science, can fold those into a common system and then use artificial intelligence to enable people to interrogate, ask questions about the system in terms of management interventions, whether that's farmers or river basin offices or government policymakers, to understand the system and the potential to create really unprecedented ways of accessing information and data to change the game, really. The example on the screen is from a digital twin for the Limpopo River Basin that my institute has developed in southern Africa. And so the final part of that framework, governance and participation, so all of that has to be wrapped inside good governance that works across scales, so frameworks of policies, laws, and institutions, empowering self-organization at local levels, so aligning decision-making across scales from the highest levels down to local governments and local community-based organizations to meet those multiple and diverse needs that we have in taking resilience forward. So, to finish up, a few takeaways. Mountain regions facing rapid changes in food and water systems and ecosystems. These are putting pressure on already difficult challenges related to food security. All of this is made worse by climate change. With water at the heart of climate change, water solutions can help connect solutions for complex problems across hunger, poverty, and ecosystem breakdown, so central to the challenges of the mountain regions that we've been hearing about today, to help us turn system degradation around and make more resilient systems. So water management is a means of building resilience, but we have to do so. This is key. We have to integrate diverse intervention and investments across those different dimensions of the framework that I showed, meaning that we can't just pick governance. Yes, we're going to work on governance, or we can't just pick technologies. We have to find the means of working collectively through collective action across science, across policy, across government, across the development sector and civil society, communities and businesses. So collective action to work across these systemic frameworks to change the trajectory that we're on. So thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mark, for that very interesting presentation, particularly focusing on the, you can take your seats here. Thank you. Particularly focus on water as the central to this climate change debate. You have clearly mentioned about that water is a claw and teeth of the climate change, how water can be a growing disaster, but also threatening the availability, but also because water solutions can be resilient, can help build the resilience. So with that, now I would like to welcome our panelists in the dais. I would like to welcome His Excellency Ambassador Bader Omar Al-Dafa. He's the Special Envoy of Minister of Foreign Affairs for Climate Change and Sustainability. Ambassador Al-Dafa is Executive Director of the Global Dryland Alliance, an international organization dedicated to food security in dryland countries. He served as the United Nations Under Secretary General and Executive Secretary of the Economic Social Commission for Western Asia. He has served as Ambassador of Qatar to United States and Permanent Observer to the Organization of American States, and he has enjoyed a long and distinguished career in foreign affairs and non-governmental services, including representing Qatar as Ambassador to Russia, France, Egypt, and Spain. I'd like to welcome you on the dais, Your Excellency. We have another panelist, Dr. Usha Jha. She's the former member to the National Planning Commission. I'd like to welcome you, madam, to the dais. Dr. Usha Jha hails from the village of Madhua of Mahotari district in Madhya province. She became the campus chief of Lamjung campus under Institute of Agriculture and Animal Science in 1995. She has worked with the NGOs, INGOs, and UN agencies where she has gained experience of working with women and type of affirmative actions needed to bring changes in their lives. I really love the way she believes her belief in dependency is not empowering, and she has always worked with the saving-led approach with rural women while working for economic empowerment linking to the entrepreneurship and access to finance. She is also a member of Civil Society Advisory Group to UN Women and think tank member to the Ministry of Women and Social Welfare Council. As a third panelist, I would like to invite Dr. Ganesha Joshi. He is the former secretary to the government of Nepal with specialization in resource economics and policy from UPLB Philippines. He's a former secretary who worked in different ministries of the government of Nepal, including forest and soil conservation, environment, tourism, agriculture, and defense. Dr. Joshi is also a visiting professor in TU and chair of the Center for Green Economic Development. He has contributed as a lead author to Options for Governance chapter in IPBES Asia Pacific Regional Assessment on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, and as an expert in the scoping of the nexus of food, biodiversity, energy, water, and health. I'd like to welcome you also, sir, on the dais. And last but not the least, we have with us Mr. Ken Semiju, is the country representative for Nepal and Bhutan from Food and Agriculture Organization. Prior to his appointment, he has been serving as the FAO country representative for Bhutan and Nepal since July 2021. Prior to this appointment, he served as the FAO representative for Papua New Guinea from 2013 to 2021. He has over 26 years of experience in food security, agricultural and rural development, natural resource management, climate change, disaster risk reduction, and emergency response rehabilitation, primarily with FAO and other UN agencies, UNDP, UNCRD in Asia and Pacific, as well as the Caribbean. So we have a very eminent, rich panelist and speaker here. Okay, so I'd like to welcome you all. And to begin with the panel discussion, I would like to begin with Mr. Ken. It has been widely acknowledged that climate change impact is differential, that we have heard from the beginning. And so the mountain communities, they are impacted differently, as they are more vulnerable in terms of physicality, remoteness, and food insecurity. So, Ken, with the experience of you working in FAO in food and nutrition security, both in Bhutan and Nepal, what do you see as the major challenges for ensuring food security amid climate change in the mountain region in particular?
Thank you. So, the challenges are many, and also, really more severe for mountain countries and communities in terms of ensuring food security and also sustainable agricultural production vis-a-vis the impacts of climate change. Mountain communities already have inherent problems in terms of ensuring effective and efficient agriculture production because of lack of, for example, arable land. Also lack of irrigation, access to technologies, or lack of agricultural extension, and also lack of labor, and also you have vulnerable communities or indigenous communities are already at risk of increased malnutrition and food security. So you already have these kind of challenges to begin with, and of course you already have migration as well. And but with climate change, and then with this particular region, it's estimated that temperatures may rise up to 2.6 to 4.6 Celsius. And what that does is that that will cause very severe changes in rainfall, cropping systems, farming systems, ecosystems, and that is also going to be coupled with extreme climate events or increased occurrence of extreme climate events such as drought, flooding, landslide. And again, this is going to result in, again, a further decrease in agriculture production, productivity, and of course food systems. And then you have more people migrating because of climate-induced migration. And this is already happening in Nepal and other countries. So it's really a vicious a circle. And also, what is very concerning is that it's the vulnerable groups that I mentioned, whether it's the indigenous or the community groups, or whether it's the persons with disabilities, or a single, for example, headed female households. Those are the people that again, bear the kind of brunt of the negative impacts of this. The impacts of climate change, but then they again, it makes it even for them more difficult to actually build both the institutional and the individual capacity for climate resilience. Because to address all these impacts of climate change, you actually need to build community resilience, both at the individual and institutional level. But the problem is the people are not there. The active labor force, they're migrating. The people that are left behind already have these, various socioeconomic challenges to begin with, and then they have difficulty in accessing the finance, the technology, and the support to deal with these challenges. So, I would say that those are some of the key challenges, in my opinion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Just following up on your statement about the climate-induced migration, because the climate-induced migration is a problem itself for us also in Nepal and many parts of the South Asia region, where the people are getting away from agriculture and a lot of agricultural land remaining fallow. So in this context, what would be the best motivational factors for youth, poor and marginalized farmers, probably women, so that they are engaged in agriculture and food production process?
Well, I think that, it was already mentioned that, the need for kind of an integrated and collective and holistic approach. So it's not just about enhancing infrastructure or enabling access to agricultural extension or technology. You basically need an institutional or an ecosystem for these people to, gain capacities in not just in climate resilience, but also in agricultural, extension and training. I think for the young people, I do think that, with my experience and because I work with a lot of youth groups and young agri-entrepreneurs, I do think that there is some opportunities, especially in digital agricultural innovation, whether it's artificial intelligence or whether it's IoT technologies or blockchain or whether it's drones or, whether it's applications, because, some of the young people who are still in agriculture, they are very much attracted to these kind of smart, more modernized, efficient type of agriculture. And there are also, I think, more investors and financiers who are willing to kind of invest in these type of, so that could be one way of maybe trying to, attract or engage, keep them engaged in agriculture. But, again, there needs to be more increased partnership between community, between, government at the federal, provincial level, also with the private sector, also with development partners. So there needs to be a kind of a collective mechanism, not to just enhance the access to technology and finance, but really to build that institutional capacity, as I mentioned, the community resilience. And also, you need to have a baseline for your interventions. You need to have a roadmap. You need to identify where the gaps are, and you need a resource mobilization plan. And it requires really long-term, institutional engagement, and that also involves, cultivating leadership. You need also youth leadership. You need to empower not just only the young people, but the vulnerable groups that I mentioned. Also, I think de-risking, their, investments and activities is very important because these are people are already vulnerable to begin with. So you need enhanced social protection instruments and mechanisms to de-risk whatever, for example, agribusiness or enterprises that they're involved in, because without that safeguard, it's very likely that, it's very unlikely that they would even want to experiment, and when they fail, the impacts are even greater than some of the other groups. So I would say that inclusion is also a very important factor.
Thank you for that set of recommendations that you mentioned. Probably this could be help our youth in retaining in agriculture. Now coming to the productivity, because we have seen that there is a productivity growth, but not as encouraging as in the last 50 years. So coming to that question, I would like to ask Dr. Ganesh Joshi, sir, with increasing impact of climate change, we have observed that it is evident more efforts are needed. One is not just to increase the production, but even to sustain the current level of production with the challenges exceeding to feed the growing population. So based on your experience, how do you explain the present state of food security and the challenges faced by agriculture food sector at the global level in general and South Asia in particular for enhancing agriculture productivity and improving the food and nutrition security in the region?
Thank you, Shobhanamji. Actually, many things have come up. So with regard to the productivity, before that, let me allow to mention some figures. The situation of food security and nutrition at global level, as well as South Asia and Nepal as well. You see, at the global level, prevalence of undernourishment is just 9.2%, whereas in South Asia it is 15%, almost double. So with regard to the stunting, you see children below 5 years, it is 30% in South Asia, whereas only 22% at the global level. So IPCC has already mentioned that, estimated that by 2050, around additional 180 million people will be at the risk of hunger due to the impact of climate change. In South Asia, around 412 million people severely affected by the climate change. So number of people risk at hunger due to climate change is expected to increase by 11 to 20% by 2050 in South Asia. So, and the countries will lose about 2% of the GDP due to climate change. So means even increasing productivity itself may not be enough. So as our land frontier is almost closed, there is very, very less possibility of increasing the land, but only opportunity to us is to increase the productivity. And how to sustain that productivity is also a question. You see, if you look at the 4 dimensions of the food security that was mentioned earlier, our what is the status of food security environment in South Asia is quite low. Availability, it has increased a lot. But in terms of stability and the affordability, access, it is quite low. You see, even the country, India, that ranked 68 out of 113 countries, Nepal 74, Sri Lanka 79, Bangladesh 80, and Pakistan 84. That means situation quite alarming in terms of really strengthening it demands the strengthening of the food security situation. With regard to the productivity, as you mentioned, of course, water, one of the most important factor of production. I recently did a research on the determinants of the agricultural total factor productivity growth in Nepal. The most important factor is the water, irrigation water. As you increase the irrigated area by 1%, it would contribute ATFA growth by around 4%. In addition to that, the connectivity, road connectivity, that also contributes to growth, as well as the investment that you make in the agricultural sector also contribute. Agricultural sector, I'm talking about whole sector, that also contributes a lot. So, in order to really increase and sustain the productivity, probably sustainability is also a question. That's why we should promote that we should repurpose our subsidy regime, not only in Nepal, maybe globally, and even in the South Asia, towards, say, greening, green technology, resilient generation of the climate resilient technologies, as well as the development of infrastructure, green infrastructure, like that. Climate resilient agricultural practices, as our recent data says, one of the most important climate resilient practices is agroforestry practices. In Nepal, only 3% of the households have adopted agroforestry practices. That's why we should focus more on investing on the climate resilient agricultural practices, generation of the technologies, dissemination, connectivity, information sharing, and the development of the infrastructures, pre-production as well as post-production, including the climate awareness or the early warning system. Thank you.
Thank you for your views, Dr. Joshi. As I have been informed that His Excellency Ambassador has to leave a bit early because of his appointment with the Foreign Minister. So I would like to come to you, Your Excellency. We talked about the food production and also the climate resilient agriculture. So we have seen from our earlier deliberations also that implementing climate resilient agriculture demands a strong collaboration and partnership among multi-stakeholders, both at the global level and regional levels, in terms of finance, technology transfer, and capacity building. We have realized, we have felt that acknowledge there is a need to promote collaboration, partnership, and cooperation among the countries, among the regional groups and scientific and technical institutions. So from your experience, how do you think the global and regional cooperation be strengthened to address food security challenges that is posed by the climate change, given in the political and economic diversity?
It's my honor and pleasure to be among this distinguished panelists and the crowd. I would like to just mention two things. Food security issue has been with the humanity since 3,000 years ago. It's not a new issue. And we still, until today, we did not find the proper solution or cooperation in facing this challenge. The Bible, the Holy Bible and the Holy Quran tells us that during the Pharaoh's time in Egypt, the Pharaoh had a bad dream of 7 fat cows eating 7 thin cows. So he asked for someone to interpret his dream, and it was the prophet Joseph who told him that you will have 7 years of good production of wheat. And in this case, we have to save and store food for the other 7 years after that, where will be famine. This was the beginning of food security for a human. Now, I have attended 7 COPs. The issues that have been discussed in these COPs are the same. Titles differs, but really it is the same. Now, we have developed world and we have less developing world. And we think there is a responsibility, a great responsibility from the developed world toward the less developed world. I traveled to Africa, to Asia, to Latin America, to the MENA region and our part of the world. And we see that little support to less developing countries could make a significant difference. Not only by government, but also by private institutions, NGOs, civil society. We need concentrated effort in order to face this challenge. Now, of course, all of you knows that the food production, there is a gap between the consumption and the food production. It ends up that less developed countries or poor societies cannot afford high prices, especially in the time of war. Take example, the Russian war with Ukraine. These two are the 2 largest producers of grain. The prices went up. Less developed countries cannot really pay that price. So what do? As I mentioned, in all these COPs, we have promises and billions of dollars, but there is no honoring of this commitment. Last year, I was in Kenya, and the president of Kenya made remarks about how we hear about billions, but we have not seen millions. Now, if we are really serious about helping each other as world community, facing the food security, I think we should honor our commitment. I think climate change and food security are 2 faces of the same coin. In some countries, especially our part of the world where scarcity of water, I'm talking about the MENA region, mostly desert, 80% of our, over 80% of our countries are desert. Fine, maybe we are blessed with oil and gas. Technology also helps in terms of agriculture, but that is very expensive. And the government subsidizes this. Other countries can't. I will share with you that most of the farmers, individual farmers in Africa are women. I think about 60 or maybe more than 60%. And they need all the means of support. Now I know in some developed societies, $1 does not mean much. But I can tell you, $1 in poor countries bring breakfast, lunch, and dinner. And I know what I'm talking about. So it really doesn't take much from well-off countries to really honor their commitment in terms of supporting the less developing countries. The organization I'm director of Global Dryland Alliance. It's a UN organization made out of 12 countries. It has a vision of make dryland countries food secure and contribute to stability and peace in the world. The mission is to work with local, regional, and international partners to identify, disseminate, and implement solutions for agriculture, water, energy challenges in dryland countries. I can't speak about my country, and I'm not trying to, but really when we can and able to support through different programs, we do support some of these less developing countries. I don't want to go much further, but really I just like to give you an idea of the international food security issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for bringing that the issues of the technology might be expensive for the countries, and also the issue of affordability with the food that you have raised the concern, and how can the developed countries support in probably translating those technologies to the developing countries. So now we'll come back to Madam Jha, to Dr. Jha. Because you have experience of working in the National Commission and social sector for a long period of time. How can we ensure that the smallholder farmers of the marginal communities in the mountain areas, they are included in our decision-making processes, and how to make those the food affordable for those communities also? How can we make it more support for them so that they can adapt those to the climate challenges and probably address their food security?
Thank you, Shabnam. This is a question very core to my heart because I have been working very much with the farmers most of the time. And I was, being a member of the National Planning Commission, it was a very good opportunity for me to understand how does it happen at the policy level, how does it happen at the implementation level, and how does it go at the stakeholders level. So there are 3 levels that works together, especially in the mountain as well. So I would say that stakeholders, actually the farmers, I say them, the stakeholders, the major stakeholders, they are the core. And they are at the top of all the planning. And their engagement is at the core. They have to be involved in all of the planning process. All of the thought that we do about the policy making, implementation, they have to be engaged. Until and unless we engage them, we are not going to do justice. So they have to be engaged at all the time. I have been listening, from the morning, I think I have heard so many sessions. And in all of the sessions, I think there is a strong call. And that call is that we have to really work together. We have to work together, collaborate together, coordinate together. And we have to respect the farmers and the local systems that is there, the indigenous food system that is working over there. Because there is something working. It is not that nothing is working. There are so many crises that has come up. And we have to handle that. But then to handle that, we have to really build on whatever is there. So we have to start with that. Especially in Nepal, I would say, we have got a very fertile ground for now at least. We do have struggles in mountain, and we have got so much of this glacier melting, and then we have to really move from all the policies and planning to make it friendly to the farmers living in all those mountains. We have to be very careful about that. But then there are few things that has happened in Nepal that is very positive about all these things. And the first of it is that we have got the right to food and food sovereignty policy. And this policy has kept all the farmers, irrespective of the region, kept all the farmers at the core of the planning. So this farmers' respect has been the major thing. The indigenous food system has been the major thing. Indigenous crop system has to be respected. So there are core things that has been made the part of the act. And that act is so important that anyone can really build on that, and that can go to the local level. And localization has again been very much built into that act. So from the top to the bottom, the localization system and reaching the farmers, this is all built into that act, and that is the very important thing that we have got on board, and we can build on that. The other thing we have very recently done is, all the stakeholders, because we have been talking about multi-stakeholder, multi-sectors, but Nepal has to some extent practiced it in the coordination with the UN system, WFP, especially for the UN food system. Nepal has moved a little bit forward because they have come up with the food system strategy, the transformation, and there where we have got 5 strong action tracks. And those action tracks have considered the climate crisis. So we do have that. We really, the important one among them is to boost the local productive system. So we have to really build on the climate that is there, and we have to really start thinking of how do we really build on that. So these are the things that was really helping us move forward with the climate crisis, and with the farmer putting at the center of the agriculture and the food security. Food security and nutrition security, it has to be considered together. We did talk a lot about the food security, but the nutrition security now is the question, because even if there is food, the nutrition is not happening over there, and there are so many impacts that we are watching, we are experiencing those things these days. So I think, Shabnam, it is very important that we have got farmers there, and the farmer as at the core, and then we have to respect farmer all the time. And our system is respecting farmer, and we have yet not been able to collaborate much with the farmers in the mountain to bring them on board. And we really need to respect them as the stakeholder, important stakeholder, and engage them in all the planning process. That's going to help us. Thank you.
Thank you for bringing out that the farmers has to be at the core of the process. But we have yet to engage, still a long way to go to engaging the mountain communities, although a lot of positive things has already happened, ensuring the right of the farmers through our act and your food system transformation pathways. We're talking about the affordability of the food in the earlier discussion by the panelists. Just reflecting on what the IPCC report that has estimated that under high emission scenario, the affordability of cereals could decline by 1 to 29%. So that makes that millions of people might go into the hunger trap. And additionally, we have observed that there are restrictive trade policies, although we're talking more of the sustainable production system, but I would like to, because you being an economist, I would like to bring this also in the discussion, that restrictive trade policies, while they offer short-term relief, but they can also disrupt trade and worsen the food insecurity in the medium to long run. So in this context, how can countries and regions, they can promote a coordinated climate-resilient agri-food system that fosters cooperation, sustainable agriculture, but also balances the trade that can contribute to food and nutrition security? To you, Dr. Joshi, yes.
Thank you. It's a very, trade itself is a very tricky aspect. So, as you mentioned, economic crisis, shocks, global trade disruptions, and volatile commodity prices, they affect most vulnerable countries as well as the vulnerable people, those who cannot afford import. So we also experienced the price shocks, commodity price increment during Ukraine, although it's still going on, Ukraine-Russia crisis. We did a study here in 5F: food, fertilizer, fuel, feed, and finance. All components were affected. Even food, we used to import mustard seeds from Russia, crude sunflower oil from Ukraine, and from our neighbors, wheat, even paddy. So, just to cite an example, wheat flour price, that increased from 52 rupees per kilo to 82 rupees within a period of 4 to 5 months. Probably we all have had experienced the price rise. So in this context, I think how should we really promote regional cooperation? Of course, there are agreements. People argue for rule-based trade. Those who put forth the statement of rule-based trade, they really tend to violate themselves. So this has happened everywhere. So we are also part of it. That's why in this context, I think as Usha ma'am pointed out, let us try to strengthen our local food production system first. We do have, in case of mountains, we do have many comparative advantageous commodities. Just to cite an example, the large cardamom, which we export, top agricultural export. Regional is revealed comparative advantage is around 300%. We have uniqueness. In addition to that, non-timber forest products, maps. We have, we can brand it Himalayan product or something like that. So that also supports the households or communities' affordability through complementing through income increment. So I think this is a crucial part. In addition to that, the regional cooperation. Of course, in SAARC, we do have SAARC Food Bank, SAARC Seed Bank. Honestly, if we contribute to it and be honest to really implement it effectively, we can trade whatever surplus we do have, we can import during the crisis period. This is also a sort of collaboration. In addition to that, I think to support the local production, we should connect with markets. Unless you connect with local, national, as well as the regional markets, there will be a havoc, because people or farmers, producers tempted to production, but unless they get a remunerative price of their products, they would be discouraged to produce from the next year onward. I think in this way we can build a, of course, investment in infrastructure.
We'll come back to that again,
sure.
Dr. Joshi. So now I would like to, His Excellency, Ambassador Al-Dafa, if you have a few, because as you're leaving for the meeting, so just 1 minute to you, maybe if you have to your thoughts on this, because we're expecting questions that might be addressed also to you, but because of the time constraint of yours, maybe a few last words that would like to say, and then I can just request our Honorable Secretary to hand over the token of appreciation to you. Anything you'd like to, some last word of wisdom?
International cooperation is very important, not on papers, but actionized plans to really support the less developing countries. This message has to be heard loudly. The will of countries have the means to do so, we sometimes surprise, why are you not doing your shares, especially when you make a commitment, honor that commitment. This is one. Also, the private sector has a role to play. Research is also very important. I think what people face in Asia in terms of these challenges are the same one in Latin America, are the same in Africa, similar also to the challenges that are in the MENA region. So if we have this similarity, why don't we come out with, at the international level, with solution? Of course, there is no one size that fits all. That's impossible. But at least there are basic issues that we can deal with. Thanks God that technology today is helping. My country is a desert country, but with technology today, we have 8 years ago, 7, 8 years ago, we started growing vegetables and fruits, and also exporting to the neighbor countries. We were only able to do that. It is not cheap, but we were able to do it through technology. Now, less developing countries cannot afford that, but if we put efforts to help, and listening to my colleagues here, whether it is water resources, agriculture, I am sure we can reach solution. If we have a good intention, it will happen. If we only make empty promises, we will never get there. This is my message.
Thank you for that wonderful message that we have to stick by our commitments, and of course through the technology we can definitely intervene to enhance production, and how the developed countries should keep supporting the developing countries. So with that measures, I would like to invite Dr. Deepak Kharal, Ministry Secretary for the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, to hand over the token of appreciation to His Excellency. Okay, so now before I come back to the panelists, I would like to open the floor for discussion, and then we'll come back with your question, and then some follow-up questions to the panelists. Please, kindly introduce your name, and please indicate whom your question is intended for, so that, and be very specific with the question. Can the volunteers facilitate with the microphone, please? I encourage young and energetic youth also to put forward your questions, because I see that you are the future of the nation.
Thank you. My concern is about the massive flow of youth migration from the country to abroad. In my opinion, this is a rather more serious concern than the climate change issues in the countries these days.
Can you also introduce yourself, sir?
My name is Indra Sapkota. I work for Ministry of Forest and Environment. So, in my opinion, this issue is rather more serious than the climate change in the region. Labor sources and agriculture, and hence to the food production. So perhaps any of you can respond to my concern that what could be done to minimize the trend of youth labor migration from country to the abroad. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions, and then we'll get back to the panelist.
Richard Baker. My question is actually to Dr. Mark. in your framework for the water resilience, I would love to know your input on the role of economics at that point. It's something I focus a lot on, economics of water and how it could reset a lot of the challenges that we face. But I was wondering how that fit into your framework, because it wasn't explicitly mentioned, but it could be one of the things that's underneath. So I'm just curious, how does that fit in, and how does it make the investability of those technologies, policies, processes easier to come to fruition?
Hi everyone. My name is Karun Nakal. My question is to Dr. Mark and Mr. Ken. Uses of technologies like AI and IoT is directly corresponding to the increasing reliance on non-renewable energy. How do we ensure that use of these technologies are accessible, inclusive, and usable for the remote farmers, and they in turn also minimize the climate impact?
Hello, my name is Binay from Institute for Global Environmental Strategies in Japan. So my question is related with migration, and I'd like to pose it to Mr. Shimizu-san. Basically, what I have faced from the site and the field is the real problem for the youth less attracted, why they are less attracted to the agriculture is the income. Do we have an approach or any methods so that we can have a monthly income of migrating youth, about 50,000 Nepalese, that is around 300 to 400 US dollar. Can we do that? That's my question. I think that's how we should address migration, because everything boils down to the income. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the panel discussion. It was very interesting. My name is Vanshika, and I work at the Sustainable Food Systems teams at the Council on Energy, Environment and Water. It's a policy think tank based in Delhi. My question, based on the panel discussion, there was a lot of talks on having genetically modified seeds that can help increase productivity. And at the same time, there was a lot of discussion on building local capacities, where a lot of indigenous traditional knowledge comes in, and all our traditional varieties of maybe millets and other kinds of crops. How do we integrate both of them? Because it seems like a trade-off. There is one aspect of increasing productivity through science, but at the same time, not including a lot of the science that we already have. And how can we get that sort of a balance? My question, it can be answered by anybody, but it was specifically for Dr. Mark.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. My name is Kriti Shrestha. I work in DC in Nepal. And my question is, anyone from the panel may take it. My question is more like, when we're talking about food security and climate resilient agriculture, I think one of the aspects that we need to discuss in a more integrated and mainstream manner is how we are preparing to protect our supply chain from climate-induced disasters. We do know that in the frequent years, science is pretty clear that disasters are bound to increase, and it will affect supply chain, the whole supply chain scenario. So how are we trying to make it more resilient and make food security a priority? So that is one. And the second thing that I joined the discussion very late, so apologize if it has already been said, but I think when we're talking about food security and climate resilient agriculture, one of the things that the policy and the practices of Nepal needs to acknowledge is that we have women farmers, where our policies should make these women farmers leaders of climate resilient agriculture. So I think that is a narrative that we shouldn't miss and we should prioritize. Thank you so much.
So we'll take the second round of questions. Let the panelists answer this question first. I think Mark, you can come at the end, because the question, I encourage the panelists first to answer, and then to Mark, I'll come at the end of the session, okay? So the two questions were related with the migration, and directed to Ken about related with the income, how we can make the agriculture income more attractive for them to retain, and also what is the policy, how to we can stop the migration? I think that's a tough question to answer, but I'm sure with your experience you can answer that
I'll
one.
try to answer in a succinct way because it could be a very long answer. And yes, agriculture can be efficient, can be profitable, and there can be a sustained, income, and of course, as you said, you are absolutely right. It's not, it's not just, the impacts of climate change, but of course that is also a factor, especially in terms of, migration from, the mountains to more of the, the plain areas. But, I think the question was more about out-migration, and you absolutely said, agriculture systems and production systems, productivity in Nepal is not productive enough, for, young people to be, engaged in. So, I think the really concise answer to that is you need a coherent, combination of policy, agricultural extension, capacity building, and also leadership training. And again, as I said, really a multi-sectoral, community-based kind of, approach where all the actors, at again federal, provincial, local, level government, also development partners, also the banks, private sector, all of these things, we need to have a very coherent, policy framework to really enhance the efficiency and the profitability and the productivity of the agriculture sector. And this requires a lot of things. No, you need investment in agriculture, you need investment, in infrastructure, you need investment in extension technology, all of these things. But I think what is most important is everything has to be synced and coherent and coordinated. So, and at the end of the day, whatever strategy or policy is developed, the implementation of that has to be done in a collective, coordinated, manner. Okay, so I would just finish at that. So I don't know if that was, so, but it can be done. And there is great potential for that in Nepal, but everything has to be aligned. And I would say that requires also, a very, very strong leadership, at all levels.
Would you like to compliment Dr. Joshi? Yes, please.
Just to compliment what Mr. Ken said. Actually, let us look into the macro policy. What is our macro policy? Remittance and contribute to GDP. Now it has reached to 30%. So sectoral policy, unless you review the macro policy of sending youth to work outside and do not ensure their income. Of course, agriculture can retain many youths if their income is ensured. Some micro enterprises, through their capacity building, availing the affordable technology, then some institutional support, and access to finance, of course. So these are really separated, no? You enhance their skills, but no technology, no finance. Sometimes you just ask them to, for finance, no capacity, no technology available. So this should be in a package, should be available to them. I think first let us review our macro policy so that we can develop or further promote our sectoral policy, I think. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Joshi. There was a question about the engagement of the women farmers and then producing women leaders. So I think that I'll put that question to Usha Madam. Also in connection with the food system transformation, how we are kind of supporting through the policy and legislation, whether if there are still some gaps so that we can have the more of women leadership in the agriculture and other sector.
Thank you. I think this is a very interesting question, and I would really thank you all, because it is nothing can be seen in isolation, and it was really very difficult for me to talk about climate action climate resilience only impacting farmers, because it is not only the climate resilient and the climate impact on the farmers, it is integrated reasons for that. And one among the most important reason and most impacting reason is the youth migration in Nepal. So I thank Neeraj for that question, because impact of climate change and the youth migration, that is creating a big crisis in mountain. That is making mountain vulnerable. And I was in Dhangadi, and I was doing one stakeholders engagement meeting, and there were people from the mountain as well represented. They were representing there, and they very clearly spelled out, we are not in the priority of the government. No opportunity comes to our place. If there is opportunity to earn money, to engage ourselves in some work, if there is anything that we can do there, why would we come to Kathmandu, or why would we go to Dubai or Qatar or anywhere to earn money? So the opportunity needs to go to those places. We need to make the part of the system. We need to make the part of the, we have policies. It is not because I have worked at the policy level, I see there are so many things that is already allocated in the policy. But the policy does not go to them. It hasn't yet gone to them, and that's why youth migration is happening a lot. The impact of climate change is there. The impact of climate change is making their life hard, but the response from the government is not there, so they are migrating from there. Youth is, and they have to earn money. So most of the mountain, I would tell you the reality, that in most of the mountain, if there are any families, there is a very old house and there is a one old woman and a one old man. That's the reality, especially in the mountain region of Nepal. So it is becoming vulnerable because of the population getting lower over there and the facilities getting lower over there, and climate is already, it's already a big animal over there. So everything is there, but we have yet not been able to really give a good solution. The solution is also there, but the priority has to go to that mountain region. The priority is to be taken by us, and it can be collaborated in a coordinated way, collaborated way. So in integration, because there are so many things, good things that is happening there, if we as I said before, if we can capitalize on whatever can be done over there, whatever is already existing there, and we can build on that, then possibly people will stay there, youth will stay there. But what we are doing is we are only looking at the remittance. So that's I don't know, that there might be some positive side of it, but I think youth migration is definitely not a positive thing that is happening in our country. So we have to be very vigilant about that, and we have to strategize that. Productivity, I think Anshika or someone said that the productivity and the indigenous food priority and the food system priority, these are two different things. But then with the stakeholders engagement, what I have learned is what they are saying is we have got the policy at the national level that, okay, we will bring private sector on board, we will bring cooperative on board, we will bring everyone on board. But when you go to a village, whatever institutions are there, irrespective of private, irrespective of government, irrespective of civil society, UN, everybody is already there on their board, and they are working together. So working together culture a little bit exists there at the grassroots level where people are there, and it is only because of the decentralization approach that Nepal has taken. So I think there are a few things. Productivity is not increasing because of the climate problem, the impact of climate, but then they are now, as a result, they are promoting the indigenous food system, and they are trying to feed themselves in a better way, in a nutritive way. But the other side, the negative side of it is that we have got so many junk food excess over there, and people have money because there is remittance coming to them, there is money coming to them, and they buy the junk food and they eat it. So there is another threat to their nutrition status as well. So I would say that we have to work in an integrated manner with bringing all the interventions together, and we have to build the community institutions. If we are able to build the community institutions, possibly youth will be engaged into those community institutions. They will take the ownership of that, and that might decrease a little bit of youth migration. This is very threatening for all of us, that youth migration is happening very much in Nepal, and we have to be very much vigilant about that. Thank you. Thank you, Shabnam.
Thank you for that views, madam. Now, I don't know, is that warning sign for this session because I've been told to finish this session by 6:15, so we have about 15 minutes left. So now I'll come to Mark about, there were two questions related to you, one by about the economies of the water and then about the affordability of the technology. Maybe you can quickly put your thoughts on this.
Sure, and then there was a third one about genetics.
GMO and the local indigenous technology.
No, thank you for the question on the way the framework or economics relates to the framework. Definitely something worth exploring further. I think each of those components of the framework has an interface, obviously, with economics that will shape the way that decisions are made and behaviors play out in each of those different dimensions. I mentioned also the Global Commission on the Economics of Water, and I think that in a very brief sense, the thing to draw from in trying to answer your question is they emphasize the importance of reflecting in the way that we manage and make decisions about water, and we can apply this across all four of those dimensions. We need to reflect on the full value of water and the values of water in all the different dimensions of value, including that we have in societies. So it would be interesting to dive further into that framework and the way that interface works across there. Thank you. In terms of access to technologies and information, on the energy component to that, I think the driver that we have to be cognizant of there is the need to accelerate, just as in other aspects of our economy and society, to accelerate the energy transition, right? In terms of access, in CGIAR, in IMI, we really emphasize trying to ensure that that inclusion is a component in the way that we design and roll out and scale technologies, including information technologies. So ensuring that we have embedded in those technologies the principles that help us do that better. I would say that one of the things, of course, that's changing now is the scale of data and the scale of and the flexibility of using different kinds of data in new ways, which means that there's huge volumes of data that could potentially make access to those to that data and the information technologies associated with it more complicated, less inclusive. But on the other hand, there are tools, and artificial intelligence, the way I naively understand it, helps us sort through, if we design things well, sort through so that we can have appropriate interfaces, accessible interfaces for information and data, for farmers, for local communities, tailor those for local governments, etc., in ways that are going to be easier than has been the case in the past. But definitely work in progress, and a good, excellent point to raise. On the question of genetic innovation, I very strongly take your point. Sorry, I can't see who asked the question, but I very strongly take the point that alongside that must be crop diversity and crop diversification, and in a more elaborate version of that framework, that would certainly be there. I would only caveat that by saying when we talk about genetic innovation, that's not all genetic modification, and certainly conventional crop breeding has an enormous role relative to increasing the drought resilience of our staple crops as well, drought and flood resilience as well. So thank you.
There's a question about the supply chain resilience. Would any of the panelists would like to respond to that? About the supply chain, there's a question about how we can make our supply chain more resilient, not just the food production. Anyone can answer to that one quickly?
Yeah, thank you. This, especially not in the mountain region, in all of the regions, I think the supply chain is very important core component of the productivity, and we have to really be careful about it. I would link that with the action tracks that Nepal has formulated, because this is now going to be our future strategy. It is a part of the future strategy that the National Planning Commission and this ministries, multi-stakeholders and multi-sectors have come together, and they have developed this. So I would just tell what are those 5 action tracks that includes everything into that, and that will respect all the value chain points as well. So I think the first is ensure safe and nutritious food for all. That is the first one. We have kept it at the top. And the second one is shifting to sustainable consumption pattern. We have to have it a sustainable consumption pattern. So we are promoting indigenous because we have to have a sustainable something. We do something, but it doesn't continue. So we have to work with that. There where we would bring in all the players, the value chain players over there. And then we would do boosting nature productive, the production, nature friendly production. There are steps to that, because we will have to link the research and development to the mountain and the hills and the tarai, because the diversity is the beauty of Nepal. So we have to have very different type of researches that has to go on to link it with the development. So that is the part of that we have to do that. And we have also tried to build the equitable livelihood for everybody. So we have that we will bring that livelihood to the mountains as well, so that there are opportunities that gets created for the people living over there. And building resilience to vulnerability, shocks and stresses. So climate change is already there. So value chain actors are in all of the 5 action tracks, and we are putting them all together. So there are lots of description we have. If you are interested, you can visit the website and you can find it there. But I've just read the points for you, because we have tried to make it Pentagon points so that we really reach the farmer and the stakeholders and engage them in our overall development process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My apologies that I will not be able to take any further questions due to the time limitation. So I'll try to sum up the discussion quickly. I'll just go over there, and then following that, we'll have the token of appreciation for all our panelists and speakers. First of all, I would like to give a round of applause to our speaker, our keynote speaker, and all the panelists, and also to your wonderful audience, which I put up many questions here, and the interesting questions. So to kudos to you all. Just to sum up on, a quick sum up on the discussion that we had, Dr. Mark, he presented on emphasizing the climate change perspective from the water perspective, the challenges of the water and how water and other technology can be solutions to promote the climate resilient technology, climate resilient agriculture technologies. He shared about some of the climate resilient management framework that talks about the technology and infrastructures, also about the system development, some information and learning and the sharing of those informations. And when talking about the technology and infrastructure, I think there need to be, the concerns here has been raised by the floor also about those technology to be more accessible, to be more affordable, and also reaches to the youth and other vulnerable communities. So that is very important. At the same time, whenever we're talking about the investment, be it in the infrastructure or in the technology, that has to be more resilient, more green, focused on the green, and to that line we also need to repurpose our subsidy probably. And it also came up very strongly about the institutional development, whether we want to have the mountain communities developed or we want to retain the youth in the agriculture. I think there has to be the reform in the institutional support, including the capacity development, the collective effort that has come out very strongly. Again, there is the access to finance is also critical for the adoption of the technology, and also to support youth in taking up the agriculture. The support in the indigenous and indigenous agriculture production, indigenous knowledge is equally important. And then the one clear message was about that how we reach to the stakeholders, because the farmers here, when we are talking about the climate resilient agriculture, farmers are the key, as they are the producers, and how the key stakeholders, the farmers, the women farmers, the young farmers, how they are reached by the policy, and how we reach to those stakeholders, and how we enhance their capacity to make the food system more sustainable. So that has come out very strongly. strongly. And also, perhaps due to the time limitation, we couldn't touch upon some of the measures, because when we are talking about the social safety net or other building resilience through the insurance support, enhancing the resilience capacity through the development of the early warning system, that is already in place. How we can enrich and strengthen those systems, those early warning system and agriculture insurance, so that the farmers are more adaptive, more resilient in that matter. That is had also come out very strongly. And last but not the least, there is a strong idea from the panelists and from the speaker also that we have to make our community more resilient, the community and support to the more integrated manner. And also when you talk about the regional and global arena, I think the collaboration is needed at the regional and global level, and also how the global communities, the developed countries, can support our less developed countries to the technology and through other support measures to make this food production system more affordable and more resilient, and ensuring the food and nutrition security in the region. So I think that those ideas have come out very strongly. And then when we're talking about the agriculture and when we're talking about the climate resilient agriculture, we should not forget again the trade, because whenever you have how far you put your effort to increase and enhance production and productivity, but when there is some kind of trade disturbances due to the conflict or some other measures, then that has a real implication on the food security, right from the price of the food and availability of the food. So I think that has to be also, for that one also, we have to strengthen our capacity at the farm level, enhance our capacity at the mountain communities, so that we're more competitive and also get benefited by the regional mechanisms that are already in place. So with that, I would like to conclude this session. Thank you very much once again, and I would like to now invite Dr. Deepak Kharal, Secretary for the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock, to hand over the token of appreciation to the speakers and the panelists. And over to the madam, please.
Thank you so much, our esteemed panel members, keynote speaker, and our moderator. Since we've come to the end of our session today, and we are very short on time, and I believe our moderator here has very beautifully and has put out the whole panel today. Therefore, without further ado, I would like to request Dr. Deepak Kumar Kharal, the Secretary of Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, to hand over the token of love. Firstly, I would like to request our keynote speaker, Dr. Mark Smith, to kindly step forward. Now, I would like... Now, I would like to request our moderator for our panel, Ms. Sabdam Shivakoti, Joint Secretary of former spokesperson in the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. Now I would like to request our Dr. Deepak Kumar Kharal to hand over the token of appreciation to our panelists. Firstly, I would like to request Dr. Usha Jha, former National Planning Commission member, to kindly step forward. Moving on, I'd like to request Dr. Ganesh Raj Joshi, former Secretary of Government of Nepal, to kindly step forward. Lastly, I would like to request Mr. Kim Shimju, country representative of Nepal and Bhutan for FAO, to kindly step forward. Thank you so much. With this, we've come to the end of our session. Before our panel members and Dr. Deepak Kumar Kharal step off the stage, we'd like to request a group photo with the panel members. I'd like to request everybody to kindly stand up for a photo. Thank you so much, everybody, for your time, and we look forward to engaging to a very informative session tomorrow as well. With this, we have been told to vacate the hall by 6:15. Therefore, I'd like to request everyone to do the networking discussion outside the hall. We look forward to engaging with you all tomorrow. Thank you so much for your time.